Şu anda İngilizce kanalda konuşuyorum abi. Ses. İngilizce kanal abi. İngilizce'deyim şu anda. Arapçadan alıyorum, İngilizceye veriyorum abi şu anda.
İngilizce geldi. Ben direkt şuna mı basıyorum?
Şu anda.
He, o geçince
아니, 여자사님.
renang.
Nasıl?
Recording in progress.
Bismillah is the beginning of all the khair, and we start with Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Esselatu vesselamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmain. Pek muhterem misafirler, pek kıymetli hocalarımız, pek değerli izleyicilerimiz. Hepinizi aziz İstanbul'umuzdan, güzel Türkiye'mizden sevgiyle, saygıyla, muhabbetle selamlıyoruz. Honorable guests, distinguished scholars, valuable audience, we greet you with respect, love and affection from our glorious Istanbul and beautiful Turkey. İstanbul İlim ve Kültür Vakfı olarak Allah Teala'nın izni ve inayetiyle 12.sini düzenlemekte olduğumuz fert ve toplum hayatında iman konulu Uluslararası Bediüzzaman Sempozyumunda sizlerle birlikte olmanın sevinç ve bahtiyarlığı içerisindeyiz. Sempozyumumuza 26 ülkeden 60 üniversite, 18 kurumdan toplam 124 akademisyen ve kurum temsilcisi değerli tebliğleriyle iştirak etmektedirler. Bu günleri bize gösteren Rabbimize hamdü senalar olsun. It is a joy and happiness for us as the Istanbul Foundation for Science and Culture to be organizing the 12th Bediuzzaman Symposium themed the role of belief in individual and social life with the permission and grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. 60 scholars and 18 institutional representatives from 26 countries are participating in this symposium with their 126 papers. Praise be to Allah for His blessings on us. Şimdi sizlere kısaca programımızdan bahsetmek istiyorum. Açılış konuşmalarının akabinde fert hayatında iman, toplum hayatında iman, birlikte yaşama kültürü oluşturmada iman, imanı anlatmada Risale-i Nur yaklaşımı başlıklı oturumlarımız 2 gün boyunca 3 dilde eş zamanlı olarak yapılacaktır. Now I would like to give you brief information about our program. After the inaugural speeches, there will be 4 sessions in 2 days in 3 simultaneous tracks. The role of belief in individual life, the role of belief in social life, the role of belief in creating a culture of coexistence, and finally Risale-i Nur's approach for conveying belief. Latif bir tevafukla üstadımızın talebelerinden ve vakfımızın banilerinden merhum Fırıncı ağabeyin vefatının 1. yıl dönümü sempozyumumuzun 1. gününe denk gelmektedir. Bu vesileyle 2. gün oturumları bittikten sonra 21. yüzyılda imanı yaşamak Mehmet Fırıncı ağabey örneği konulu bir oturum tertiplenecektir inşallah. Pazartesi akşamı 8-10 saatler arasında gerçekleştirilecek oturumu diğer tüm oturumlarımız gibi İİKV'nin resmi YouTube sitesinden canlı olarak izleyebilirsiniz. With a turn of fate, one of Üstad's students and our foundation's founding fathers, the late Mehmet Fırıncı ağabey's anniversary has coincided with the first day of this event. As a commemoration of his legacy, there will be an extra session named Living Faith in the 21st Century, the example of Mehmet Fırıncı ağabey. You can watch this live session on Monday at 8 p.m. from the official YouTube channel of the IFCS, like the rest of the sessions inşallah. Birazdan başlayacak olan açılış programımız 2 saat kadar sürecek. Programımıza kelam-ı ezeli ve sözlerin en güzeli olan Kur'an-ı Kerim'in tilavetiyle başlayacağız. Kur'an-ı Kerim tilavetini alem İslam için büyük önemi haiz Ayasofya-i Kebir Camii Şerifi İmam Hatibi Ferruh Muşter hocamızın Fem-i Muhsinlerinden dinleyeceğiz inşallah. Akabinde kısa bir sinevizyonun ardından İstanbul İlim ve Kültür Vakfı Mütevelli Heyeti Başkanı pek değerli ağabeyimiz Sayit Yüce Beyefendi açılış konuşmasını yapacaklar. Our opening session will last approximately 2 hours. It will start with the recitation of the eternal word and the most beautiful of all words, Quran al-Karim. The recitation will pour from the graceful lips of the Imam and Khatib of the Grand Mosque of Hagia Sophia, the importance of which is well known to the world of Islam. A short cinevision will follow the recitation, and then there will be the inaugural speech by the President of the IFCS, Board of Trustees, Sayit Yüce Beyefendi. Açılış konuşmasından sonra sırasıyla Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Diyanet İşleri Başkanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Ali Erbaş, İslam Alimler Birliği Genel Sekreteri Sayın Profesör Doktor Ali Karadayı, Dumlupınar Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Kazım Uysal, Üsküdar Üniversitesi Kurucu Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Nevzat Tarhan, Kırgız Özbek Uluslararası Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Çatkalbay Rahimbayev yerine Rektör Yardımcısı Profesör Doktor Aida Baltabayeva, Maldivler Diyanet İşleri Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Ahmet Zahir, İsmail Devlet Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Yaroslav Kiçkuk, Duke Üniversitesi'nden hocamız Profesör Doktor Mustafa Tuna, Afro-Asya Üniversiteler Birliği Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Muhtar Ahmet ve Şerif Hidayetullah Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Amina Lubis konuşmalarını yapacaklar. After the inaugural speech, the following speakers will take stage. Professor Dr. Ali Erbaş, the President of Religious Affairs of Turkey, Professor Dr. Ali Karadayı, the Secretary General of the International Union of Muslim Scholars, Professor Dr. Kazım Uysal, the Rector of Kütahya Dumlupınar University, Professor Dr. Nevzat Tarhan, the Founding Rector of Üsküdar University, Professor Dr. Çatkalbay Rahimbeyev, Rector of Batıralı Sıdıkov Osh Kyrgyz Uzbek International University. Actually, instead of Professor Dr. Aida Baltayeva will be speaking in his stead. Professor Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Zahir, the President of the Religious Affairs of the Maldives. Professor Dr. Yaroslav Kiçkuk, Rector of Izmail State University, Ukraine. Professor Dr. Mustafa Tuna, Associate Professor at Duke University. Professor Dr. Muhtar Ahmet, the President of the Union of Afro-Asian Universities. And finally, Professor Dr. Amina Lubis, the Rector of Şerif Hidayetullah State Islamic University, Indonesia. Konuşmaların akabinde saat 2 itibariyle oturumlarımız başlayacak ve 2 gün boyunca devam edecektir. 26 ülkeden 60 üniversite ve 18 kurumdan toplam 124 akademisyen ve kurum temsilcisinin vereceği bu ilim ziyafetine İİKV'nin resmi YouTube kanalından canlı olarak iştirak etmeniz bizleri mutlu edecektir. Şimdi sizi daha fazla bekletmeden Ayasofya-i Kebir Camii Şerifi, Cami Kebiri, İmam Hatibi Ferruh Muşter hocamızı Kur'an-ı Kerim tilaveti için davet ediyoruz. Our symposium sessions will start at 2 p.m. today and they will continue for 2 days. We will be pleased to see your participation in the scholarly feast of 124 papers from 60 universities and 18 institutions across 26 countries. Without further ado, I'm inviting Üstad Ferruh Muşter for the Quran recitation. Buyurunuz hocam.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون ولا تكونوا كالذين تفرقوا واختلفوا من بعد ما جاءهم البينات وأولئك لهم عذاب عظيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات كانت لهم جنات الفردوس نزلا خالدين فيها لا يبغون عنها حولا قل لو كان البحر مدادا لكلمات ربي لنفد البحر قبل أن تنفد كلمات ربي لنفد البحر قبل أن تنفد كلمات ربي ولو جئنا بمثله مددا قل إنما أنا بشر مثلكم يوحى إلي فَمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو لِقَاءَ رَبِّهِ فَلْيَعْمَلْ عَمَلًا صَالِحًا وَلَا يُشْرِكْ بِعِبَادَةِ رَبِّهِ أَحَدًا. صدق الله العظيم. El-Fatiha.
Ağzınıza, yüreğinize sağlık hocam. Allah sizden ebeden razı olsun. Thank you Ustaz. May Allah please be with you. Ebeden inşallah. Şimdi kısa bir sinevizyon gösterimiz olacak inşallah.
Risale-i Nur müellifi Bediüzzaman Said Nursi, tarihin helaket ve felaketlerle alt üst olduğu bir zamanda dünyaya geldi. 3 kıtada hüküm süren bir imparatorluktan Anadolu coğrafyasına çekilen yıkılışlara şahitlik etti. 1920'li yılların sonuna doğru Türkiye'de uygulamaya konulan dini ve manevi değerleri hayattan dışlama politikalarına karşı Bediüzzaman, Risale-i Nur adını verdiği eserleriyle İslam'ın temel altyapısını oluşturan prensipleri iman ekseninde açıklamaya yönelik bir usul geliştirdi. Said Nursi, dünyanın kitlesel ölçekte cereyan eden 2 savaşla yoğrulduğu bu süreçte geliştirdiği Kur'ani usulle akıl, kalp ve duygu bütünlüğünü temin ederek iman hakikatlerini anlattı. Böylece kelam, tasavvuf ve pozitif bilimleri terkip ederek Müslümanlara yepyeni bir bakış açısı sundu. İslam dünyası yüzyıllar boyunca insanın temel soruları olan ben kimim? Nereden geliyorum? Nereye gidiyorum? Vazifem nedir? Gibi konulardan ziyade dış alem ve siyaset üzerine mesailerini yoğunlaştırmıştı. Oysa iman ve insana ait meseleler halledilmeden ve doyurucu cevaplar bulunmadan afaki meselelere yönelmek bunalımı daha da derinleştirmekteydi. Müslümanların siyasi düzenleme ve projelerden ziyade onları da ihmal etmeden bir zihniyet düzenlemesine ihtiyacı vardı. Problemin çözümü, Kur'an'ın çağlarüstü mesajının günümüze bakan yönünü ortaya çıkarmaktaydı. Risale-i Nur külliyatı, çağın anlayışına uygun olarak bu mesajın yeniden ortaya çıkabilmesine kapı açtı. Bediüzzaman, İslam dünyasının karşılaştığı en köklü ve yıkıcı krize, fen ve felsefenin yanlış bir gözlükle okunmasından kaynaklanan dinsizlik ve dinde laubaliliğin yaptığı tahribata karşı ilim ve mantık yoluyla cevaplar vererek milyonların imanının kurtulmasına vesile oldu. Bediüzzaman'a göre insanın temel meselesi kendisini, diğer varlıkları, kainatı ve hemcinslerini iman ekseninde algılamasıdır. En önemli görevi ise ebedi hayatının kurtulmasına çalışmasıdır. Türkiye'de iman kurtarma şiarıyla devam eden Risale-i Nur hizmetleri 1970'li yılların başında Amerika ve Avrupa'da bir grup Nur talebesinin tercüme faaliyetleriyle yeni bir safhaya girdi. O yıllarda Amerika'ya giden bazı Nur talebelerine risalelerden yapılmış bir derlemeyi emanet eden Bediüzzaman Hazretleri'nin talebesi Zübeyir Gündüzalp abi, bunları İngilizceye tercüme ederek neşretmelerini tavsiye etmişti. Zübeyir abinin vasiyetini vazife kabul eden Mehmet Fırıncı abi, aynı yıllarda Almanya'da tevafuklu Kur'an'ın basım işleriyle meşgul olurken, diğer taraftan Amerika'ya giderek orada ziyaret ettiği birkaç genç Nur talebesiyle Kur'an'ın tefsiri olan Risale-i Nur'ların İngilizce tercüme çalışmaları için ilk adımları attı. 1989'da Berlin Duvarı'nın yıkılması ve dünya düzeninin yeniden kurulmaya başlaması Risale-i Nur hizmetlerine de yeni kapılar açtı. Said Nursi ve Risale-i Nur'a uluslararası kamuoyunun ve akademik toplumun ilgisini çekmek gayesiyle uluslararası düzeyde toplantılar düzenlenmeye başlandı. İstanbul İlim ve Kültür Vakfı tarafından 1992'de ilki düzenlenen sempozyumu yenileri takip etti. Türkiye'de ve dünyada Said Nursi'nin fikir ve eserlerinin akademik düzeyde ele alındığı ulusal ve uluslararası toplantılar, akademik çalışmalar, sempozyumlar, hakemli akademik dergiler, makale ve kitap türünde yayınlar, risalelerin dünya dillerine tercümesine yönelik çalışmalarla birlikte yürütüldü. Bediüzzaman ve Risale-i Nur'un çağımızın sorunlarına Kur'an ve sünnet ışığında getirdiği yeni bakışlar, uluslararası akademi dünyasından yüzlerce ilim adamının katılımıyla derinlemesine ele alındı. Risale-i Nur sadece Türkiye'de değil, 4 kıtada onlarca farklı dilde panellere, sempozyumlara konu oldu. 12. Uluslararası Bediüzzaman Sempozyumunda da fert ve toplum açısından iman konusu ilim adamları tarafından ele alınmaktadır. Hakkında yüzlerce yüksek lisans ve doktora tezi yazılan, hem ülkemizde hem de dünyada pek çok çalışmayla gündemde olmaya devam eden Risale-i Nur'la ilgili yapılacak olan 12. sempozyumda 40 ülkeden 124 akademisyen tebliğlerini sunmaktadır. İstanbul İlim ve Kültür Vakfı olarak insanlığın maddi ve manevi hayatını tanzim eden, dünyevi ve uhrevi saadetine vesile olan Kur'an eczanesinden alınan bu değerli fikirleri toplumun nazarına sunmaktan bahtiyarız. Özellikle akademi dünyasının bu hakikatlere daha çok ilgi duyacağını ümit eder, hayırlara vesile olmasını Cenab-ı Erhamur Rahim'inden niyaz ederiz.
Mütevelli Heyeti Başkanı, değerli ağabeyimiz Said Yüce Beyefendi'yi kürsüye davet ediyoruz. Now we are inviting the President of the IFCS Board of Trustees, Said Yüce Beyefendi, to deliver his inaugural speech. Buyurun Said Bey.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear professors, dear academics, we greet you all with respect and affection from Istanbul, the ancient city of humanity and Islam. Dear participants and esteemed viewers, today and tomorrow we will be here with a very important program for the happiness of humanity in the world and eternal life. There will be a total of 124 presenters from 60 universities and 18 institutions from Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Canada, USA, Germany, France, Russia, Ukraine, Crimea, Iraq, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Sudan, Kenya, Mali, Nigeria, Niger, Maldives, Kyrgyzstan and Turkey will contribute to the symposium with their presentations, inshallah. Dear audience, very important figures of our scientific world will be addressing you very soon. In this symposium, where Bediüzzaman Said Nursi's views on belief in individual and communal life will be discussed, our valuable academicians will adopt faith-based approaches to solving the problems faced by humanity and various global crises. We hope that the valuable ideas to be put forward in this symposium will bring different and new horizons to humanity. Dear guests, when it comes to Bediuzzaman and faith, it will give us an idea to look at a few of the magnificent descriptions of faith in the 6,000-page Quran commentary of Bediuzzaman. There is a short description right at the beginning of his work called Ayatul Kübra. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Bediuzzaman says, according to the meaning of this mighty verse, the purpose of sending man to this world and the wisdom implicit in it consists of recognizing the creator of all beings and believing in him and worshipping him. The primordial duty of man and the obligation incumbent upon him are to know Allah and believe in him, to assent to his being and unity in submission and perfect certainty. And shares the observations of a traveler questioning the universe concerning his maker. While ascending the ranks and steps in that unique journey of contemplation, the work of Ayatul Kubra brings us to the insatiable flavors of faith. It makes those who read at all levels take trips that make them feel that their faith has developed, as in. Then that reflective traveler read each page of the cosmos, and as he did so, his faith, that key to felicity, strengthened, his gnosis, that is key to spiritual progress, increased, his belief in Allah, the source of foundation of all perfection, developed one degree more. His joy and pleasure augmented and aroused his eagerness. And while listening to the perfect and convincing lessons given by the sky, by space, and the earth, he cried out more. Then he heard the rapturous invocations of Allah made by the tumult of the seas and the great rivers, and listened to their sad yet pleasant sounds. In numerous ways, they were saying to him, "Look at us, read also our signs." Then the ardent and inquisitive traveler, who was seeking the creator of the world, had advanced by gaining knowledge of Allah indirectly through 18 degrees and approached at the end of an ascension in belief to the throne of truth. He reaches the levels of faith as Ilm al-Yaqeen, Ayn al-Yaqeen, and Haqq al-Yaqeen. Dear audience, today humanity is struggling with difficulties because it has largely forgotten and neglected its original and true duty. Right here, faith, that is a true belief in Allah and the hereafter, stands before us as a savior, as the solution to all problems. The only perfect example of true peace and bliss in the history of humanity was experienced in the age of bliss, guided by the Son of humanity, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The time period written on golden pages of history is called Asr Saadet. This period is a period when all Muslim and non-Muslim people live together with tolerance and humanely around certain rules. Age of bliss is a perfect period when men and women, masters and slaves, natives and immigrants, rich and poor, members of different religions and also social strata live in happiness, peace, justice, and prosperity. It's a true and high faith that provides them with this. It is the consciousness of faith. Why does Said Nursi, who takes the high consciousness of faith in the age of bliss as his guide, gives so much importance to the issue of faith? Let's hear from him. Quote, "The Risale-i Nur is not only repairing some minor damage or some small house. It is repairing vast damage and the all-embracing citadel which contains Islam, the stones of which are the size of mountains. And it is not striving to reform only a private heart and an individual conscience. It is striving to cure with the medicines of the Quran and belief and the Quran's miraculousness the collective heart and generally held ideas, which have been breached in awesome fashion by the tools of corruption prepared and stored up over 1,000 years, and the general conscience which is facing corruption through the destruction of the foundations. Currents and marks of Islam, which are the refuge of all and particularly the mass of believers. Certainly, for such universal breaches and awesome wounds, proofs and equipment of the utmost certitude and strength of mountains, and well-proven medicines and numberless drugs of the effectiveness of 1,000 remedies are necessary. Emerging at this time from the miraculousness of the Quran of miraculous exposition, the Risale-i Nur performs this function and is also the means of advancing and progressing through the infinite degrees of belief. A long discussion ensued, to which I listened, offering infinite thanks. I curtail the matter here. Bediuzzaman, who devoted his entire life to Ma'rifatullah, which means recognizing and introducing the owner of the universe, responds those questions like who I am, where did I come from, and where am I going, who is the owner of me and the whole universe, with the answers derived from the Holy Quran. What humanity desires most today? Ensuring public order, preventing terrorism, preventing all kinds of injustice, conflicts and negativities caused by illegitimacy. A person with true faith will try to stay away from all kinds of evil and wrong. I want to emphasize that we are talking about the true faith. A person who has such an iman will stay away from all kinds of evil and wrongdoings. Dear guests, regardless of the negative conditions and injustices that Bediuzzaman was exposed to, he had only one goal in his entire life. When he wrote works that were inspired by the manifestations of divine mercy in every line of his life. I have only one purpose, he said, and pointing out that the world was going through a great spiritual crisis, he showed the solution of this crisis by saying, a disease, a plague, a calamity was born in the Western society, whose spiritual foundations were shaken, is gradually spreading to the world. With what remedies will the Islamic community resist this terrible epidemic? With the stinky, rotten and false formulas of the West, or with the fresh principles of faith of the Islamic community? I see big heads in negligence. The rotten pillars of disbelief cannot hold the stronghold of faith. Therefore, I have concentrated my work on faith alone. He also points that the faith is the essence of being a human being by saying this: belief makes man into human. Indeed, it makes him into a king. Since this is so, man's basic duty is belief and supplication. Unbelief makes him into an extremely impotent beast. Dear audience, I would like to thank the following speakers, who are Professor Dr. Ali Erbaş, the President of Religious Affairs in Turkey, the Secretary General of the International Union of Muslim Scholars from Qatar, Professor Dr. Ali Karadağlı, the President of Dumlupınar University, Kazım Uysal, Founding President of Üsküdar University, Nevzat Tarhan, the President of Religious Affairs from Kyrgyzstan, Aida Baltabaya, the President of Religious Affairs in Maldives, Professor Dr. Ahmet Zahir, Director of Ismail State University from Ukraine, from Professor Dr. Yarosov Küçük, Professor Dr. Mustafa Tuna from Duke University, the President of the Union of African Asian Universities from Pakistan, Professor Dr. Muhtar Ahmed, the President of Sherif Hidayatullah University in Indonesia, Professor Dr. Amina Lubis, and to all scholars who will present their papers and lead the sessions. I thank them with sincerity for the contributions they will make in the following sessions. I entrust all of you to Allah with the hope of meeting in many more beautiful meetings that may be beneficial for humanity. Thank you very much.
Sayın Yüce ağabeyimize teşekkür ediyor ve bir sonraki konuşmacımız olan Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Diyanet İşleri Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Ali Erbaş hocamızı dinliyoruz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin.
Endless praise to our Almighty Lord, who created us, keeps us alive, and honors us with faith. Peace and blessings be upon all prophets, since Adam alayhis salam, who conveyed the truth, brought the invitation of our Lord and the message of mercy, and especially our beloved Prophet Muhammad alayhis salatu wassalam, who brought our book of life together with us. Before I begin my speech, I greet you all with respect and affection. May Allah's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon us. I would like to express my satisfaction that the symposium theme has been made on a vital issue that strengthens individuals and societies on the basis of moral virtues in an age when life is surrounded by great material and spiritual crisis. I would like to thank to our professors who will contribute to this valuable symposium with their papers, and I pray to my Lord that the meeting will lead to good results. Dear attendees, faith is purifying the heart of all kinds of superstitious thoughts and understandings and connecting to the Lord sincerely. Almighty Allah emphasizes the truth of faith in more than 800 verses of the Quran. One of the names of Allah is Al-Mu'min, the name of the angel who brings the revelation to the prophets is Ruhul Amin. One of the most important qualities of the prophets who brought faith to humanity is trust. In many verses, Allah's address is, O you who believe. All these shows how much value and depth of meaning the concept of faith has. Faith is a great blessing that gives people an identity, reminds them of the purpose and responsibilities of their creation, and liberates them. Faith is a divine guide that immerses man in the ocean of Allah's mercy, makes him bestow His grace, and directs him to what is most true. Our Lord reveals this truth to us in the following verse of Surah Nisa. فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا بِاللَّهِ وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِهِ فَسَيَدْخِلُهُمْ فِي رَحْمَةٍ مِّنْهُ فَغَضْلٍ فَيَهْدِيهِمْ إِلَيْهِ صِرَاطًا مُسْتَقِيمًا. As for those who believe in Allah and hold fast to Him, Allah will immerse them in mercy and grace from Himself and guide them to a straight path that leads them to Himself. Dear brothers and sisters, our religion, Islam, demands a solid faith from us and expects us to reflect the behaviors required by this faith in all aspects of life. That's why our holy book, the Quran, always emphasizes good deeds along with faith. Mentioning faith and good deeds together shows us that faith is not a value limited to individual life. Therefore, the unity of faith and good deeds is essential in order to experience the peace and beauty aimed by our religion, both individually and socially.
yaşayabilmek için iman ve salih amel birlikteliği elzemdir.
On the other hand,
Diğer yandan
belief is the strongest ground of unity for believers.
vahdet zeminidir.
Those who believe in Tawheed in their hearts should experience unity in their lives.
Da vahdeti yaşamalıdır. Kur'an-ı Kerim
The Quran and our beloved Prophet who conveyed it to us want believers who have the same faith to turn to Allah in unity, to fulfill their responsibilities towards Him properly, to see each other as brothers, and to approach each other as brothers and sisters.
ve birbirlerine kardeşçe yaklaşmaları
It also orders to refrain from all kinds of thoughts and behaviors that will weaken unity, brotherhood, and solidarity.
kaçınmayı emreder.
It is a truth confirmed by history that there is peace and mercy in unity, and disaster and calamity in discord.
Tefrikada ise felaket.
That's why our Lord said to the believers this warning: وَاعْتَسِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا.
Cemiyan ve la teferraku.
Hold tight to the rope of Allah all together. Do not be divided and fragmented.
diye ikaz eder. Dinimiz İslam'ın en temel hikayesi
The main purpose of our religion, Islam, is to build a virtuous individual and a virtuous society.
bu idealin
The pioneer of this ideal will certainly be those who believe in Allah and His Messenger. Indeed, faith builds a secure individual and a secure society. Therefore, the responsibility of building a civilization on earth that will restore justice, mercy, and good morals rests on the shoulders of believers. Today, humanity is experiencing a great crisis of trust as it has lost its consciousness of trust. Trust is all material and moral values that are required to be observed and protected.
istenen maddi ve manevi tüm
The world we live in and all the beings in it are entrusted by Allah to His servants.
Allah'ın kullarına
Faith is a covenant made with Allah in order to protect these values. A believer, on the other hand, is a person who shows loyalty to this covenant and fulfills the requirements of the covenant properly. Therefore, today the duty of believers who have the consciousness of faith and trust, it is to reunite good morality, compassion, and justice with humanity in the age of crisis we live in. In this respect, the most important issue is to avoid hopelessness, a contagious disease that enslaves individuals and societies, drives them to inertia. It is to work with faith, patience, and perseverance for a better future without ever falling into despair due to the difficult situations both the Islamic world and the humanity are in.
bulunduğu zor durumlardan dolayı asla ümitsizliğe
The action combatant personality of Said Nursi, one of the important figures of our recent history, is remarkable at this point.
yakın tarihimizin önemli şahsiyetlerinden biri olan
As a matter of fact, he saw the faith as the solution to all the problems of the age he lived in, and said that hopelessness is a deadly disease.
çözümünü imanda görmüş ve
He states that
öldürücü bir hastalık
the hopelessness is the most terrible disease that has entered the heart of the Islamic world. It is the despair that, as if it had killed us, a small state of 1 or 2 million people in the West has made 20 million Muslims in the East their servants and their homeland a colony. Besides, millions of Muslims in the East, their servants, besides in this desperation that has killed our high morals, left the public interests, and focused our attention on personal interests. It is this desperation that has killed our high morals, left the public interest, and focused our attention on personal interests. With these statements, Said Nursi drew attention to the bitter consequences of yes and expressed that Muslims should have hope and confidence. Yes is hopelessness. Dear brothers and sisters, faith, which makes our existence meaningful, reveals the direction in our worship and the beauties in our morals, also has a close relationship with science. Because perfection is impossible by bringing together the heart, which is the center of faith, and the mind, which is the center of knowledge. As a matter of fact, there are many verses in our sublime book that invites us to faith, encouraging knowledge, praising scholars, and leading them to reason, contemplation, and research. In fact, people are condemned for not using the blessing of reason correctly. It is a fact that progress is not possible in societies where faith is ignored, science is postponed, and imitation is dominant. Seeing this fact very well, Said Nursi emphasized the unity of religious sciences and positive sciences with a holistic understanding of education. By interpreting the verses that led to understanding the nature, he has made an effort to establish the faith in the hearts. He also emphasized that the main reason for backwardness is to move away from the truth. And he expressed the formula for revealing the truth with the following sentences. Quote, "The light of conscience is religious wisdom. The light of the mind is positive sciences. The light of conscience is religious wisdom. The light of the mind is positive sciences. Truth manifests itself with the mutuality of both." End of the quote. Dear attendee, the world we live in is undergoing rapid change and transformation. It is extremely important to accurately determine the impact of this change on people and especially on young people. We have to work together devotedly to develop a method and system that will solve the questions and problems faced by the young generations in the world of mind and heart, and that will respond to their needs and expectations. At this point, the concept of faith, which is the basic value of Islam, has an undeniable importance. Faith is the most powerful factor in the formation of a solid personality, the living of good morals, the strengthening of human relations, the establishment of a society of trust, and the dominance of peace and justice. Therefore, it should be the ideal of all of us today to strengthen the youth's awareness of faith, to equip the world of belief with correct knowledge, and to take measures against the factors that lead them to weakness in this regard.
Malumunuz
As you know, the most effective way of explaining something to children and young people and guiding them is to set an example by experiencing what is asked of them.
bizzat yaşayarak
At this point, the Messenger of Allah is the best example and the greatest guide for us.
Allah Resulü
His guidance is to show people the beauties emanating from his faith by transforming them into lived life.
onun rehberliği
He, peace be upon him, provided hospitality and benevolence to the needy, protected the orphan, took care of the oppressed, and supported the underprivileged.
Efendimiz muhtaç olana ikram ve ihsanda bulunmuş. Yetimin himaye
With the inspiration we get from the life of the Messenger of Allah,
imkanı olmayana
we must work with all our means, share and strengthen our morality of solidarity in the name of establishing and strengthening the community of faith.
ilmi adına
Because this method is the most sincere and effective method in bringing together with people.
zira
When we look at the activist people of our civilization and our history,
etkili yöntem
we see that they are fighting a faith struggle centered on this fact.
aksiyon insanlarına baktığımızda da bu gerçeği merkeze alan bir iman mücadelesi verdiklerini görmekteyiz.
With these feelings and thoughts,
Düşünceler
I hope that the symposium will be beneficial.
ve medar olmasına
I pray to Allah Almighty to grant us a will that will enable us to make our most precious capital, our faith, dominate our lives, and to enable us to live a life in accordance with His consent in all aspects, His rida in all aspects. Fi emanillah.
Şükranlarımızı sunuyoruz. Şimdi Katar'a gidecek. Katar'dan İslam Alimler Birliği Genel Sekreteri Sayın Profesör Doktor Ali Karadayı hocamızı dinleyeceğiz inşallah. We present our thanks to Professor Ali Erbaş, and now we move to Qatar and invite to the chair our next honorable speaker, Professor Ali Karadayı, the Secretary General of the International Union of Muslim Scholars. Buyurunuz efendim.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى الله إلى يوم الدين أصحاب الفضيلة والسماحة إخوتي الكرام أخواتي الكريمات
Dear brothers, dear friends, and dear sisters,
وهي تحية الإسلام وتحية
I was very honored
السلام الله عليكم
to attend the Symposium of Bediuzzaman. I salute you all with great pleasure. I am pleased and honored to be among you.
الذي يتحدث عن عالم رباني عظيم
I was very honored to attend the Symposium of Bediuzzaman, a great Islamic scholar and mujaddid. Bediuzzaman was a truly great model of wisdom.
رحمه الله
Sayyid Nursi was a great sheikh and a great role model.
تعمقنا في رسائله
We understand this when we look at his works carefully, his treatises and risalas.
بكل ما تعني هذه الكلمة فقد وضع النقاط على الحروف
Because he argued that the faith is the only solution to the diseases and problems of this time and everything that threatens humanity.
الإنسانية داخل العالم الإسلامي وخارج العالم الإسلامي هو الابتعاد عن الله
Because Faith is the source of happiness in the world and the hereafter. The faith in Allah is the source of happiness in this world and the hereafter. When we look at the problems in the world right now, whether it is global warming, economic problems, or natural disasters and pandemics, we see that the world's life turns into a wild forest when humanity's handling of these problems is not based on faith. These problems can be unemployment, hunger, pandemic, or natural disasters.
هي حياة الغابة وأن الإيمان
Because faith transforms this world into an ornate garden and leads people to their goals in the world and the hereafter. Otherwise, the world becomes a wild place, a wild garden. For this reason, Bediuzzaman, our Sheikh Bediuzzaman, devoted all his efforts to the issue of faith. While declaring the diseases of the Ummah in his work, the Damascus Sermon, he revealed that the origin of these diseases is the weakness of faith. The cure for these diseases is the true faith, which brings out humans' sense of mercy and wisdom, which brings out humans' beautiful characteristics and virtues. Iman. Bediuzzaman was very serious and sincere in his views on faith, and he turned out he was correct. When asked questions on different subjects, he did not answer, saying that our time is the time to save faith. He said there is no time to deal with politics and philosophy. Belief in Allah, tahkiki iman, the authentic faith, and the hereafter is the basis of development in all areas desired by this ummah. And this iman will construct people, raise people who will solve the problems of the ummah. In all fields, such a faith and faithful people, technologically or in other fields, iman will raise people and give them power to take care of these problems. Therefore, Bediuzzaman Said Nursi, in all his work, gave importance to this. In all his works and thoughts, Bediuzzaman referred to Quran and the Sunnah, which is explaining it. He built this undestroyable castle by referring to the Quran and Sunnah and their truths. If we seek refuge in this castle, we will be saved and the Ummah will be saved. Because he understood the verse, "O who you believe, believe. O who believe, believe." As follows. The first word of the faith is the affirmation of faith. And the second is the practice and application. Because the verse is asking those who believe to believe. How can this be? Because it is also related to amal, the application, the practice. Which the verse means, show the reflection of your faith, which means apply this faith into your life and into your hearts, so it enlightens your life and hearts. When a person gains this belief, when we see the reflection, if a person gains this belief, he will have honor and piety and chastity as in Yusuf alayhi salam, peace be upon him. This faith was reflected in the time of Umar radiallahu anh. If Umar does not see us, Allah does, is the faith that speaks. Also, when the Imra'at al-Aziz, the wife of Aziz, approached Yusuf alayhi salam, he said, even if Allah sees us, even if Aziz doesn't see us, Allah sees us. This is the level of Iman. Same thing with Hazrat Umar. In the time, people said, even if Omar doesn't see us, Omar's Lord is seeing us. It is faith that speaks. In short, it is faith at the level of benevolence and taqwa, and it becomes ihsan, benevolence. The source of the problems of the entire Islamic world is either lack of faith or not activating the faith as Allah desires. These problems can be oppression or fasad or all the other problems, the source of which is either lack of faith or not practicing the requirements of the faith as Allah desires. I hope that this symposium will be a means of returning to the faith that Allah and our Prophet wanted and that Bediuzzaman had claimed. May Allah be pleased with him. May Allah make him a neighbor and us a neighbor and all those who loved. May Allah make us united and make us neighbors in Jannah before Allah, inshallah. This is very easy on Allah. The final remarks I want to make is, I thank you to those and I wish you the best and I wish you great success, and especially those who took part in the organization of this symposium. I thank them very much. May Allah make you successful. Selamun Aleyküm.
Ali Karaday hocamıza şükranlarımızı sunuyoruz. Ve sıradaki konuşmacımız Kütahya Dumlupınar Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Kazım Uysal'ı konuşmaları için kürsüye davet ediyoruz. We present our thanks to Ali Karaday, and our next honorable speaker is Professor Dr. Kazım Uysal, the Rector of Kütahya Dumlupınar University.
Diyanet İşleri Başkanım,
Dear President of Director of Religious Affairs, Professor Dr. Ali Erbaş, General Secretary of International Union of Muslim Scholars, Professor Dr. Ali Karaday, President of Directorate of Religious Affairs of Pakistan, Sheikh Nurul Haq Qadiri, President of Directorate of Religious Affairs of Maldives, Professor Dr. Ahmed Zahir, President of the Union of the Afro-Asian Universities, Professor Dr. Muhtar Ahmed, our respected rectors, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Istanbul Science and Cultural Foundation, Said Yüce, distinguished academics and esteemed participants from Turkey and abroad, welcome to the 12th International Bediuzzaman Symposium. I congratulate each one of you who contributed to the Bediuzzaman Symposiums, which have become traditional and offer resolutions and solutions to the important problems of humanity. and I wish each of you success. I pray for this symposium to be beneficial and greet all participants with respect, love, and affection. Dear guests, Bediuzzaman is one of the exceptional religious scholars trained in our lands in the last century. Risale-i Nur, compiled by Bediuzzaman, is an important commentary written with a careful consideration of the needs and problems of this century. The works of Risale-i Nur prove and explain the truths of faith and the Quran by reading the book of the universe, which is the work of Allah's divine power. It shows that the easiest and shortest way to find and know Allah is the passageway from art to the artist, from work to the master, from action to the actor, from book to the writer. With this method Bediuzzaman used, he explains and conveys that every being shows its Rabb, the Creator Lord, not only one, but in many aspects. It becomes instrumental in formation of an unshakable faith and belief in those who read these works. All the immoral forces, primarily FETÖ, assaulted all the values of our country, and our ancestors tried to dilute and devalue them, targeted Bediuzzaman and his works, and wanted to deprive our beloved nation and all humanity of this treasure. Despite all malicious efforts, there are millions of people all over the world who love Bediuzzaman and read his works, attesting the power and superiority of truth. Esteemed participants, the author of the Risale-i Nur, Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's views on the role of belief in individual and social life will be discussed in this symposium. We hastily need Bediuzzaman's works and ideas as the entire humankind is faced with material and spiritual troubles and disasters throughout the world in current times. Because Bediuzzaman peruses the fitra, the innate nature, in his works and interprets the book of the universe, he discusses various aspects of human conditions, suitable and unsuitable with their innate natures. He articulates and explains that the Quran is an exegesis of the universe of existence, which is namely the book of the universe. The essential problem today's people who have been under the impact of materialistic philosophy are challenged today is an interference with the fitra, their innate nature, and even rebellion against their own fitra, innate nature. It is the neglect and forgetting their Rabb, Creator Lord, and their humanity. It is their trying to find and enlighten their way with materialistic philosophy. It has been seen that this way has given men nothing other than blood and tears. It is for these very reasons that today's people hastily need Bediuzzaman and his works. In this symposium, a number of scholars will discuss the role of belief in individual and social life in Bediuzzaman's works. In my opinion, this theme is Bediuzzaman's principal field of specialization. Almost all his works focus on this theme. For this reason, much can be written and lengthy speeches can be given on this topic. I would like to briefly express a few points that I find important in the given short time. In one of his works, Bediuzzaman says, all human perfections and his lofty aims are tied to Tawheed, the affirmation of divine unity, and find existence through its meaning. According to him, the perfection and happiness of a person can only be possible by knowing Allah truthfully, that is to say, by belief. If you may, let's try to understand the subject by following his works. Let us consider the worldviews provided by Tawheed, that is, the belief, and by materialistic philosophy, and what gains these worldviews have provided humanity, once again, by tapping into his works. Let's consider which philosophy and point of view is more accurate and beneficial for humankind with the scales of reason and conscience, and decide which one should be preferred. The worldview provided by materialistic philosophy cuts humans' ties with Allah, and it considers human as an animal. It believes that the system and all its elements came into being by odd coincidences. It reflects that the value of assets is in proportion to their substance and their role in the systems. It draws out all the principles it suggests for humankind by looking at the animal kingdom. Based on this reason, it states, life is a struggle, the strongest survives. It blesses strength and might. It argues that the strong is right. The chaotic state of today's world, the flowing blood and tears, are the product of materialistic philosophy. Contrary to human nature, materialistic philosophy has not provided humankind with goodness and beauty, but with malice and ugliness. According to the view provided by belief and Islamic philosophy, human is the divine interlocutor and is the best of molds. Humans should live within the boundaries drawn for them, not according to the desires of their lower soul. The entire system, along with all beings in it, are specially designed for the existence and continuation of life and are the very works of divine power. Harmony and cooperation are essential for the continuation of life, not struggle. The system in which humans live, along with all its agents, are in service of life. It is not the mighty or strong who is superior, but the righteous. Now let's ponder and decide which philosophical understanding is more accurate and more beneficial for humanity. Is it the philosophy believes that the system came into existence by strange coincidences and considers the beings whose wisdom are not known as unnecessary, or philosophy thinks that the system was specially designed by the divine power and all agents of the system are employed with duties? It is an understanding that the values each being, a flower for example, based on its substance, or an understanding that sees all beings as letters written intentionally and meaningfully. Which one of them is better for humanity? Which understanding of the human model contributes to solution of today's problems? The understanding that sees human as an animal, or the understanding that sees human as a being created in the best of molds? The understanding believes that the prevailing principle in life is struggle, or the understanding believes that life is based on cooperation and that every creature is charged with duties. The type of person who sees life as only this world, or the type of person who believes that there is a second life after death? Is it the model of the people who believes that they can live as they will and won't be held accountable of their deeds after death, who enjoys the escape from the prohibitor, or the model of the people who lives with a constant prohibitor in their hearts and believe that they will be held accountable of every one of their acts? Which type of these people would contribute to the solution of humankind's current problems, makes fellow humans happier and more blissful? Distinguished participants, beauties enhanced to human beings, individual and social life are depicted in Bediuzzaman's works. Philosophy shaped with materialistic worldview and Islamic philosophy based on the principle of faith are compared. It is concluded that human happiness can only be attained within the realm of Islam, and individuals may become true human and live happily only with faith. All the expressions and explanations found in his works are scientific and convincing. Therefore, those who read the works of Risale-i Nur attain levels of unshakable faith, steadfast balance, and a happy and peaceful life. They choose to live in faith with full awareness and by will, not as an inherited obligation. In other words, they acquire an affirmative faith, not an imitative. They reflect the beauties arising from faith in their behaviors and lives. Treasured guests, It is timely to express a matter that I consider very important. Bediuzzaman mentioned the necessity of bonding religious knowledge and scientific knowledge, the necessity of writing scientific books with a perspective acknowledging divine unity. He considers that sciences indicates signs of Allah and points out that scientific laws, along with the laws of nature, are reflections of Allah's divine name, Al-Alim, all-knowing. He states that if science books are written and presented with the perspective of divine unity, Tawheed, the students' help and effort would become accelerated. In this way, he states, science lessons would be elevated to training of Marifatullah, divine knowledge. In my opinion, our success in national education also depends on this. In other words, it depends on clearing all the books, especially biology, chemistry, and physics, from the filth of materialistic philosophy and writing them in a faithful manner. Then, the biology lessons would be lessons of Marifatullah, which is divine knowledge. Then religious generations will grow up and intellectual power will prevail. By then, education will be local and national and meet the expectations of our people. Otherwise, the desired goals in national education will not be achieved by saying Allah does, God does in this religion lesson, nature and nature do in the biology lesson, giving every effect to causes to and hiding Allah. Distinguished guests, I refer Bediuzzaman's ideas on the subject to the scholarly papers will be presented at the symposium. I greet all my professors and scholars who present in the symposium with love and respect and affection, and I pray that the symposium may be fruitful and productive.
Şükranlarımızı sunuyoruz. Ve sıradaki konuşmacımız Üsküdar Üniversitesi Kurucu Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Nevzat Tarhan'ı konuşmalarını yapmak üzere davet ediyoruz. We present our thanks to Professor Kazım Uysal Beyefendi and invite to the chair our next honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Nevzat Tarhan, the founding rector of Üsküdar University, Turkey. Hocam hoş geldiniz. Nasılsınız hocam? İyisinizdir inşallah. Hocam mikrofonunuz galiba kapalı kalmış. Biz de açabiliriz hocam. Evet hocam, duyabiliyor musunuz şu an?
Ben duyuyorum, evet.
Tekrar hoş geldiniz hocam. Güzel sözlerinizi duyamadık. Selamlaştıktan sonra buyurun hocam. Bir şey söylüyorsunuz.
Evet, evet. Ben
I salute everyone with the salam of Allah. The committee who organized this beautiful symposium, the members of the Istanbul Science and Knowledge Vakıf, I thank them all. I pray that it enables everyone to discover a secret treasure. Why? Because Bediuzzaman has been hidden because of some negative propaganda. He is like a treasure that is being hidden from people. Just like Imam Ghazali, Imam Rabbani were in their own age, have found solutions to big question marks in their times, Bediüzzaman Hazretleri also found answers and solutions to questions that were created by philosophy. I am someone who deal with human psychology. I found that Bediüzzaman wrote 3 prescriptions for 3 human diseases that are very related to today's topic. I want to emphasize this. For example, what is the first disease in the Islamic world? It is the sickness of not being able to live moral values, akhlaq of Islam. The method Bediuzzaman is using is not proclamation but representation. Bediuzzaman is representing the true Islam, not only talking about it or proclaiming it. Bediuzzaman says, if we show the real Islam to people, people will join Islam in waves. Actually, Bediuzzaman told Sheikh Baid Efendi after preaching in Hagia Sophia, this dialogue happened in 1910s. Sheikh Baid asked Bediuzzaman, how do you see the future of the world? And then Bediuzzaman gave a very short, very interesting answer. He said, Islamic world is pregnant with a European country, and Europe is pregnant with an Islamic country. The first birth took place, and Islamic world gave birth to Turkey, which was a state that was imitating the Europe. However, the second birth hasn't taken place yet. We haven't witnessed a Muslim state, an Islamic country from the Western world. Why didn't this happen? Because we as Muslims became a veil, a blockage, a curtain to this. If you know, those who convert to Islam don't become Muslim via their interaction with Muslims, but via reading these truths of Islam with other sources from books or from the internet, and then they convert to Islam. There is a beautiful example for this. Bernard Shaw, who passed away at the age of 94, said this. He has a book called The Genuine Islam. He says this, quote, if any religion had the chance of ruling over England, also Europe, within the next 100 years, it could only be Islam. He was born in Ireland, and he was a well-known British writer with Oscar and Nobel Prize, both. He is the only person who got both Nobel and Oscar Prize. Well, why didn't this happen then? Why didn't this happen? Let's hear Bernard Shaw again. Shortly before his death, Bernard Shaw went on a world trip. He was in India. In India, in Bombay, a journalist of a newspaper called The Light requested an interview from the famous writer in order to find out what he meant by the term Islamization. Bernard Shaw explained his views on this matter as follows. I have always had a high regard for the religion of Muhammad, peace be upon him, because it has an astonishing vitality. It seems to me that it is the only religion that has an image to suit all phases and periods of ever-changing life. It is necessary to pay attention to the opinions of people like me who have gained quite a reputation about the future. I said that for Islam, it would be accepted by Europe tomorrow. As a matter of fact, today Europe has started to see Islam in this way. In the Middle Ages, the Church portrayed Islam in dark colors to its followers because of bigotry and ignorance. They were raised to hate both Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his religion. In their eyes, Muhammad ﷺ was the Antichrist and the demon against Jesus. I studied, the quotation finished, Bernard Shaw says, I studied the life of this wonderful man, Muhammad, peace be upon him. He should be known as the savior of all mankind, not the Antichrist. If a man like him took control of the world today, I am sure he would bring the world to peace and happiness we long for. Let's say in order. In the 19th century, honest thinkers such as Carlyle, Goethe, and Gibbon saw a real value in religion of Muhammad, peace be upon him, and in this way Europe began to take a more favorable position towards Islam. Today's Europe has gone further along this path. He begins to fall in love with the religion of Muhammad, peace be upon him. It will go even further in the next century. Europe will appreciate what a valuable tool this religion has been to get out of its difficulties. You have to understand my argument in this way. Even now, many of my citizens and other Europeans have accepted the religion of Muhammad. Quotation finished. So why are Muslims in this position today? Because unfortunately, they are not practicing Islam. Even people who pay attention to doing their worships, for example, fasting, they can take some bribes, for example. Unfortunately, they are not practicing Islam fully. They are not especially applying the morality, the moral side of Islam. Unfortunately, they are not legitimizing their faith via Quran, but they are legitimizing and justifying their acts via politics and other things, unfortunately. And this is one of the reasons why Bediuzzaman throws politics to the second and third order in the importance. If someone has doubts about Iman, about faith, as Kazım Hoca earlier mentioned, in a school, for example, the religion teacher says it is Allah doing everything, and then in the biology class or in other science classes, it happened by coincidence. They hear two different things and they become confused. The students become confused, hence they make mistakes. They have love for Islam, but they don't practice Islam. They become split in that respect because they don't see Islam as something that can answer all the problems, that can find solutions to all the problems. That's why Bediuzzaman focused his attention insistingly on Iman, on faith. Let's think about, if we compare it to the life of the Prophet ﷺ, we are like in the Mecca life of the Prophet ﷺ. We couldn't switch still to the life of Medina. If we can go to that part, the second phase of Islam, we can be able to appreciate that this worldly life is temporary. We can experience the peace and blessing, inner peace of Islam. And then the worldly life would be like pieces of glass and the Iman will be like diamonds. And such a human being who sees the worldly life like glass pieces and Akhirah as diamonds will become strong in many ways. Another problem is istibdad, the oppression, the tyranny in the Islamic world, and people think Islam is not compatible for democracy and other freedom. Bediuzzaman in his books encourages democracy, the democracy that is meshru, that is shari, and some people criticized him, some religious people criticized him for defending democracy. Bediuzzaman told that Islam is not compatible with tyranny. Today, what they called meshrutiyya back in the day is democracy. A democracy that encourages freedom, in my personal opinion, is compatible with Islam. Bediuzzaman says there are three manifestations of tyranny. The first is Ra'yi Wahid, that is, the decision is gathered in a single person, and the second is that power and dominance are not in individuals, but in laws, that is the rule of law. The second one is the desire for tahakkum and power and dominance, and which is causing a lot of civil wars. Today we cannot represent and tell Islam with tahakkum, with dominance and power. We have to use convincing methods for people. They wouldn't care about threatenings and oppressions. They understand from beautiful words. We have to speak according to the language of the Western world. For this reason, this is our responsibility today. What is the solution for this sickness of tahakkum? The law must be in effect, not individuals. And the third problem in the Islamic world is the shura system is not functioning. They don't exist and the system becomes tyrannical. I want to give you a quotation from Risalet-ül Nur from Divan-ı Harbi Örfi. As Europe, quote, as Europe, with the permission of our ignorance and bigotry, thought that the Sharia was permissible for tyranny, I was deeply saddened in the heart. In order to disprove their assumption, I applauded the constitutionalism on behalf of the Sharia rather than everyone else. However, I was afraid again that I cried out to the deputies in the Hagia Sophia as much as I could in case another tyranny would confirm that opinion again. And I said, consider and suggest constitutionalism with the title of legitimacy. Do not let a new and secret and irreligious tyranny disgrace that blessed one with its filthy hand as a shield against its mouth. Limit freedom with good manners, because if the ignorant people and the common people were free and unconditionally free, they would be dissolute and disobedient. As the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ says, my ummah will not unite on misguidance. So it is in Islam, shura, not oppression, not dominance, not tyranny. And when Hazrat Abu Bakr was elected as the Caliph, he said the following khutbah: O people, I have been appointed chief over you, but I am not the best of you. If I do well, help me too. If I exhibit bad management, point me in the right direction. You know, fidelity is a trust. Lying is treason. Don't hesitate to tell me what you know to be true if I don't like it. Only in this way you will abide by the trust. Even if I like it, don't try to take my heart with lies and flattery. Know well that the weakest of you is the strongest in my presence, unless they take their right and return it to him by Allah's leave. Again, by Allah's will, the strongest of you is the weakest of you next to me, until you take from him whatever he has unjustly owned. A community that abandons jihad in the way of Allah will be disgraced and humiliated by Allah. If prostitution increases in a community, Allah will inflict general afflictions on them. Obey me as long as I obey Allah and in His Messenger. If I disobey Allah and His Messenger, you do not have to obey me. As we see in the example of Khulafa Rashidin, the Caliphs, we do not fetishize people, we do not glorify people to make them flawless and to make them goddess. This worldview, this type of behavior harms Islam. Bediuzzaman says, I seek refuge in shaitan and siyasah to Allah. I seek refuge in Allah from politics and shaitan. And he calls, these lying and fake behaviors and reaching certain positions a secret shirk, a secret partners to Allah. The third problem, the third disease is secularization that Bediuzzaman is talking about, which is leading to egoism, enaniya, and which is leading the Western world to bankruptcy. In the Western world, richness is increasing, but the happiness is not increasing. And as a result of this, they are seeking again the Eastern Oriental values, and we should present them great values, offer them our beautiful values. And the world is evolving towards social capitalism. because the capitalism couldn't bring people peace and happiness. They have a lot of money, capitalism brought them richness, but unfortunately the violence, suicide and other problems are also rising in the Western world. 2/3 of people working in the West are immigrants. The Western world is becoming really lazy. They are trying to make money from money. They do not want to work. They want others at work and they want to spend the money. And some other people say, even if I have enough food, why do I care about people who are dying of hunger? They are all after interest. They give their money to banks and they are living off interests. So some people work, some people do not work. There is a great income inequality. And people say, if I am full, why do I care if other people are starving? There is lack of empathy in the whole world. We are experiencing an erosion of empathy in the whole world. These two sentences are the summaries of narcissism. And Bediuzzaman is offering Islam two solutions, from Islam, two solutions to these two problems. Forbidding interest, which is the solution for the understanding that, if I am full, why do I care about other people? And offering, making zakah an obligation is the second solution to the problem. Until the Cold War, there were communist blocs. They were balancing the capitalism. But today, after 1990s, after the Cold War ended, capitalism stayed as the only power in the world. As a result, the inequality of income in the world increased. In Africa, 2 billion people cannot reach water. In the West is doing lobbying and doing some charity work. However, this is not solving the problem. Inshallah, at the end of this work, they will come understand Islam's wisdom of forbidding interest. Bediuzzaman is giving us good news and glad tidings that the West will understand the values of zakat and hurmeti riba, the forbidding of interest. In summary, let me summarize it this way. People have fear of death. People failed living in peace. There is an epidemic of suicide. In England established a ministry of loneliness in 2019. Japan established a ministry of loneliness because of suicides. New York Times made news. Yale's University put a lesson which is the science of happiness, the science of goodness. This is a course offered at Yale's University. And when I look at the content, it is the morality of Islam. And these people are trying to find the morality of Islam in other ways because we couldn't offer and represent our faith to these people. In the future, the real civilization and development will be via not sword but by truth, the sword of truth. This is not the time of physical combat with sword, but in such a when we do this, political West and the West that is looking the truth, we must be distinguishing between the two. When we have Quran, which is like a diamond sword, we should fight with the truths, spiritual truths and ideas and thoughts in the Quran, and we should fight with this sword. So I again refer to Bernard Shaw, and I hope that his expectations come into reality. May Allah be pleased with Bediuzzaman and his students. I thank you all for listening to me patiently.
Elinize gönlünüze sağlık. İnşallah sempozyumumuz bahsettiğiniz bu menfi perdelerin yırtılmasına ve iman nurunun toplumsal ve ferdi hayatlarımızda ve dahi ahlaklarımızda tüm ihtişamıyla parlamasına katkı sağlar. Teşekkür ediyoruz.
İnşallah.
We present our thanks to Professor Nevzat Tarhan. Şimdi Orta Asya'ya gidiyoruz. Kırgız-Özbek Uluslararası Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Çatkalbay Rayımbayev Beyefendi konuşma yapacaklardı.
Tebrik ediyor, muvaffakiyetler diliyorum. Bu sempozyumun hayırlara vesile olmasını niyaz ediyor. Tüm katılımcıları saygı ve muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Aziz misafirler,
Ufak bir Professor, welcome.
Bismillah. Саламатсыздар, урматтуу Али Ербаш мырза, Саид Иджи мырза жана симпозиум катышуучулары. Ислам маданиятынын чоң орду болгон Байыркы Ош шаарынан жана Оштогу Кыргыз-Өзбек эл.
On behalf of our academic community, I welcome all participants and guests of 12th International Bediuzzaman Said Nursi Symposium. I am grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak to such a respected audience. Hopefully, this traditional international symposium will become an authoritative platform for the organization of intercultural cooperation, the foundation of a culture of peaceful coexistence, the dissemination of ideas of tolerance, and the deepening of international trust and mutual understanding. The symbolic topic of our scientific discussion about the role of belief in individual life is current in the life of modern society and globalizing world. The contribution of the Central Asian region to the Islamic civilization, which paved the way for training of scholars in all fields of Islamic sciences, cannot be denied. In this geography, for example in Kyrgyzstan, there are many important works containing information produced in both religious sciences and humanities, and many of them have survived to the present day. Science centers, some of which are famous for the names of their scholars, have gone down in history as important sources of Islamic science and thought. Major cities such as Bukhara, Samarkand and Osh were home to many religious, intellectual and philosophical schools, as well as being centers of science. As Bediuzzaman Said Nursi pointed out, it is very important for people living in our time, especially Muslims, to know the most important truth that leads to Allah. For this reason, we as the Kyrgyz-Özbek International University work in scientific, academic, social, cultural, and artistic fields, teach our young people the morality of Islam. I would like to state that we are happy to work with the Istanbul Science and Cultural Foundation, which is our partner in this field, and Said Yüce, who manages the foundation. From now on, we hope to undertake bigger projects with the Istanbul Science and Culture Foundation in order to ensure the dissemination of science in the field of national, moral, religious, and historical principles, and to ensure that individuals grow and develop in line with these principles. We wish this to be a great success, not only for the university and foundation, but also for brothers Turkey and Kyrgyzstan. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone on the 12th International Bediuzzaman Symposium and wish the symposium to be successful. Thank you.
Kırgız-Özbek Uluslararası Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor maalesef bu kardeşinin vefatı üzerine katılamayacaklarını üzerine bildirdiler. Bütün katılımcılara selamlarını ilettiler. Bu vesileyle kendisine başsağlığı diliyoruz. Allah gani rahmet eylesin. Kendisinin yerine sağ olsunlar Profesör Doktor Ayda Baltabay ve hanımefendiler konuşmalarını yaptılar. Kendilerine tekrar teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi Hint Okyanusu ortasında 1200 adadan oluşan Maldivler Adaları'na gidiyoruz. Maldivler Genel İşleri Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Ahmet Zahir'i konuşmalarını yapmak üzere davet ediyoruz. We again thank Professor Aida and move on to Maldives, a country that consists of 1,100 islands in the Indian Ocean. Our next honorable speaker is Professor Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Zahir, the President of Religious Affairs of the Maldives. Please. Buyurunuz.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Ve salatu ve selamu ala nebiyyina ve seyyidina Muhammedin il-meb'uthi rahmeten lil alemin. Ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecma'in. Ve men tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yevmiddin. معالي الأستاذ الدكتور علي أرباش رئيس وزارة الشؤون الدينية بتركيا، معالي الأستاذ شيخ نور الحق قادري وزير الشؤون الدينية بجمهورية باكستان، معالي الأستاذ سمير يوجا
Professor Dr. Ali Erbash, the Religious Affairs Office Manager of Turkey, Mr. Said Yüce, the Manager of Istanbul Culture and Science Foundation, dear participants, brothers, I salute you with the salam, with the peace and blessings of Allah. Before beginning my words, I especially thank Mr. Said Yüce in front of all the professors for giving me the chance to speak in such an organization. Those who participate in this organization and the people whose aim is to find solutions to the destructive problems in the modern world and all the harmful activities and looking for the unity for Muslims, as with the example of the Prophet ﷺ, I thank everyone for joining this. Muslims are like a body. If one part is sick, the other parts run to help this part and feel the pain for this of this part of the body. I really appreciate the efforts of Istanbul Science and Culture Foundation in that regard.
Direktörü Sayın Yaroslav Kiçkuk'u kürsüye davet ediyoruz. We present our thanks to Professor Mohammed Ahmed Zahir. Now we move westwards to Ukraine and invite to the chair our next honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Yaroslav Kiçkuk, the rector of Izmail State University, Ukraine.
Шановні колеги, від імені нашої академічної спільноти вітаю всіх та кожного з учасників.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of our academic community, I welcome all participants and guests of the 12th International Bediuzzaman Said Nursi Symposium. I am grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak to such a respected audience. Hopefully, this traditional international symposium will become an authoritative platform for the organization of intercultural cooperation, the foundation of a culture of peaceful coexistence, the dissemination of ideas and tolerance, and the deepening of international trust and mutual understanding. The symbolic topic of our scientific discussion about the role of belief in individual and social life is current in the life of modern society in a globalizing world. Understanding the effects of globalization is impossible without referring to an existential phenomenon like faith. And the importance of faith in the life of modern man is no less than in the lives of our ancestors. Many scientists believe that a person without faith cannot fully live and develop successfully in the modern ecosystem. Famous Muslim theologian and Islamic thinker Said Nursi argued that it is necessary to look at the world and events around us through the lens of belief, to live in accordance with the principles of belief, and that this is the salvation of all humanity. In some human societies, religion has a faith-centered worldview position. Religion paints a special picture of this world and contributes to the understanding of a man's place in it, contributes to the development of culture, transmits it from generation to generation, contributes to the formation of a progressive social organism. Morality has long been the responsibility of religion, and many moral concepts have religious roots. One of the primary tasks of modern human societies and social institutions should be to spread religious harmony, to form a worldview based on true spiritual and moral values. On the other hand, religious institutions should strive to communicate universal values in an accessible way, to strengthen the role of faith, spiritual, moral, and religious education in peaceful coexistence of peoples, to introduce eternal truths of faith, ideas of mercy, abstinence from violence, social justice, and to teach patience, hope, and love. And then, perhaps religions will play a constructive role, and faith will become a factor that makes the world better, ensures social progress, preserves civilization, and protects man and humanity from moral and physical destruction. In the context of our society's transition to sustainable development, cultures need to establish equal and constructive interfaith cooperation. I represent the only state in university in the multicultural and multireligious Bujak region in south of Ukraine. Our unique region is a natural laboratory for the peaceful coexistence and harmonious development of many cultures and nations. I thank you all.
Üniversitesi'nden Sayın Profesör Doktor Mustafa Tuna hocamız bizimle. We present our thanks to Professor Yaroslav Kichkuk and moving to United States. Professor Dr. Mustafa Tuna from Duke University is with us. Hocam hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk. Selamun Aleyküm.
Ve Aleyküm selam ve rahmetullah. Nasılsınız hocam?
Allah'a şükür, teşekkürler. Ben Amerika'yı temsil edeceğim için İngilizce konuşacağım. Türkçe metni göndermiştim. İnşallah onu Türkçe dinleyenler oradan YouTube'dan dinleyebilirler.
Dinleyebiliyorlar hocam. Buyurun, kürsü sizin hocam.
Teşekkürler. Esselamu Aleyküm ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuh. Greetings and peace from the New World. I am honored and humbled by this opportunity to say a few words in a gathering that commemorates Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's life and work. And I commend all organizers and participants for their effort to understand the much relevant thought of this great scholar of Islam. Nursi is one of the rare bridges that we have between Islam's long-standing intellectual and spiritual traditions and the secular world of modernity, where we sometimes find ourselves lost as we endeavor to not lose the guiding light of those traditions. Nursi is a bridge because he has his feet firmly rooted in the Islamic tradition and his hands masterfully grasp the corpus of knowledge that shapes the world as we know it today. Since the 19th century, colonial, militantly secularist, and merely materialist and opportunistic state structures have undermined the institutions that used to preserve Islam among broad populations. Now, at a time when many of those institutions, such as the madrasas and Sufi orders, are completely destroyed or reduced to ghostly images of their former selves, we desperately need new, but still rooted institutions and approaches that continue to preserve the essence of the meanings that those institutions once upheld. This is where we turn to Nursi for guidance and inspiration and find both, perhaps because he had turned to the ultimate source of all true guidance and inspiration in his painstakingly intense exertion to understand the Quran. The Quran is a timeless book. It is timeless because, being the word of the one who created all, including time, it analyzes cosmic reality with absolute wisdom and solves its problems at the most essential fundamental level. Events, characters, balances of power, tastes, preferences, etc. change. They come and they go. But the fundamentals stay as the bedrock that supports cosmic reality. Therefore, the Quran remains relevant and true as all else flows into oblivion in the river of time. And perhaps because Bediuzzaman Said Nursi turned to the Quran with a completely receptive mind, not muddled by the grime of circumstances, he too cuts to the essence of the matters that define our human condition. The human condition, that it seems to me is what we are ultimately trying to understand in this symposium about the role of belief in individual and social life. So reality is beautiful, complete, and perfect. Why do we have so many problems then? Why did that sage poet Saadi say that man is a drop of blood and 100,000 troubles? It is what elevates the human being to the best of the forms that casts him down to the lowest of the low. Unlike all other creatures in the realm, the human being has no set station. Instead, he has a partial volition, juz al-ikhtiyari, which he uses to choose between good and evil, useful and harmful, beautiful and ugly, right and wrong. He has a conscience, wijdan, that points to what is good, useful, beautiful, and right, like a compass. But he also has an evil commanding soul, nafs al-ammara, that urges toward evil. And he has, the man has, human being has, an intellect to sort this all out, to judge the consequences of his actions. Since Adam, peace be upon him, many of his sons and daughters have lost the intellect's compass, thus using it not to judge consequences, but to harness apparent causes in the service of the evil commanding soul, to acquire whatever tempts it on the spur of the moment, no matter what the consequences are. But since that topsy-turvy age of reason, it seems that we, that is humanity, have lost the intellect's compass collectively too. Hence, the world wars, the creation of a global economic system that institutionalizes exploitation like a global Ponzi scheme, the loss of human happiness to human efficiency, nuclear arms, the senseless use of fossil fuels in the name of development, the transformation of living soil into toxic mineral deposits in the world's fields, the severance of man from the soil and all that grows on it, severance of the ties of the womb, annihilation of the family as the foundation of society, consumption and popularity replacing rectitude as the measure of man, and on and on and on. These are tectonic changes in human experience, problems that amount to a sea change, nothing short of a solution that handles the matter at the level of the fundamentals of the human condition, at the level of the fundamentals that define the individual and the society alike, can stem this looming apocalypse. And faith is where we find that solution. Faith, as Nursi describes it, is the light switch that turns the lights on this majestic palace of turns the lights on in this majestic palace of reality, thus enabling the intellect see and judge reality as it is, but importantly, also bringing the lower soul face to face with its own reality and showing to it that true pleasure, pain-free pleasure, that it ever seeks is to be attained only and only in what the compass of uncorrupted conscience points to. At the individual level, only with faith, man can grasp the reality of his long journey to his Lord and therefore escape the fundamental predicament of desiring eternal pleasure at the same time as he faces seeming annihilation. And at the societal level, only with faith, might meets the Almighty, and thus right begins to make might. Therefore, inhibiting the temptations of humanity's collective evil commanding soul running amok to destroy all that matters on this earth and the hereafter. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Professor, thank you very much. Bu arada Bediüzzaman Hazretlerinden bir güzel sözü de aktaralım. İnsan nuru iman ile âlâ-i iliyine çıkar, cennete layık bir kıymet alır. Ve zulmeti küfür ile esfeli safiliğine düşer. Cehenneme ehil olacak bir vaziyete girer. Çünkü iman insanı Sani Zülcelal'ine nispet ediyor. İman bir intisaptır. Öyleyse insan, iman ile insanda tezahür eden sanat-ı ilahiye ve nukuş-u esma-i Rabbaniye itibariyle bir kıymet alır. We present our thanks to Professor Mustafa Tuna, and before moving on to our next speaker, let's lend an ear to Bediüzzaman's words. Through the light of belief, man rises to the highest of the high and acquires a value worthy of paradise. And through the darkness of unbelief, he descends to the lowest of the low and falls to a position fit for hell. For belief connects man to the all-glorious Maker. It is a relation. Thus, man acquires value by virtue of the divine art and inscriptions of the dominical names, which become apparent in him through belief. Kurucuları arasında bulunduğumuz Afrika-Asya Üniversiteler Birliği Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Muhtar Ahmet'i kürsüye davet ediyoruz. Now we invite to the chair our next honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Muhtar Ahmet, the President of the Union of Afro-Asian Universities, of which IFCS is also a founding member. Tafadol.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ya Rasulullah. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, participants, speakers, whoever is attending this symposium. Wonderful initiative. I should congratulate that very rightly at this time they are organizing this Badiul Islam Symposium, inshallah, in Istanbul, Turkey. Beautiful country, beautiful people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm humble and I'm thankful to the organizer of giving me this opportunity that I should be part of this very important symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, so many speakers, they have said, mashallah, very good about the philosophy, about the thoughts, about the dynamics of this topic, which is kind of forming our society and difficulties what we are facing. I will not go in those details, but I will just say a few words from my behalf that at this time, we, the Muslim, we need to proactively come forward and tell people that what are the positive side of our Islamic world. This Islamophobia has created a big problem for all Muslim countries and the people around the world. And we need to come up forward and we have to present our right type of things and the message of our great scholars like Badiul Islam, the Ustad, and similarly like in Pakistan we have Allama Iqbal. His poetry is giving a beautiful message to world that we as a society, how we should live in the world. Basically, as you are aware that this Iman, in Islamic world, not only the Islamic world, but the whole world, we have more than 4,000 religious at the moment, to be specific, 4,300 plus religions in the world. And so we need to understand the dynamics of this social aspect, individualism, and society impact. And we need to think, as they call in management sciences, the empathy, that why other people are behaving this way. If we can understand those things, I think we can bring this society as a beautiful society which it deserves, rather than destructive society which we can see around our world. Ladies and gentlemen, in science also, so the human species is known as Homo sapien, the social animal, basically. The more we are social, the more we are human. The more and less we are social, and we become little more animal. That is why it is very important that we have to think about humanity rather than going in a specific compound and cocoon and think about ourselves. That will make this world more beautiful. I think these type of symposium can play a very important role to create a society where we should respect each other. Our Islam very beautifully give us, our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam give us direction that how we should live in this world. We are bound to even take care of our neighbors. We are bound to look after other religions rather than we should focus on our own religion. Rabbul Alameen is being said as Rabbul Alameen. It is not being said that it is a Rabbul Muslimeen. Similarly, our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has been Rahmatul Alameen. It is not only Rahmatul Muslimeen. So we need to understand these dynamics, and we have to come out of our cocoon and bring our positive thing and show to other people that Muslims are, mashallah, not as they see it. Our message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very clear, that we have to live with harmony with each other. And ladies and gentlemen, this is also the objective of our Union of Afro-Asian Universities, that we are working together with our academia, with our professors, with our universities, with our partners, to create an environment where we should have social, economic uplift of the region of Africa and Asia. And we have to handhold the institution, the countries, and the people who are little weaker, so that we should also bring them at the upper level, and so that they should also enjoy their life. And that is the message of, I think, Bediuzzaman Ustad and other big scholar like him, like Iqbal in Pakistan. So I think this is the wonderful idea of the organizer to create this symposium, to organize this symposium. I wish you all the best of luck and enjoy the beautiful weather and beautiful environment of Istanbul. And I believe the outcome of this symposium will be a very thought-provoking message, direct message to the rest of the world, that if we have to go for the constructive side, destruction has enough done. We cannot afford any more destruction. Let's work like for humanity. Let's work for the betterment of humanity rather than individualism. And that is the message which is given to Muslim from our Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And we are honored to be part of this symposium. And I wish all the best to all of participants, and especially thanks to the organizer. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you.
Üstad Ziyatikum Lafiye. Muhtar Ahmet hocamıza şükranlarımızı sunuyor. Son olarak da Güneydoğu Asya'dan Endonezya'ya uzanıyoruz. Şerif Hidayetullah Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Amine Lubis hanımefendiyi konuşmalarını yapmak üzere davet ediyoruz. We present our thanks to Muhtar Ahmet, Professor Muhtar Ahmet, and finally move to Indonesia. Our next honorable speaker is Professor Dr. Amina Lubis, the rector of Sherif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Indonesia. Tafadal.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah amma ba'd. معالي وزير الشؤون الإسلامية التركية بروفيسور دكتور علي إرباش، سعادة رئيس مؤسسة إسطنبول السيد سعيد يوجل، الأفاضل العلماء والفضليات العالمات، السيدات والسادة المشاركون المحترمون، أسرة
I thank Said Yüce the chairman of Istanbul Science and Culture Foundation, dear Religious Affairs, President of Religious Affairs Ali Erbaş, I salute all of you with your names and with your titles. Praises, thousands of praises be to Allah that Istanbul Science and Cultural Foundation, I praise Allah that He enabled people to organize such an organization, and we are able to commemorate Bediuzzaman Said Nursi and his work Risalet-ün Nur. We wish the repetition and continuation of such programs because it gives us opportunity to understand, to read, and to benefit from the books of Bediuzzaman Said Nursi. Bediuzzaman might have passed away. However, as if he is among us, as if he is living among us through his books, his works, and he is still providing solutions for our problems. The topic of this symposium, Iman in individual and communal and in social life, the topic is a very crucial topic, and Bediuzzaman gave a lot of importance to such a topic all his life. He devoted all his life to this topic, and he proved how faith is the essence of the happy social life and individual life. In many of his treatises, risales, that Bediuzzaman told that Iman is very important starting from childhood until the end of someone's life, because Iman gives hope to children about future. And if there were no Iman, no faith, mothers would struggle a lot, especially because of some economic problems, other problems. The faith gives you a certain hope and beauty in our life. When we come to youth, the youth feel free to do whatever they like. They feel like nobody can forbid their actions and limit them. However, Iman limits them by telling them that there is akhirah, there is a hereafter and a punishment in the other world, and limits their behaviors. Also in the family life, when we have Iman, when we have faith, we follow the advice of the Prophet ﷺ, which says Muslims are brothers of each other, they do not oppress one another. Another hadith, he says, you have to love what you love for yourself, for your brother. And if you don't do this, you cannot be real Muslims. Iman, the faith, turns people's relationships into an eternal one that is based on eternal relationships. I want to quote Abdul Qadir Jelali. We are in such a level in the belief in Allah and knowledge of Allah. Even if all the kings knew this level in us, they would wage war on us to get this from us and to come to that level. And Bediuzzaman emphasized that the taste in Iman is better than anything and is worth anything. That's why I expect a lot of great results. I hope we will get out a lot of amazing results from this symposium, and I hope this brings effect and influence on individuals and societies. I wish you the best. I wish you health Selamun Aleyküm. Peace be upon you.
Şükran cezilen Profesör. Endonezya'dan Profesör Doktor Amina Lubis hanımefendiye ve tüm konuşmacılarımıza tekrar teşekkür ediyoruz. We thank Amina Lubis hanımefendi and all speakers one more time. Bu güzel konuşmaların ardından sözü cehdü cefa ile geçen mübarek ömrünü estağfirullah, Allahu nurus semavati vel ard, Allah göklerin ve yerin nurudur ayeti kerimesinin nurlu tefsirine ve imanın en büyük hakikat olduğunu tüm aleme en güzel surette ispata adayan Risale-i Nur müellifi üstadımıza bırakalım. İman hem nurdur hem kuvvettir. Evet, hakiki imanı elde eden adam kainata meydan okuyabilir ve imanın kuvvetine göre hadisatın tazyikatından kurtulabilir. Tevekkeltü alallah der ve sefine-i hayatta kemali emniyetle hadisatın dağlar vari dalgaları içinde seyran eder. Bütün ağırlıklarını Kadir-i Mutlak'ın 7 kudretine emanet eder, rahatla dünyadan geçer, berzahta istirahat eder. Sonra saadet-i ebediye girmek için cennete uçabilir. Allah Teala cümlemizi en âli iman dereceleriyle nurlandırıp kuvvetlendirsin. After all these beautiful speeches, let us leave the last word to the author of Risale-i Nur, Bediuzzaman, who lived a blessed life of struggle and hardships, dedicated to the explanation of this illuminant verse of Quran. Estağfirullah. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth, and proving to all humanity in the most beautiful way that faith is the most fundamental truth of existence. Belief is both light and strength. Yes, one who acquires true belief may challenge the whole universe and be saved from the pressures of events in accordance with the strength of his belief. Saying, I place my trust in God, he travels through the mountainous waves of events in the ship of life in complete safety. He entrusts all his burdens to the hand of power of the absolutely powerful one, voyages through the world in ease, then takes his rest in the intermediate realm. Later he may fly up to the paradise in order to enter eternal happiness. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you the highest ranks of faith and bless you with the light and strength of iman. Sempozyum oturumlarımız bugün saat 2'de İngilizce ve Arapça eş zamanlı olarak bu kanaldan canlı yayınla devam edecektir. Yarın 4 Ekim Pazartesi sabah oturumunda saat 10'da İngilizce, Arapça eş zamanlı sunumlar yapılacak. Öğleden sonra ise 2'de Türkçe, Arapça ve Rusça, Ukraynaca dillerinde eş zamanlı oturumlar ile yine vakfımızın YouTube kanalından bizleri canlı olarak takip edebilirsiniz. Ayrıca sempozyum kapanış oturumunda yarın pazartesi saat 8'de 21. yüzyılda imanı yaşamak Mehmet Fırıncı AB örneği konulu açık oturum yapılacaktır. Vakfımızın mütevelli heyet başkanı Sayit Yüce ağabeyin moderatörlüğünde yapılacak programa Profesör Doktor Nevzat Tarhan, Profesör Doktor Alparslan Açıkgenç, Profesör Doktor Faris Kaya, Profesör Doktor İshak Özgel, Muhsin Demirel, Safa Mürsel, Ahmet Tanyel, Hamdi Yüce beyefendiler konuşmacı olarak katılacaklardır. Our symposium sessions will start at 2 p.m. and will be broadcasted live from this channel as simultaneous tracks for Arabic and English. Tomorrow, which is 4th of October, Monday, the morning session will start at 10 a.m. as English and Arabic simultaneous sessions. At 2 p.m. in the afternoon, the simultaneous sessions in Turkish, Arabic and Russian, Ukrainian languages can be watched live from our YouTube channel. As mentioned earlier, closing session on Monday at 8 p.m. will be a panel discussion themed Living Faith in the 21st Century, the example of Mehmet Fırıncı ağabey. The president of the IFCS, Sayit Yüce beyefendi, will be the moderator of the session, and Professor Nevzat Tarhan, Professor Alparslan Açıkgenç, Professor Faris Kaya, Professor İshak Özgel, Muhsin Demirel, Safa Mürsel, Ahmet Tanyel, and Hamdi Yüce will be the speakers. Açılış konuşmamız burada sona ermiştir. Saat 2'de oturumlarda görüşmek niyazıyla. Our inaugural session has ended. We wish to see you all at 2 p.m. in our sessions. Esselamu aleyküm ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu.
Sila from Jakarta, Indonesia. And the professor will be talking today on belief and happiness in both worlds, achieving happiness, both worlds, as perceived by Bediuzzaman Said Nursi and Shigeo Haruyama. That means a comparative study. We'll listen to him now. Professor, please welcome and present your paper.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Faslan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, and may His blessings and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad and upon all his family and companions. I'm humble and I really appreciate this opportunity for me to present a paper entitled Belief and Happiness in Both Worlds, Achieving Happiness in Both Worlds, as perceived by Bediuzzaman, Said Nursi, and Shigeo Haruyama. The outline of my presentation consists of what is happiness, Nursi's reminder, how to gain happiness according to Nursi, how to gain happiness according to science or Shigeo Haruyama, where is it the meeting point between Nursi's and Haruyama's, and the last one is conclusion. Let me start from outline number one. What is happiness? According to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, happiness is a state of well-being and contentment. It's a kind of joy, and there are a lot of similarities, including heaven, paradise, seventh heaven. The general definition of happiness is that it is the experience of joy, contentment, or positive well-being, combined with a sense that one's life is good, meaningful, and worthwhile. The definition is actually covers both the worldly life and the hereafter. Now, let's go to the second outline. The second outline is Nursi's reminder, which I found in the use. The world is mortal, life is very short, while our obligations are many. Eternal life is determined here in the world, where there is no master, and the entertainer is God, most gracious and most wise, who does not waste the recompense of evil and good, and does not burden people above their capabilities. Number three is, then the straight path is different from the path that contain pain. Friends and worldly degrees only accompany us until the door of the grave. If so, then the happiest people are those who do not forget the hereafter because of this world. Those who do not sacrifice the hereafter for the sake of the world. Those who do not destroy his eternal life for the sake of his earthly life. Number seven is those who do not spend his life on something useless. And the last one is that those who, as guests, comply with the rules of the host, that is God or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that he may open the door of the tomb safely and enter the land of happiness safely. The mortal life, which is life is not eternal in the world, but it is very short, which is based on Quran Surah Al-Ghafir verse 39. O my people, the life of this world is only a temporary enjoyment, and surely the hereafter is the place to settle forever. So, as a matter of fact, according to science, people is designed to live for about 125 years. Although the average of human life in this world is 73.2 years of both sexes. So 75.6 years for female and 74 4.8 years for male. Second one is there are many responsibilities in life. In life, humans are caliphs on earth, carry out the mandate or task assigned by Allah to be fulfilled as well as possible. This one is emphasized in Al-Ahzab, number 72, verse 72. Surely we did offer the trust or the spirit to the heaven and the earth and the mountains, but shrank from bearing it and feared from it, and human undertook it. Surely the soul is very tyrant, very ignorant. Number 3 is eternal life in the afterlife is determined in this world. So we have to prepare supplies because the world is very short. And that's why we have to do good deeds. This one is cited in Quran, Surah Al-Hasr, verse 18. O who you believe, who wish to reach Allah before death, become the owners of piety towards Allah, and so forth. Number 4 is that in the world, there is no master. There are servants. The master is the only God. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And I have created the jinn and the mankind that they should become servant to me, as Zariyat, verse 56. Number 5 of the reminder of Nursi is that the ultimate entertainer is God, who is more gracious and wise, who gives reward to the pious. Allah is the giver of rewards for all good deeds and punishment for bad deeds. وَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ خَيْرًا يَرَهُ وَمَنْ يَعْمَلْ مِثْقَالَ ذَرَّةٍ شَرًّا يَرَهُ. This one is Al-Zalzalah, verse 7 until 8. Number 6, Allah does not burden us above human capacity. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. Allah does not burden the soul, but to the extent of their ability. Number 7 is strength and worldly degrees only accompany you to the grave, not in the grave. This one is Quran Surah Al-Mu'minun, number 10. The next one is that how to gain happiness according to Bediuzzaman Nursi. The first one is that not destroying the afterlife for the sake of this world. It means that please don't forget the hereafter because you are complacent by the world. And this one is strengthened by Quran Surah Al-An'am, verse 32. The life of this world is nothing but a play and amusement. Certainly, the abode of the hereafter is better for those who have piety. Do you still not use your minds? And then the second one is Surah Al-Qasas, verse 60. And whatever thing you have been given are only a provision or materials of the life of the world, and it's only ornament. And whatever is in Allah's presence is better and more lasting. Do you not then use your mind? The second one is that not spending our life on something useless. Wal asri innal insana lafi husr illa alladhina amanu wa amilus salihat wa tawasaw bil haqqi wa tawasaw bis sabr. I know that the cause of this ayah of this surah is that many Arab people at that time used their time for talking only in Asar, and surely they lost their time not to do good deeds. And then there is also a saying of Muhammad, among the signs of the goodness of a person's Islam is he abandons things that are not useful. Number 3 is obeying the rules of Allah. Here, which road is good? He told them, one of the road to the right one is compelled to comply with the law and order, but within that hardship is security and happiness. So complying with Allah's rules according to the Holy Quran and the saying of Muhammad is also very important for us in order to gain happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to how to gain happiness according to scientific findings of Shigeo Haruyama. This one is important to be aware of, that our brain consists of two compounds, two chemicals. The first one is happy brain chemicals, which consists of dopamine, serotonin, endorphin, and oxytocin, which can boost happiness. While the second one is called unhappy brain chemicals, called noradrenaline, which is a toxic compound among natural poisons from snake, for example, snake venom. Noradrenaline or unhappy brain chemicals rank the second from snake venom. So this one is important to be aware of according to the scientific findings of Shigeo Haruyama. And in endorphin, there are four elements, or there are four subpoints: alpha endorphin, beta endorphin, gamma endorphin, sigma endorphin. And the most powerful one is called beta endorphin, which has the functions of having extraordinary pharmaceutical working power, helps slow down aging. So if you want to live longer and stay young, you have to be aware of this endorphin. Strengthens self-healing, affects the brain and the rest of our body. Of course, it boosts happiness. The second one, which is dangerous, is called noradrenaline. It is a toxic compound released by the brain, and it is released when we reject. There is an attitude of rejecting our condition. We don't accept ourselves as what we are. We are stressful because of the situation. We get depressed, we are sad, and we are angry, and then negative thinking. And if this one is released by our brain, it causes degenerative diseases like hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. And if this occurs in our body, if we suffer from these degenerative diseases, then we'll get sick, of course, unproductive and short-lived. Ladies and gentlemen, how to release the happiness hormones or compounds and prevent the release of unhappiness hormone or compound in order to achieve happiness. According to Shigeo Haruyama and my synthesis to the Holy Quran and the sayings of Muhammad, there are 5 dimensions that we have to activate and we have to take care of. The first one is our physical body. Second one is our mind. The third is heart. Number 4 is our soul. And number 5 is our social relationship, social life. Now, how to take care of our physical body? According to Shigeo Haruyama and scientific finding is that we have to consume, we have to eat halal nutritious food. Kulu mimma razaqakumullahu halalan tayyiban. The problem is that many of us does not realize about the good food or nutritious food, only halal food that we always describe. Number 2 is that strengthen our muscles. That is walking about 5,000 steps a day. And number 3 is that having proper and enough sleep. That is about 6 to 8 hours a day. That is according to Haruyama. And if we go to the Holy Quran, this one is already cited in the Holy Quran. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Ya ayuhan nas, kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban. ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين. Al-Baqarah, verse 168. And then there are other surah, Ya ayuhan nas kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban wa la tattabi'u khutuwati syaitan innahu lakum aduwwum mubin. How to eat healthily according to the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad. According to the Prophet Muhammad or hadith, the source of all medicine is to take care of the food. 1/3 for food when we eat, 1/3 for drink, and 1/3 for air. Although many of us, like me, sometimes eat very full. And then number B is that exercise. Now, exercise, according to Shigeo Haruyama in his book, The Miracle of Endorphin, we have to walk, to take steps about 5,000 steps a day. Having enough rest. Having enough rest, according to the scientific findings, is about 6 to 8 hours a day, especially in the evening. And this actually has been pointed out in the Holy Quran. وَمِنْ رَحْمَتِهِ جَعَلَ لَكُمُ اللَّيْلَ وَالنَّهَارَ لِتَسْكُنُوا فِيهِ وَلِتَبْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِهِ وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ. It is out of His mercy that He has made for you night and day, that therein you may rest therein, i.e. during the night, and that you may seek His bounty, i.e. during the day, and in order that you may be grateful. In addition, it is also advised to have a rest at night, which is cited in Surah Al-Ghafir, verse 61. And there are a lot of other Surah, Al-An'am, verse 60, Al-An'am, verse 96, Al-Furqan, verse 47, Al-Rum, verse 23, Al-Nabal, verse 86, Al-Mu'min, verse 61, and Yunus, verse 67. When is the best time to go to bed? I am thinking of this, why Isha comes earlier or occurs earlier. That is approximately 1 hour and quarter after Maghrib. Probably because we have to go to bed earlier in order to have enough sleep. That is about 6 to 8 hours a day or at night. So I think it is good for us to go to bed at 8 at night. Now, number 2 is that having positive thinking. This is a kind of mental attitude. Positive thinking, it is an optimistic attitude, is the practice of focusing on the good in any given situation. Positive thinking, of course, boosts endorphin, which is mentioned 66 times in the Holy Quran in order to think positively. One of them is Al-Baqarah, verse 66. So we made this punishment an example to their own and to succeeding generation, and a lesson to those who are in Al-Muttaqun. So positive thinking is that the ability to draw a lesson from a disaster or something negative, like COVID-19, or coronavirus. Negative thinking like feeling failure, stress, anger, is already cited in the Holy Quran. For example, in Al-Baqarah, verse 134, الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ فِي السَّرَّاءِ وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظَ وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظَ وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ. That is not to be angry, because when we are angry, then compounds or chemicals of noradrenaline will be released for our brain. And this one will weaken our immunity and will suffer from corona disease, for example. And this one is easier to suffer from disease when we are getting stress and depression, which is not really which has been already mentioned in the Holy Quran many times. And also the saying of Muhammad, La tagdab, faradda miraran, la tagdab. And then number 3 is that about our heart. Our heart is related to feelings. That is, Al-Quran told us to have peaceful heart, because only those who have peaceful heart will be invited to the paradise, according to Al-Fajr, verse 27 until 30. Ya ayyatuhan nafsul mutmainnah irji'i ila rabbiki radiyatan mardiyah fadkhuli fi ibadi wadkhuli jannati. So we have to forgive, sincere, patient, grateful, steadfast, humble, empathetic, and modest. Number 4 is our soul. And this is the meeting point of Nursi's perception about happiness. That a soul is the human-creator relationship, human and Allah relationship. That is, we have to believe in Allah, that Allah is everything. We have to be online with Allah every time in our life. We have to pray 5 times a day at least. And then tawakkal, that is representing our wish, our niyat, our intention to Allah. And then pray 5 times a day, a prayer. So pray to God. And then repentance. And then the last one is social relationship, that is human relations with fellow humans and other creatures. This one has been cited in Surah Al-Anbiya, verse 107. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ لِأُتَمِّمَ مَكَارِمَ الْأَخْلَاقِ. So we have to relate with fellow humans and other creatures with noble morals, that is good deed. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ. And then conclusion. Indeed, for Nursi, eternal life is the afterlife, which is very everything in our life. There is other way to lead the happiest life, except that to prepare ourselves in the form of provision of faith, piety, and good deeds. Nursi emphasizes, if you want to understand what great happiness and bounty, what great pleasure and ease are to be found in belief in God. This one has been written by Nursi in the words, page 27. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Nursi emphasized happiness, not in this world, but happiness in the hereafter. To achieve true happiness, Nursi reminded us not to forget that there is an eternal life, namely the afterlife. In order to achieve the eternal happiness of life, namely obtaining his heaven, we must prepare ourselves in the world, namely to gather as much as righteous deeds as possible on faith and piety. Humans must believe that by complying with the rules of Allah and his messenger, they will surely get a double reward, and the reward is happiness, namely heaven, as an eternal place for people who are pious. And the hereafter, where paradise exists, is better for you than the first life. The true happiness is not having material possessions such as abundance of wealth, rank, and position, but it is a spiritual life that is having reassured soul, the true belief in the God as stated in the Holy Quran. To the righteous, it will be said, O reassured soul, return to your Lord, well pleased and pleasing to him, and enter among righteous servants and enter my paradise. Indeed, great happiness, bounty, great pleasure, and ease are found in belief in God. For Haruyama, or science, Haruyama emphasizes that happiness can be obtained through excellent health. With excellent health, humans can become more productive, do good deeds, contributing to shared prosperity. With good health, human can maximize the age that has been designed by Allah, the Creator, which is about Well, the most is about 125 years, although our average age is about 70s. With excellent health, humans can be happier and can do much. To obtain excellent health, humans need to be aware of and to release the significant endowment that exists within the brain of the human body, endorphin compounds, and prevent the release of poisonous compound, noradrenaline. Indeed, the key to be happy, according to science or Hari Rama, is to have healthy body. The meeting point is that the key to be happy in the world and the hereafter is to comply with the rules of Allah, the rules of God, that is to become pious. And Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Let's create happiness or heaven or Jannah in the world and in the hereafter by complying with the rules of God as stated in the Holy Quran and the Sunnah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Hadi. This was a very good presentation on how to combine the spiritual with the physical. And that is actually the rule of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for us to reach happiness in both worlds. So now we would like to continue because we don't have much time. 15 minutes, please try to be strict with the timing. Our second speaker is, I am going according to the order given to me in the schedule. He is from Usmanu Danfodio University, Sokoto, Nigeria. He is PhD candidate in Islamic Studies, and I know him that he is a good scholar, inshallah, to become a Nursi expert. His paper title is Belief as a Means of Acquiring the True Meaning of Life According to Nursi's Perspective. Please go ahead.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى وعلى خير النبي اصطفى سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise be to Allah, Master of the world. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his companions, and all those who followed their footsteps to the end of time. I'm sorry that I'm presenting from my hard copy. I did not prepare my PowerPoint presentation. As heard earlier from the chairman, my topic of discussion or the topic of my paper is Belief as a Means of Acquiring the True Meaning of Life in the Light of Nursi's perspective, with special focus on 23rd word. Bediuzzaman Said Nursi was a renowned Muslim scholar and a mujaddid who contributed towards the understanding of the Creator through different Islamic sciences. One of these important aspects of religion is on the benefits of belief, as clearly provided in the 23rd word. This article is an attempt to provide an integrated framework on the benefit of belief in the light of the 23rd word. In this regard, definition of belief is provided on the concept of belief. Similarly, to have better understanding of the subject matter, a set of comparison was drawn also between belief and unbelief. A set of comparison between belief and unbelief, as illustrated by Nursi, is clearly drawn. Discussions on the benefit of belief is also provided in the paper. Now, the concept of belief. To understand this paper better, we define what belief is. In summary, belief is to show acquiescence and acceptance to the divine law of Allah Almighty Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and all that the Prophet, the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought, and to accept it and believe in it wholeheartedly. Now, Nursi defined this word Iman. Nursi defined belief as a relation which connects man to the all-glorious Maker, which makes him acquire value by virtue of the divine acts and inscriptions of the dominical names which become apparent in him. In one of the traditions of the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Angel Jibril alayhi salam asked the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam about the meaning of Iman. He asked him, "Akhbirni anil Iman." وقال رسول عليه الصلاة والسلام الإيمان أن تؤمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله واليوم الآخر وتؤمن بالقدر خيره وشره. That Iman is to believe in Allah and His angels and His books and His messengers, and in the last day, and in faith, that is Qadr, both in its good and the evil aspect of it. Now, coming to the discussions on the benefits of belief. This is an analysis of the Nursi's perspective of belief and its benefit in the light of the 23rd word. Nursi made a comprehensive highlight on the benefits of belief in comparison with the negative aspect of it. Nursi adopted a kind of methodology of comparison between belief and unbelief. According to Nursi, the benefits of belief are said to be in thousands, but however, he pinpoints only to 5 out of them in the 23rd word. These, in summary, provided as follows. The benefits of belief, according to Nursi, in comparison with the unbelief. The first one is attaining paradise. In the 23rd word, Nursi explained that belief raises the dignity and prestige of man to a greater height, which consequently leads to paradise. According to Nursi, through the light of belief, man rises to the highest of the high and acquires a value worthy of paradise. And through the darkness of unbelief, he descends to the lowest of the low and falls to a position fit for hell. Now, from the above quote, Nursi pointed to one of the benefits of belief, which means man can only acquire a higher position that can take him to paradise by having a sincere belief in Allah through obedience to His commandment and abstaining from His prohibition. Nursi compared belief and unbelief by a similitude of light and darkness. When belief is compared to light, unbelief is like a darkness, the effect of which takes one to the hellfire. Now, Nursi gives a similitude of belief and unbelief, like that of man's acts and the value of the materials used. The man is such an antique work of Allah, who is most subtle and grateful and graceful miracle of His power. Man was created to manifest His names and their inscriptions on earth. Through the light of belief, man will be able to read them consciously. Belief connects man to his maker and makes apparent all the works of art in him. On the reverse case, Nursi maintained that if unbelief destroys such relationship, then all those meaningful inscriptions of the divine names are plunged into darkness and become illegible. So from this discussion, it is clear that one of the benefits of belief is that man acquires value through belief by manifesting the divine names of Allah in his entire conduct. Now, the second benefit is that belief illuminates both man and the universe and delivers the past and the future from darkness. In support of this, Nursi quoted the following verse of the glorious Quran, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Allahu waliyul lazina amanu yukhrijuhum minaz zulumati ila nur. والذين كفروا أولياءهم الطاغوت يخرجونهم من النور إلى الظلمات أولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. Nursi illustrated this instance by way of comparison in a in a vision he saw, Nursi imagined in a vision this comparison between belief and unbelief in order to show the advantage of belief and its significance. Nursi saw a bridge in a vision between two high mountains with all the terrifying creatures at both his left and right. Nursi described the bridge as the road of life, while the two mountains at the beginning and end of life, which are this world and the intermediate realm. The right side represents the past, while the left side the future. Nursi also imagined a small torch he used in the vision, which does not provide the desired light as the human ego. That is the torch Nursi described as a human ego, which is egotistical, relies on what it only knows, and does not heed the heavenly revelation. These things are imagined to be monsters, where the events and the creatures of the world. Now, from the foregoing, Nursi made it clear the difference between belief and unbelief. The imagined situation above was described as the state of unbelief in which man relies only on his ego, falls into darkness of heedlessness, and is afflicted with the darkness of misgiving. Nursi quoted this ayah, and those who reject faith, وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاؤُهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ يُخْرِجُونَهُم مِّنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. In the second state of his vision, Nursi realized that the bridge was just a highway. The vast grave was a beautiful, verdant gardens and the gatherings. In all, this we are trying to show in summary from the foregoing explanation. Nursi shows that belief makes man understand his creator and act according to his commandments. This will further make him see everything with the help of divine light and guidance in all his endeavors, and this is indeed a great benefit. Now, the third benefit, according to Nursi, is that belief is both light and strength. According to Nursi, one of the benefits of belief is placing the trust in Allah completely, and as a result makes one to travel through the mountainous wave of events in the ship of life in complete safety. He entrusts all his burdens to the hand of the absolutely powerful one. According to Nursi, belief makes one put his trust in Allah and live a life of ease and comfort in this world and the next world. Finally attains a happier life in the paradise. Now, Nursi gave a similitude of two men who loaded, that is to show the difference between belief and unbelief. In regard to this benefit, Nursi described two men, or gave a similitude of two men who loaded heavy burdens onto both their backs and head, and buying ticket boarded a ship. One of them left his load on the back and sitting on it guarded it. The other, stupid and arrogant, refused to do that, fearing that his load might get lost. Now, when the other person was advised, who refused to put down his load, he later realized how simple and comfortable it is to leave his load on the deck as the first man did. This cited story by Nursi in comparison illustrated a clear difference between the one who put his trust in Allah and the one who does not. This shows the benefit of belief, which is derived as a result of having complete trust in Allah. Placing trust in Allah is further the resultant effect of belief. Now, the first benefit, belief, according to Nursi, makes man a true man. Belief makes man a true man, but unbelief makes man into an extremely important beast. According to Nursi, humanity becomes humanity through belief. This is one of the differences between man and animal. Man needs to learn everything when he comes to this world. He is ignorant and needs to go on learning till the end of his life. Man's innate duty is to be perfected through learning and to proclaim his worship of God. So in that this nature and ability, everything is tied to knowledge. Those the foundation. source, light, and spirit of all true knowledge is the knowledge of God and its essence. And the basis of this is belief in Allah. According to Nursi, after the belief in Allah, the fundamental innate duty of man is supplication due to his endless needs and boundless poverty, boundless importance, endless tribulations, and innumerable enemies. It can be inferred from the above highlight by Nursi that man needs to seek for the knowledge of God, which is the basis for belief in him. By having the light of belief in Allah, one is made to understand his position and relation to his creator. Man further understands his weakness in all respects and requires constant supplication to deliver him from the bondage of difficulties and tribulations. Now, the last benefit, as outlined by Nursi, is that belief necessitates supplication as a means of securing needs. Nursi quoted the following verse of the glorious Quran to support his point, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قُلْ مَا يَعْبَأُ بِكُمْ رَبِّي لَوْلَا دُعَاؤُكُمْ فَقَدْ كَذَّبْتُمْ فَسَوْفَ يَكُونُ لِزَامًا. Say, my sustainer will not concern himself with you, but for your supplication. In other words, why Lord pays attention to you only because of your invocation to him. Now, in another verse, Allah says, وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمْ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ. Call upon me and I will respond to you. In this regard, Nursi shows that one of the benefits of belief is that it makes one to realize how necessary it is to supplicate to Allah due to man's weakness and impotence. The value and the strength of man depends on his constant supplication. Now, Nursi, according to Nursi, every supplication is answered, but it is being accepted, and what was sought being given is dependent on Almighty Allah's wisdom. Allah does in accordance with the requirement of dominical wisdom. He gives either what is sought or what is better than it, or he gives nothing at all. Supplication is a form of worship, and recognition of servitude to God Almighty Allah. Nursi identified 4 types of supplications. The first 3, according to him, belongs to other beings like animals and plants. Well, the 4th type, according to Nursi, is our supplication, which is further subdivided into 2. The first is active and by disposition. Well, the second is the verbal and with heart. For example, having recourse to actions, having recourse to causes is an active prayer. Well, the second is to seek certain wishes which the hand cannot reach. Now, from the foregoing discussions, one comes to understand that Nursi mentioned supplication as a necessary tool and weapon for those who believe. Belief makes one to supplicate in order to seek divine help from the one who commands believers to supplicate to him and ask for his divine assistance. Now, due to the limit of time, I will conclude here. In conclusion, the value and the benefits of belief as provided by Nursi are of utmost importance. In the 23rd word, Nursi highlighted on 5 major benefits of belief. It is understood from the discussion that belief is a means of flying to a higher abode in paradise, apart from the life of happiness in the contemporary world. This indeed is the first and highest benefit of belief. Nursi mentioned, as discussed, the second benefit of belief as the light of guidance through which man acquires excellent traits and a happy life in God's world. The third benefit as provided by Nursi is that it makes one to have full trust in Allah, which makes him live in peace, safety, and finally attains everlasting life of happiness in the next world. The fourth benefit outlined by Nursi is what makes man a true man, and that is the knowledge of God, which is the essence and the basis for the belief in Allah. The last benefit provided by Nursi in the 23rd word is that it makes one keep a constant remembrance of Allah through supplication to God, which guarantees the securing of his needs, knowing fully his weakness and impotence. Actually, this is what I have in the paper. The little I can present with my little knowledge, inshallah. I'm very grateful for giving me the opportunity to present this paper at this great occasion. May Allah make it a successful one. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And thank you very much for listening.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much for this paper. This is actually the essence of the whole Risale-i-Nur collection. The main theme is the belief. So that was a good summary. Inshallah, you can develop it further because, you know, there are so many things still, you know, to be discussed, but we don't have time. In the time limits, that is a very good presentation. And then according to the list, again, on the schedule, we have Sister Neti Yuanda from University of Darussalam, Gontor, from the University of my good friend, Dr. Hamid Zarkeshi is now director of the university. Give salams from me, please. And Sister Neti is doing her PhD at the moment, a candidate for doctoral, inshallah. She's going to be a good Nursi scholar also. For today, she's going to present this paper on an important topic again. And this topic is very well known, you know, very specific to Ustaz Nursi. The concept of ana in Arabic. Usually they translate this as ego, but it is better to choose another translation, which is now used, the human I. They is using this, you know, and because the term ego is reminding some other things. And our sister today will present the concept of ana according to Said Nursi, as a response to narcissism. Please, the floor is yours. Turn on your microphone, please. And when your time approaches to the end, I will raise my hand so you can see it. I don't want to interrupt you by voice, so please pay attention to that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll begin to share screen first. Tim loading. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Neti Yuanda. I'm a postgraduate student in University of Darussalam Gontor, Indonesia. And today I'm going to present my research about the concept of the human eye, or ana in Arabic, according to Said Nursi, as a response to the narcissism. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah lana sudurana wa yassir lana umurana wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The psychological crisis is one of the severe problems threatening the future of mankind, one of which is narcissism. So, the American psychologist, the name is Jane M. Twain, in a book entitled The Narcissism Epidemic, he said that technology, and especially social media with all its features, increase the possibility of narcissism. So, the atheistic thinking and material culture based on a self-love soul, wrong understanding of self-concept, so and the absence of spiritual values is considered to have legitimized the emergence of narcissism. So, modern people nowadays with no Tawhidi lifestyle are competing to actualize themselves to be heard and admired, but ignoring their connection with their creator or Allah. People just caught what is in them as a result of their achievement. So, therefore, a discussion of the concept of ana is very needed. So, in psychological discourse, the concept of ana in Said Nursi's thought was relevant to solve narcissism. So, in this research, I'm trying to adopt a new approach to self-understanding by examining the concept of the human I, or ana, in Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's psychological thinking, to give a sustainable solution to the contemporary psychological problem of narcissism. Okay, so I'm going to explain you about the narcissism. In the late 18th century, the word narcissism began to define in psychological terms. So, narcissism is a form of individual desire to show that he is a perfect, intelligent, and important person compared to others, in order to get attention and adoration from him. So, narcissism in psychology is often associated with a personality disorder. Individuals who have narcissistic personality disorder, or we call NPD, tend to have the following characteristic: overestimating themselves, want to be admired, selfish, low level of empathy, so displaying arrogance and a sense of a personal superiority, intolerance of criticism, have tendencies to belittle others to validate their superiority. Okay, so now I'm going to explain about the human I, or ana, the concept of ana. Basically, Said Nursi didn't specifically define the meaning of ana. So, however, through his explanation, it can be understood that the human I is the accumulation of potential that exists in the human soul. It is interpreted as the concept of self within oneself, with the self as the substance. So the human I component includes the entire human being, subtle device, and feelings. It consists of various power. The first is al-quwa al-ghadabiyah, so the second is al-quwa al-hayawaniyah, and the third is al-quwa al-aqliyah. So,
excuse me, we cannot see your slide, please.
Oh,
I cannot see your slide.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot see it either. Can you start screen sharing again?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll begin this starting.
Not yet.
Not yet.
This just they started screen sharing.
Okay. Can you see that? No.
No, not yet.
Kok nggak bisa ya?
Bisa. Jadi itu mau jadi kelompokmu siapa coba yang biar share.
How? What should I do? Can you see that? No, haven't.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh my God. So what should I do? Oh, sorry.
Maybe Mr. Al-Spaslan just stop sharing it so that we can see your body properly. Okay.
Sorry. Can you see that, Evan?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh.
Not yet.
Okay.
Can you enter?
After you start screen share,
sorry, Prof?
you should double click the PowerPoint.
Oh, I have to. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum hujam. Niti, maybe I can help. Maybe Niti need to open first the slide, and then after that click share screen from that, and then click on the slide.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So first open the slide. First open the slide before share screen.
Yeah.
Open the slide in your laptop.
Find the slide normal, and then after that click share screen, and then click on the PowerPoint that Neti has, and then after that share. Yeah.
Open the slide first. Open the slide first
Okay,
in your laptop. You have already opened the slide.
Yes, I already
Okay.
opened the slide. So.
And then click share screen, please. And can you see your slide over there? When you click the share screen, the green one, can you see your slide?
Yeah.
Okay, if you already see your slide, then click the slide.
Double click.
Can you see that?
Now double click the slides.
Okay.
Wait, maybe also Neti, can you share the document in the document to the chat? I can help to open the PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can find another way for that, inshallah.
Send it to the chat.
Yeah, please share your PowerPoint to the chat, and then I will open on behalf of you, Neti.
Okay.
But unfortunately, they closed it because of the YouTube. When you put anything in the chat, it goes to YouTube also.
I see.
Yeah, share it with the WhatsApp group. Then we can open it up from there.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Yes, I have.
Did you share? Did you share?
Yes. Yeah. I have searched in WhatsApp group.
Okay, let me try to open this.
Okay. Yeah.
Everybody can see it now?
Yes, Hujam. Yes, Hujam.
Okay, good. Let's continue in that case.
Yeah. Sorry, Prof. I have continue or I begin from the first?
Yes, continue from slide you like? Which slide was it? I can start that one. Slide number 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, please continue now.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The human eye has an important role in life. So in this universe, although the doors of all entities are open in outward appearance, they are actually closed. And Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala entrusts the key to human as a mandate in the form of the human eye, in which several signs are implied as an indication of the various great qualities of Rububiyyah and its sacred condition. In other words, the human eye is the benchmark for understanding the characteristic of the Rububiyyah and divine affairs. Yeah, the human eye is also a locked mystery when it is closed by recognizing its essence and understanding the secret of its creature, then the entity is opened. So the nature of the human eye is limited. Only some of the attributes of God that exist within human beings, the attribute that reflect the nature of God, humans also cannot own themselves. Ownership in only Rububiyyah Juz'iyah from absolute ownership of God. So human beings are required to imitate the attribute of Allah, or we call at-takhulluq bi akhlaqillah. In the concept of the human eye, Said Nursi show a close relation between human as a creature and Allah as Khaliq without eliminating human free will. For example, the relationship between human and God by not eliminating the role of the free will based on all beings. That is why with the human eye he has, one has a potential to be like a Zakum tree or the Tuba tree. Okay, next, I'm going to explain about Ismi and Harfi paradigms. Said Nursi has a characteristic in each of his concepts. Said Nursi always described it through two conflicting paradigms, the Ismi and Harfi paradigms. So the first Harfi's paradigm that initiated views of prophetic genealogies and religion. And the second, the Ismic paradigm, which gave birth to view from philosophical and wisdom lineage. Thus, the contradiction greatly affect the theory of human behavior. So, the human eye as a potential is always present in one's self. Its effect will depend on how humans operate it. It will be good if controlled or understood through a Harfi paradigm. And the other hand, it will affect badly if it is understood through the Ismi paradigm. So, in the relationship to servitude and belief in Allah, the two are at odds. So the essence of prophethood is where sincere devotion or ubudiyah grows toward God. That he can only recognize himself as a servant of God who must obey his Lord. He understands what the substance of the human eye is Harfi. That is, it is denied a meaning beyond that. The form is only limited to jewelry, because in the truth, it can exist and stand because of others. The ownership should go along with the original owner's permission. Whereas the essence itself is only a shadow, not genuine, perhaps, and a weak being that only reflects the manifestation of the obligatory essence. So the second side of the human eyes become a philosophical tool so that we see it through the Ismi paradigm. Its characteristics show meaning in itself. Through itself, So that meaning and essence are from him. His entity is considered authentic and original, has rights in life, is the true owner in his territory. He knows that his job is to improve and perfect himself, but as an orientation of self-love, not as a form of devotion of Allah. So regarding the wisdom of creation, through the Harvey paradigm, human will later realize the wisdom of their creation, and then they will return all power, praise, and sustain to Allah alone. So, on the other hand, then when viewed with the Ismi paradigm, he relies on everything not on God, but on himself. Yeah. So with the Ismi, the human eye paradigm, all the beauty of a creature is associated with the creature itself. He does not associate this beauty with the manifestation of divine beauty of this most beautiful at all. Even this beauty could turn into an idol worthy on worship. And I conclude here. Sorry, Prof. In the previous slide. Next, previous slide. Yeah. Okay. I conclude here. Harvey. Yeah, Harvey is. Sorry, Prof. The next slide. Yeah. Yeah, I conclude here, Harvey is putting the possible on the level of possibility and placing the absolute on the level of absolutes. So, the characteristic of Harvey, sorry, Prof, the next page. Harvey paradigm, the first encourage people to a complete understanding of the existence of self and God. So the second, never stand alone, always depend, like wealthy, beauty, strong, that belongs to Allah. And the third, human ownership is only an assumptive rububiyah. Then the real God's rububiyah. So human nature is only a partial reflection of God's nature. So with Harvey paradigm, we can be fair to ourselves. And so the effect is ma'rifatullah. Because man arafa nafsahu, arafa rabbahu. So next, for the Harvey, I can conclude, we can conclude here, Ismi is reliant on something that is essentially a possibility, but attributed to the absolute level. Okay, so for the characteristics of Ismi paradigm, first is empty the value of faith, so misunderstanding, and the third is zero knowledge of the existence of God. Okay, for the next slide, Prof, sorry. Okay, now the result of research. We can conclude here the theory of Said Nursi, the human eye, can be used the first step to overcome the narcissism, because the first step begins with the change of mind. So the concept of God becomes very central in saying and understanding on self. Because when he can see and interpret himself correctly, he will be able to know his God. If humans understand themselves through the Ismi paradigm, it does not involve faith or the concept of God in it. Then it is the same as relying on something that is essentially a possibility, but is attributed to the absolute level. On the other hand, if humans can understand themselves correctly through a Harvey paradigm based on faith in God, they will act fairly or justly. That is placing the possible at the level of possibility and placing the absolute at the absolute level. So, because if it is observed further, human nature is limited. its existence appears at a certain time. How can something finite become a perfect? So, if man understands this limitation and believe that perfection just belongs to Allah alone, then narcissism will not occur. Therefore, faith in God and a true Islamic worldview are needed for spiritual healing of narcissism. Said Nursi offers a healthy paradigm in interpreting something by understanding a true meaning of other. Harvey's paradigm in Nursi, which is Tawhidi, of course, comes from the understanding of revelation of the Quran. The basic assumption is that the meaning derived from the Quran as Ashifa can be an instrument that heals or provides therapy for disease within a soul. So, this article also concludes that religion and faith have an important role in overcoming any problem of narcissism in modern society. This is shown by the concept of the human eye of Said Nursi, who offers the interpret the human eye through the Islamic Harvey paradigm. The concept of God becomes very central in saying and understanding of self. Because when we can see and interpret himself correctly, he will be able to know his God. So, if individuals could understand themselves through the Islamic paradigm and do not involve faith or the concept of God in it, then it is the same as relying on something that is essentially a possibility, but is attributed to the absolute level. On the other hand, if humans can understand themselves correctly with a Harvey paradigm based on faith in God, they will behave fairly or justly. So that is placing the possible that is placing the possible at the level of possibility and placing the absolute at the absolute level, because human nature is very limited. Its existence appears at a certain thing. How can something finite said to be perfect? Yeah. So the concept of human eye, when viewed through a Harvey Tawhidi paradigm, encourage humans to have a complete understanding of the existence of self and God, so that humans can be fair by putting themselves in their right place as a servant. And knowing their Lord, or Ma'rifatullah, as the creator of nature. According to him, the human eye, who has an important role in life, has to be understood with the right paradigm. Because it is God's mandate to open all entities of the universe as a way to know his Lord. According to Bediuzzaman Said Nursi, through Harvey's paradigm, in essence, the self never stands alone. It always depends on other. It always depends on other. Understanding that human possessions are only an assumptive rububiyah of the ultimate rububiyah of Allah, and human nature is only a reflection of the partial nature of Allah's attributes. Wealthy, beauty, strength, all dedicated to God. Here is where the role of human faith is needed. But on the other hand, in the understanding of the concept of the human eye is seen through an official paradigm that is empty of faith values. It has implication for the form of wrong understanding and nullifying knowledge of the existence self and God to further generate narcissism. So it is impossible for humans to be narcissistic because they know who they are. And to understand man arafa nafsahu arafa rabbahu. From an Islamic point of view, narcissism is a form of stupidity because it claims God's gift as something that comes from him. Therefore, this article that I have explained is expected to present a sustainable solution by adopting a new approach and interpreting oneself by examining the concept of the human eye in Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's psychological thought as an to overcome the contemporary psychological problem of narcissism. So that people do not forget to return to the Quran and the legacy of Islamic scholarship, which are Tawhidi, whenever they are dealing with psychological problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. This was a very important, but at the same time very difficult topic, because combining the issue of ana with harfi and ismi names, it really is a difficult topic. So we enjoyed listening to this good presentation. Thank you very much again. And now, Alhamdulillah, we flew from Indonesia to Nigeria, back to Indonesia, and now we are flying back to Pakistan. Dr. Ahmed Nisar is going to present now. He is from Forman Christian College, University, Lahore, and he is specialized in Islamic studies also. The topic that he is going to present is belief and happiness in both worlds, building a prosperous individual. Please go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you very much, sir, for the introduction. Respected President of the conference, Honorable Secretary of the conference, Professor Nafi Yelkin, and worthy Chairperson of the session, Professor Dr. Alpsan Elgin. I am thankful to all you for the invitation, for inviting me in the conference. I am delighted to be a part of this conference. Dear audience, in this conference, I have written on the role of belief in individual and social life with the case of Said Nursi. Respected sir, should I start my presentation?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Introduction of the paper which I have written for this conference. The main title is The Role of Belief in Individual and Social Life. With the rise of the 21st century, we have reached an age where the advancement of technology has put human life in a dynamic new sphere of life. With the rise of the 21st century, we have reached an age where the advancement of technology has put human life in a dynamic new sphere of rapid change. We see yesterday's fiction has now become today's reality. In other words, it's more than just a blessing of the century. Despite the advancement in technology that has brought enormous benefits to human and has made their living convenient incredibly, it has also affected humans' behavior at a dangerous level. This rapidly materialistic change leads into secularistic and humanistic states with the denial of spiritualism and monotheism. So, what is the main theme, main question of this this whole paper, where I am going to talk? So the problems of the statement are: humans are increasingly falling prey to materialistic approaches which create inhuman values and imbalanced behavior that causes them to be deprived of prosperous and eudaimonic life. Since this materialism has dropped the values of humanity deliberately, they need a leading pattern that directs happiness and well-being. The main research question of questions of this research are following. Number one, how faith and spirituality shape human personality and counter newfangled challenges of the 21st century to build a prosperous and successful society. Number two, what is the systematic approach that Islam presents to attain a balanced life leading to prosperity, happiness, and real ecstasy in both of the worlds? Number three, what scholarly approaches are presented in Risala-e-Noor to lead the individuals for a sustainable and prosperous well-being in 21st century's perspective by Bediuzzaman Said Nursi? Responding to the above raised questions and the case of Said Nursi. To respond to such an alarming and critical situation, Ustad Bediuzzaman Said Nursi emerges with a highly significant and compatible role to counter such disruptive and increasingly prevailing challenges of materialism, ill manners, secularism, domestic violence, and disbelieving that cause to lose human values. Said Nursi clearly depicts how he disregards this destructive materialism and how it affects individuals' well-being. He says, is it possible to say about someone whose body is in false and fleeting heavens, and whose emotions and soul are suffering the torments of hell, that he is satisfied and fully happy? Obviously not. You have driven off track from the right direction of the miserable humankind along these lines. You have pushed mankind into torments of hell in a false paradise. He also demonstrates to combat the effects of these challenges with the light of empowered faith to attain real happiness, well-being, prosperity, and success in both of the worlds. So here I need to draw my viewers' attention that Said Nursi is not a kind of personality who just focus on hereafter. He is the dignity, he is the personality, he is the Ustad who emphasizes success, prosperity in both of the worlds. Here in this world and here and world after death. As Allah Almighty has said, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azabannar. So He believed that it would only come into being when they have enriched themselves with Quran and particularly its faith-based lessons, for which he served his entire life. So, in this regard, Ustad Said Nursi's recommendations to attain forever happiness, what he suggests, Said Nursi in his Risala-i-Nur makes the Holy Quran as a foundation source of happiness. He says, everything necessary for man's happiness in this world and the next is found within it in relation to its worth. Then almost in every parts of the Risala-i-Nur, he emphasizes on the oneness of Allah, the Almighty, a central theme of prosperity. For instance, he says, for us, God suffices, and he is the best disposer of affairs. Same is the case with every collection from Risala-i-Nur, like in the rays, flashes, the letter, and in the words, to emphasize in the whole being, presence, divine unity, and his controlling power all the way in his letters for the best of people. What he has suggested, in this regard, we see that he has emphasized human faith, that faith is the real value that can empower human being in every situation to combat, to control, and to compete every challenges, whether it is the challenges, whether these are the challenges of the 21st century or challenges of the 22nd century. Hierarchy of well-being, happiness, and success in Islamic terms. As I requested earlier, that he has made the faith as a protector, as a safeguard of the humanity from all the challenges which we are facing, particularly particularly Muslims who are facing challenges around the world. So he emphasizes on faith. What is faith? Faith is basically a safeguard which God has given to human being for the best of his life, both in this world and the world after. So here we see in Islamic literature, there are three words which depict about success, about happiness. Number one, an-najah. This word is used, comes in the traditions of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as he has said, man samata najah. So the word najah comes here, and this najah is happiness, achievement of mere worldly things or for a limited time. Next word, al-fawz, that also tells about happiness, about success, about prosperity. And this word comes in Holy Quran, faman zuhziha anin nar wa udkhila al-jannah faqad faz. Right? So whosoever is removed away from the fire and is made to enter heaven has indeed attained his goal. The next word which Quran deliberately used, in which Allah deliberately has revealed in Holy Quran, it is the word al-falah, al-iman. Al-falah and al-iman. Al-falah is a word that is used to know what is success, what is achievement, salvation, happiness, well-being, and everlasting satisfaction that deal with every domain of human life in both of the worlds. As the word comes, at numerous places, both in Quran and Hadith of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to discuss what faith is and what is the meaning of being faithful. As this word comes in Surah Al-Mu'minun, Qad aflaha al-mu'minun. Verily successful are those who are faithful. So this faith basically deals with the everlasting happiness. But how we can attain this everlasting happiness? As Professor Mashhadi Said dictated in his presentation, that there are 4 basic needs of the human life. If we are able to control, we are able to balance these 4 goals, 4 needs of human life, we are the person who are attain real happiness. What are those? First, the physiological needs. Second, the intellectual needs. Third, where we see self-esteem. And fourth is the need known as soul need, right? So this soul need is known as a spiritual need of human life. If we are able to equally balance all these 4 faculties of human life, we are the person who are attaining real happiness. So here, we were talking about, we are making a relationship between faith and happiness. So we need to emphasize, we need to, deliberately talk on the levels of faith, the origin of faith. But just because of the shortage of time, I am just introducing about the levels of faith. Ilmul Yaqeen, the very first level. Second, Ainul Yaqeen, seeing. Third, Haqqul Yaqeen, when you are practically doing something. So this is your absolute faith, absolute truth that Quran has depicted, right? And here I would also like to add a quote of Hafiz Ghani in his book, When to Explain Levels of Faith, including a wider interpretation by Allama Muhammad Iqbal in following classification: Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. Ihsan is the highest level of faith. We are not asked to hold ihsan in every situation to become successful, but what we are asked in Holy Quran, to empower our faith, and that faith is known as Iman. So we need to empower our Iman, faith, to become successful. And in this regard, when we are able to empower our faith, we can assess our faith. We are not asked to assess others' faith, but we are asked to assess our faith. So this assessment of faith can be seen in the following questions. Does this belief help me improve the quality of my life? Does this faith help me become a better person and attain self-actualization? Does this belief interpret phenomena, reality in an appropriate, rational, scientific, and spiritual manner? So, Sayyid Nursi, in this regard, talks all these factors in Risala-i-Nur. What he has, what are the approaches, what he has presented the approaches, we can see in the following 3 points. The study of Risala-i-Nur reflects the reality, truth, and purpose of life that reader sees the quest to share the Risala-i-Nur to his fellow beings. The study of Risala-i-Nur strengthens the belief in man, which brings him closer to God. The study of Risala-i-Nur develops human personality to hold balance among all the basic faculties of human life for well-being and prosperity. So I am going to conclude this this discussion with these points. To combat these challenges, faith, which is the most felicitous, compatible, and effective source, produces new hope, satisfaction, happiness, prosperity, and well-being in both of the worlds. If it is transformed and demonstrated with professional manners, the role of Sayyid Nursi in this challenging time of the 21st century does not appear as a preacher only, but rather a reformist and revivalist with an indispensable synergy to refute such problems with the revival and building of human being. His approaches bring back the values of human being for the best of both the worlds, but this is not enough for the higher goals. To achieve the higher and broader goals, Risala-e-Nur presents a sound, adequate, and compatible commentary of the Holy Quran with the Sunnah of the Prophet and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that deals with the whole person's body, mind, heart, and soul. But it requires to hold equal balance in each of the four faculties. We need to spread the teachings, practices, and demonstrations of Sayyid Nursi, which specifically are presented in Risala-e-Nur, to bring happiness, well-being, and prosperity to the individuals across the Muslim communities. Thank you very much, sir, for the invitation. I am blessed and humbled with this presentation, with this invitation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. This was a very good presentation also. I don't want to lose time because the other session is supposed to start right now, actually. So we passed our time over, but we have one more presentation by Dr. Nurul Wahida bint Fawzi. We are going back to Malaysia again. She is a senior lecturer at the University of Science Islam Malaysia, and her paper title is Loyalty as an Indicator in Enhancing a Solid Religious Belief Within Human Being, an approach from Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's perspective. The other session, they are waiting in line to enter, so please try to finish on time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think I'm maybe quite lucky or unlucky. I am both between both of this situation, but Alhamdulillah, I'm very happy that I am here. Inshallah, to present, and I will try my best to quickly finish up my presentation as soon as possible, inshallah. So a very good quick salam to all of my friends and colleagues from all of the presenters from Pakistan, from Indonesia, and also from Istanbul. Today, I would like to present about the topics of loyalty as an indicator of strong belief, of course, from Risala-e-Nur approach. And I am a lecturer from Faculty of Quranic and Sunnah Studies, University of Science Islam Malaysia. So inshallah today I would like to share about my findings about the topics of the loyalty that I have found in Risala-e-Nur, whereas it become one of the personal values that came up from 102 examples of the personal values and belief in human life system. But then within all of the 102 examples, for example, one of the sharings that we can see about the personal values is also committed maybe regarding about the freedoms, about family, about security, about the connection, creativity, humanity, and all the others good personal values. But I'm choosing one of the good and important topics about the discussions about loyalty. And I'm thinking that the topics of the loyalty will become one of the kind of the personal values that can becoming one of the important parts in our life that we are going to it can be one part of our decision, a big decision or big objective in our life. And this article, I will go through and attempt to achieve some of the important objectives, such as the first one, I would like to discuss about the concept of the loyalty from the Islamic perspective, and also second one to describe Said Nursi's understandings of loyalty from Risala An-Nur approach, and the third one to analyze the interconnection within the analogy described by Said Nursi to further clarify and interpretations of the verse of Al-Quran. And inshallah, for the introductions, the meaning of the loyalty, as we already know in general, or we go for the definition, it was has been explored as the meaning as a willingness and true growing devotions of a person to a cause, which is in turns direct a person to manifest so far as is possible to eternal, that is the conscious and superhuman unity of life in the form of the acts of an individual self. So I find out that in here, Hujam, that loyalty are being part of the important subject matters for a human being that having a rational thinking, and whereas this kind of the concept giving or direct or will drive a man to find his individual place in the one universal, rational, and a moral order. So in this kind of the concept, in the limits of his own personal experience, loyalty can be described as ethical destiny, and that without it, he can win no peace. So we can say that loyalty will normally become one of the active powers that drive people to be or to live in the rational thinking for what they would like to decide in their life. So if we screen in that from the sociological field, we will find out that the term loyalty are synonyms with the terminology of the faithfulness, which is explained as a state of being full of faith in the sense of steady devotion to a person, things, or concept. So this kind of feelings of faithfulness sometimes will lead people to have faith in their families. Some have faith in love as a positive force. Some have faith in institutionals or communities. So it is normal for our, and being loyal is actually normal without we realize that we actually always apply this. For example, when we go for our career, when we love our career so much, we didn't care about any circumstance that coming into our career path, as long as we can do and we can develop our existence and our academic, for example, in drive us to become a better person in front of Allah. So it, inshallah, it become one part of the important things that develop us to be a loyal person in what we would like to do. So the same things happen for those who would like to go for love within their family, love within their loved one. So what I would like to say that in the context of religion, Hujam, for example, we could understand that faith is to be intensely personal and often seen and extremely private, and thus it normally refers to the context of belief in God. So I understand from this criteria that Allah giving us the feeling of being loyal, because Allah wants us to understand the context of belief in God in the concepts of the religious, it being one part of the important things of having a faithfulness feeling or loyalty feeling. And interestingly, we find out that faith defined as a religious attitude or accepted set of personal belief are not present in the ancient worlds of Greek and Roman culture. Rather, this concept of faith singularly and directly originated in the Hebrew scriptures. Whereas from this kind of the perspective, we could find that this kind Hebrew scriptures is coming from the Jews and become one part of the religion that coming from Musa, Nabi Musa. And through this perspective, we can understand that loyalty to true beliefs will form superior personal values in the human soul. And it is the key to peace. In fact, it's even capable of solving personal problems related to the purpose of our life. So how does loyalty develop? So when we find out that the loyalty developed from the point or the Islamic concept of a point of view, loyalty imposed in the action of obey, that we call as ta'at. And Al-Quran exposed in various verses explaining the construct of obedience, ta'at as one of the main pillars in develop a human soul. And we have found that in the analysis through Al-Quran and Hadith, they are frequently of loyal and obedient has been said many times. And the discussion are as stated in the following verse. There are two important ayat that I would like to share with all of our audience. The first one is about the ayat of Surah Al-Fatih, verse 10, whereas Allah has been said that declaration of loyalty to Allah and the Messenger, whereas in here it has been said that surely those who pledge allegiance to you, O Prophet, are actually pledging allegiance to Allah. And then the second one in Surah Al-Azab, and remember when we took a covenant from the Prophet as well as from you, O Prophet, and from Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, son of Mary, we did take a solemn covenant from all of them. So it gives a very crucial meaning, whereas these two of the ayah, I find out that in Risalah An-Nur has been mentioned and has been explained in detail what kind of the purpose of the loyalty that has been that Allah seek from us, and then what is the meaning of the loyalty that has been discussed, also from the perspective of being loyal to the messengers. Okay, and then also this one, a solemn oath within a slave and Allah. And I just share like this because we did not have so much time. And for the in-depth research into verses of the Al-Quran, we have found that there are 41 times mentioning ayat that was concerning the context of obedience or ta'at, with a unique discussion when there are 6 times of verses are repeated in the same surah, affirm that command and movement of work to be faithful to Allah and the Messenger. Again, it's also a command for being faithful or being loyal to Allah and the Messenger. And the ayah is Fattaqullaha wa ati'un. It has been repeated 6 times in Surah Ash-Shu'ara, verse 126, 131, 144, 150, 163, and 179. So all this kind an interesting point that I would like to highlight in here, that interpretation of this verse refer to some invitation and prompt by God, who are the guiding flyers of mankind in their system of life, and Allah would like to let us to understand that why he said that Fattaqullaha wa ati'un, fear to Allah and obey to me as messenger, as part of the messenger's dawah. It was a guideline to a narrative story about the people of the prophethood, Saleh, the people of Lut, the prophet Shu'aib, so that these people and his people to obey Allah out of the wrongdoing done for generation, idolatry, boasting with the wealth of the world. So we could find there are 2 important points in here. The first one, when Allah asked to be loyal, Allah asks us to be loyal to Him as a God to us. Second one, Allah asked to the messengers also to being loyal to Him. So that's why we can see that how consistent and how persistent are all the messengers to keep going, to keep convey all of Allah guidance, all of Allah orders, even though they go with a lot of challenges, even though they are a human being like us. Okay, and then Sanusi in his commentary mentioned the priorities of the actions of this prophet, and among them he extracted the above verse, and also what he would like to give an important points is the first one is fear to Allah. Second one, each prophet was sent to his particular people to remind them of the need of to worship the one God and refrain from associating partners with him, and they were no gods, sons of partners of God, but were simply the best of the mankind. Okay, I will try to be quick for this one, Hojam, and then for the loyalty as an indicator of strong belief from Nursian perspective. When Joyce discussed the concept of loyalty in saying that in loyalty, when loyalty is properly defined, is the fulfillment of the whole moral law. It has been shown that it was giving a good expression of thought that should be examined from the perspective of religion. So from this point of view, loyalty is merely emotion. For example, the devotions of the loyal man involve a sort of restraint or submission of his natural desire to his causes. So to which part, in this part, he illustrated, Ustaz Bediuzzaman Said Nursi illustrated the obedient perspective in the description of the analogies presented through Risalah An-Nur. Among them are with the three main points. The first one is obedience towards Allah. Second one, obedience to the messenger. Third one is follow a right path and those who serve to Allah. So I would like to highlight firstly that in here, Ustaz Bediuzzaman Said Nursi also mentioned fattaqullaha wa ati'un, the concept of being loyal to Allah and to the messengers. He described with a very good explanation and description in Risalah An-Nur, and also he explained also the third one, follow a right path and those who serve to Allah. Hujam, how many minutes should I still have, Hujam? Maybe 1 minute more?
Three more minutes.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Hujam. Okay, so the first one is obedient to Allah. In here, Ustaz Nursi explained in detail on why we need to be loyal, ta'at to Allah. So in this part, Said Nursi explained how to be loyal. Now he said that, yes, you all people like me, indeed Allah present His noble substance to us and introduced Him to us in more than 100 places in the Quran in the form of the most gracious and the most merciful. So in here, in the summary, Ustaz Nursi would like to explain that we must be obedient when we must be loyal to Allah because He is the God. He is the one who creates. He is the creator of us, and He would be the one who we need to give Him the. We need to be obeyed to Him, and we need to give Him the most appreciation. So this is one part of the summary for that. And second one is to be able to produce the most beautiful happiness and blessing either to human or to jinns. So in here, Said Nursi also says that whoever know God and fill his soul with the light of love for Him will surely have the ever-present fullness, the never-ending enjoyment, and the light that never fades. So Allah has been mentioned by Said Nursi also has mentioned in here that whoever know God and feel his soul will feel the light of love from Him. So when we being a loyal person, when we being always obey to Allah as our creator, surely He will give us with a full light of love, and surely He will give us the never-ending enjoyment. And this one, this is the God authority. Or why? The question of why Allah wants us to be loyal to them has been explained in detail by Said Nursi, but I will not reading this. But in conclusion, in here, the God's authority has been explained. What has been said by Said Nursi has been explained by Allah in Surah Al-Hajj, ayat verse 1 until 4, whereas he mentioned in here in the ayah or in the verse about the manifestation of dominicality performing a various tasks in the heaven, and how he say how great He is as a God, and He has the whole authority for us as a slave. And after that, the obedience to the messenger, also in here, Said Nursi explained and then answered the importance of obeying the messenger among others. He said that they have all unanimously declared it to be a 99% certain probability, saying the only way to be saved from extinction and eternal imprisonment and be directed toward eternal happiness is through belief in God and obedience to Him. So, and the third one is follow a right path and those who serve to Allah. In here, Ustaz Bediuzzaman explained there are several terms circulating among the Sufis, including Al-Fana fi al-Sheikh, melting in the Sheikh, and Al-Fana fi al-Rasul, melting in the Apostles. I'm just not a Sufi, he said. However, Al-Fana fi al-Ikhwan, melting in brotherhood, is a beautiful principle that is very in accordance with our method of manhaj. In other words, everyone should immerse themselves in other and tafani, and that is, he must forget the feeling of his passions and consider the virtues of his brother as his own. So in here, Syed Bediuzzaman Sanusi would like to explain being a loyal for those who are in the right path and those who serve to Allah is one of the important things also to develop us or to drive us to the right path to Allah itself. And Syed Nursi has conveyed an analogy regarding obedience and faithfulness as the discourse of educating his community. Among them are already explained in this chapter. And then for the conclusions, for the conclusion, I would like to say that loyalty is a value that is so essential, that is usage in Al-Quran, that can be interpreted as ta'at or obedient, and it is being defined, it's being identified to this extent as a clear indication for man to find his eternal destiny from the perspective of religion, thus drive them to find his individual place in one universal, rational, and moral order. So I think maybe that's all from me, Hojam. We did not have any time anymore. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this session. Very nice papers presented. We are about 25 minutes over our time. And the next session is waiting to enter, so we'll see you inshallah. You can follow the rest of the conference from the YouTube at the same time. I would like to thank you on behalf of Istanbul Foundation for Science and Culture. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Hojam. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, all of
Thank you,
our friends.
all of you. Assalamu alaikum.
So,
you have to leave?
Yes. Now I don't know. They'll probably they will connect directly to the other session. Maybe they will cut us.
So no QA session.
I think they had, but we are 25 minutes over. So
yeah.
MashaAllah.
Even I think I speed the train very fast, Hojam. I'm so sorry.
This is very good. Thank you very much. You really finished it right on time.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry for any circumstances.
So
Hojam.
I am waiting for them to cut us or we leave. I don't know how they will work this out.
Maybe we should go out first, Hojam. After that, maybe the secretariat will also take a task to also continue with another session.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh from Malaysia, Hojam. Assalamualaikum semua.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, sir, for presenting the session. It was a wonderful session.
Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to our second session, the role of belief in social life. We have with us our honorable guests. Mr. Adeni will not be able to join, unfortunately, but Muhammad Asarul Islam from National University of Dhaka, Andi Faisal Bhakti from Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Aishatul Abu Bakr Kumo from Gombe State University, Gombe, and Fatima Ghani from Foreman Christian College University, Pakistan, will be joining, inshallah. So we welcome our dear speakers. We are excited to hear your valuable papers. Inshallah, our first presenter will be Mr. Muhammad Asarul Islam from National University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. And his topic will be demystifying the dynamism of Nursi's approach to belief in contemporary society. Each presenter will have 15 minutes. And inshallah, in the end of the session, we will receive the questions from our audience and we'll be distributing it to the respective presenters. So Mr. Muhammad, the stage is yours, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Am I audible to all of you?
Come again, please.
Am I audible to all of you? Can
Yes,
you hear
you're
me?
audible. Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I share my PowerPoint?
Yes, please. Only the PowerPoint part, please. And for those who are not speaking, please, you can mute yourselves.
Sorry, it says only the host can share this.
1 second. Okay, our technicians are taking care of this. Sorry for the delay. Can you please try again, Mr. Mohammed? Mr. Mohammed, can you please try again to share your screen?
Yes, I am trying. It is working, I think, now.
Mr. Mohammed, you will select share screen, you'll click on it, and then you have to select the PowerPoint, not the whole screen. So if you can go with the share screen icon, just in the middle, in the below pane, you will see share screen.
Yes, I saw it. I'm trying.
Yeah. Is it not accepting?
It's working just 30 seconds.
Okay, what I suggest would be, let's start with our next speaker until Mr. Mohammed.
May I try without showing the PowerPoint, just speak?
Yes, maybe it's about the internet speed, so you can continue without the presentation, if that's okay for you as well. Please.
Okay. Thank you so much, learned, dear professor, respected professor, another wonderful guest and audience. Thank you so much for giving me the floor to present this important topic for the contemporary society. My title, what the professor already said, that demystifying the dynamism of Christian approach to belief in contemporary society. Firstly, I would like to portray the introduction. Firstly, that Ustad Bediuzzaman Said Nursi, without being vexed by the various or diversified jurisprudential discourses, he spontaneously employed his magnificent efforts to safeguard and fortify the belief of individuals in omnipotent Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He particularly articulated that belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the focal point of Islam as Din al-Fitrah. And this fabric of faith contains the potential to constitute an ideal society. And more importantly, as a very first-sighted Islamic thinker and scholar, Ustad, in his Magna Opus Risale-e-Nur, or the Epistle of Light, he vehemently argued and maintained that fundamentals of belief, that is, Usul al-Iman, must be given paramount importance over all other types of consideration. Instead of investing his time, merit, and energy to explicate the subtleties or intricacies involved in the theology, jurisprudence, as well as the establishment of Caliphate, he uniquely diagnosed the crisis of the Ummah and diseases of the humanity, especially the Muslims, as the byproduct of materialism, naturalism, communism, imperialism, nationalistic statecraft, and so on. He observed the plights of individuals or human beings as a naturally corollary of these ideologies, which brought nothing but strain, socio-psychological depression, spiritual crises, and estrangement. So now I'm going to decipher the nature of belief or Iman portrayed by the Ustad Bediuzzaman Said Nursi. Ustad magnificently articulated the interrelation as well as the interdependence between belief, that is Iman, as well as the submission, that is Islam, with the objective of devising a very important means for the salvation of human beings from the shackles of materialism as well as alien ideologies. He strongly argues and believes that just as Islam without belief cannot be the means of salvation, neither belief without Islam may be the means of salvation. So Islam is taking the part of the truth and is submission and obedience to it. And he also focused on the intertextuality of the revealed book, that is the Quran, and the created book, that is the universe, or a sort of Uber Quran, encapsulated as mighty Quran inscribed by divine power. And he called for, which is called the universe. And this is the most crucial key to decode the divine read, inevitably essential to fulfill that divine trust. And he also drew a very important distinction between affirmative belief, which is regarded as tahqiqi iman, also labeled as belief by investigation or conscious verification of belief, and belief by imitation, taqlidi iman, blindly emulating or following the ancestors. Ustad stated taqlidi iman could be easily negated by the skepticism of the scientific age. Instead of mere criticizing the taqlidi iman, Ustad Said Nursi, for its dreadful consequences and representation, Ustad, unlike other scholars, uniquely was looking for a short way to obtain firm faith and a complete understanding of Islam that would not be shaken by the attacks of various or variegated damaging currents of the alien ideologies. And in response to these explorations, he expands how the Risale-e-Nur was bestowed on him, which is a very safe, in the words of Ustad, which is a safe, short way, inspired by the Quran for the believers of present time. And for Ustad, belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not come to an end at the mere utterance of the declaration of faith, that is La ilaha illallah. Rather, the journey for fortification of belief and knowledge commences or heralds at the at time of shahada, declaration of faith in Islamic paradigm. We all know that every negative dimension of Islamic faith contained in the word La in Arabic, that is no, is a gateway to the positive truth, which is realized by lifting the veil, wrapping it, covering it. Therefore, believers should remark on to bring about the realization of faith or belief through contemplative thought and knowledge, and not only engrossed in its imitation on its following. And Ustad ardently stated, every fruit is a seal of unity, and that makes known the writer and maker of the earth or the globe, universe is free, and the book of the divine, book of the universe is guarded. It demonstrates Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or his unity, and shows to the number of fruits the seal affixed to the degree of unity. And Ustad Sayyid Nursi spectacularly demonstrated that paramount menace fronting Muslim Ummah in the contemporary period emanates not from the believers, disbelievers in him, but from the naturalistic science and alien philosophy being spread in the Muslim community by those individuals, particularly who work in disguise to sow the seeds of doubts, confusions, and incredulity about faith, about belief. And after observing these challenges, Ustad uttered with candid confidence that faith is the bounty fashioned and bestowed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on humans, which no human endeavors can impede or snatch away. Most importantly, his firm conviction was that religious disposition is an inherent trait of human personality. And now we would like to focus on other different aspects of the framework of belief advanced by Ustad Sayyid Nursi. One of them is intellectual responses to existential dilemma. Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi, being a very proactive Islamic thinker, felt that very important that modern mind must be enlightened with the elixir of the Quran in such a fashion, in such a manner that both their hearts and intellects are contented, since without this answer to the existential dilemma fronting postmodern individuals cannot be conveyed. The answers to the very existential dilemmas, namely, who am I, where am I from, what must I do here, where am I going, and what will happen when I die, can only be satisfactorily presented before the skeptic minds, restless minds, with the help of a new methodology in Quranic exegesis or tafsir, one that would benefit from the advancements in the field of the secular knowledge, so that the Ummah could withstand the challenges of materialism and philosophical alienation from the Quran. So that's very important. Ustad also demonstrated that if luminaries such as Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani, Shah Naqshbandi, and Imami Rabbani were alive today, Ustad continued, they would expend all their efforts in strengthening the truths of belief and tenets of Islam, for they are the means to eternal happiness. If there exists deficiency, if there is deficiency in them, it results in eternal misery. A person without belief may not enter paradise, but many have gone to paradise without Sufism. That's very important as far as that is concerned. Second aspect, we can argue what Ustad has been portrayed in the Risala and Nur, engendering a culture of belief. Sayyid Nursi's thought-provoking thoughts on the indispensability of faith did not originate in a vacuum. Rather, his superb message and methodologies were inevitably informed by the socio-political as well as cultural context in which he found himself. And Ustad's very important point is that his ultimate intention was to provide and disseminate the cutting-edge interpretation of the Quranic messages and miracles to fortify the belief of individuals in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He essentially intends to free individuals from the bondage of Western despicable ideas and engender a culture of belief upon which modern and successful society might base itself. Third aspect, we can present that Ustad's refutation of despicable alien ideologies and reinforcing the faith of individuals. We know that in modern period or in modern era, the faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and submission to his omnipotence have become the target of skeptics, and the thoughts like the death of God and humanism replace the centrality of God with that of man and material. Ustad has focused on that particular point very efficaciously. Given the social milieu in his lifetime, to encounter this sort of ideologies and to strengthen the belief of individuals, he delved himself into philosophical hermeneutics to overcome a distance, as well as to use distanciation as both obstacle and the instrument in order to reform the initial event of discourse in a new event of discourse that will claim to be both faithful as well as creative. That's very important. And Ustad Said Nursi pedantically elucidated the situation of that time, that means which was existing in Turkey at that time and other parts of the Muslim world, that the desperate onslaught on Islamic paradigm of beliefs was conducting by Western modern civilization, relying on the wings of humanistic, materialistic ideologies, basically rooted in Darwinism. And Ustad has splendidly encountered these challenges. And very importantly, that means we know that history has demonstrated before ourselves that modern human beings found essentially themselves in the grip of psychological stress, spiritual crisis, as well as a terrible vacuum. Turkish Republic, as for example, after its establishment, became the spontaneous prey, to materialism, Darwinism, Freudism, existentialism, and the policymakers, without understanding or comprehending the crisis of Western civilization, branded Islam as the sole reason of backwardness. Ustad candidly, boldly raised his voice to demonstrate that Islam is not the reason of backwardness. Rather, given this backdrop, Ustad Said Nursi called for a new kalam or Islamic scholasticism that would address modern faith questions arising out of encounters with the Western values and ideologies. To Ustad Said Nursi, for the appropriate rebuttal of these challenges, Islamic scholasticisms were required to be invigorated and revitalized through a scrupulous or meticulous study of modern science, along with the apposite or appropriate understanding of religious sciences, since he firmly believed that no contradiction in fact existed between Quran and sciences. And enlightened understanding through this way could pave the way for the Ummah to encounter the challenges of Western materialism and other ideologies. For this, Ustad Said Nursi poured into Campus, Risale Nur, and produced a very new methodology and hermeneutics in Quranic exegesis to renew and strengthen the faith and belief of individuals in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Ustad was very much hopeful and that this Risale Nur is really capable of encountering the challenges. Nowadays, we are observing the fruits of the Risale Nur. And another aspect, we can argue belief as an elixir to ensure inner peace, happiness, and tranquility. We all know that reinforcement of belief or strengthening the belief is the grand key to unlock the realm of happiness and is more precious than experiencing hundreds of or thousands of illuminations and spiritual delights. Belief in the divine unity is a must for ensuring happiness, tranquility, and inner peace. And Ustad, we know that Ustad has argued that, or we can say that in the words of Ustad, the evil commanding, he basically, you know that Ustad has a very unique narrative style, symbolic style to portray a story. Ustad Said Nursi portrays the evil commanding soul after presenting an illustration of two brothers. That evil commanding soul of first brother has prepared a sword of hell for him, while the good intention, goodwill, good character, good thoughts of other brother had allowed him to receive great bounty and happiness and shining virtue and prosperity. And employing this unique symbolic narrative style, Ustad Said Nursi, after narrating the story of two brothers, who upon approaches, basically we found that who upon approaching a fork on the road are informed that on the road to the right, one is compelled to comply with law and order, but within that hardship is security and happiness. On the left road, there is freedom and no restraint, but with his freedom lies danger and wretchedness. Now the choice is yours. So Ustad has tried to basically trick the minds or storm the brain of or the intellects of the human being. Ustad, in his second and eighth verse of the Risala and Nur, illustrated the fashion in which belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala affects human life, thought, attitude, and manner. In the second word, he magnificently proclaimed that happiness, tranquility, and bounty are to be found in a Muslim's faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So after enumerating the story of two men on a journey for business and pleasure, one choosing the selfish way and the other godly one, Ustad asserts that the selfish way consists of conceit, fraud, arrogance, self-centeredness, making oneself cynical and pessimistic and distrustful to others, resulting in a gloomy world view. So the person who is observing the world only in mere physical, material, or carnal terms perceives everyone as his enemy and views life as a torment. Ustad Nursi therefore advanced the idea that unbelief conceals the seed of a Jakkum, the tree of hell as portrayed in the Quran. On the other hand, or on the contrary, the God-conscious and devout person use the word affably and with joy and enthusiasm. So that's very important. And another aspect, we could argue that individuals' faith vis-a-vis peace and security of the collective. We all know that protection and reinforcement or strengthening the belief of individual was the key point in Nursian approach to belief. However, it would be quite illusory or illogical to think that or assume that Ustad didn't think of any nexus between individuals' faith and collective societal order and cohesion. Rather, Ustad stressed that to attain the standard of belief, standard level of faith, and to reinforce the relationship between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and human beings as his vicegerent, and public order and social harmony or public harmony are sine qua non. So he being consciously cognizant of the severe threats of chaotic social order resulting from unbelief, he was in favor of encouraging the establishment of a stable public order and social solidarity. However, his first and foremost focus was individuals' reform, which inevitably necessitate the establishment of a very good order after understanding the oneness in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But he was in favor of the establishment of a very strong, stable public order to avoid socio-political anarchy, chaos, as well as disturbances. He states five principles.
You have 2 more minutes for wrapping up.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'll try my level best to finish. He states 5 principles are necessary, nay essential at this strange time in order to save the social life to this nation from anarchy. These are respect, compassion, refraining from what is prohibited or haram, security, and the giving up of lawlessness and being obedient to the authority. That's very important, even in the postmodern world, in a pluralistic global order. So we could say that through a scrupulous study and holistic understanding of the divine scriptures, along with the cosmic book that is the Kitab-i-Kainat, Ustad advanced the idea that mutual forbearance, love, reverence, and empathy are required to be fostered prudently for the establishment and maintenance of public order, social security, as well as peace. And to him, individual faith, if nurtured appositely within the normative framework of Islam, will contribute to the flourishment of aforesaid qualities in all spheres of human life, beginning from families to state, and will facilitate, certainly, to reduce the social strain to an absolute minimum. That's very important. So he, instead of seeking any political power, endeavored to enkindle the faith in the inner world of individuals, so that they, the individuals, ultimately could contribute to establish a just society. So Ustad Said Bediuzzaman Nursi, I am now concluding that he devoted huge swaths of the Risale Nur to articulate exposition of belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the prism of existential arguments. The inexorable chemistry existing between revelation and reason has been successfully demystified and explicated by him to quench the thirst of contemporary Muslim Ummah and the modern minds to safeguard and fortify their belief in omnipotent Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this was essentially accomplished to the Risale Nur. And the brilliant tenor of his writing is, we all know that, full of farsightedness, vigor, and eloquence, and it wonderfully unveiled the mystery of divine scripture as vis-a-vis the book of creation, or Kitab-i-Kainat, to unscramble the relevance of religious faith belief in an era where Muslims fronted the severe onslaught of naturalism, dialectic materialism, Freudianism, humanism in the guide of modernization. These thoughts are still very relevant and very much essential for the Muslim Ummah to save themselves from the despicable menace which is still entrapped that means Muslim Ummah, beginning from personal to global level. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your kind patience for giving me the time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we thank Mr. Muhammad Asarul Islam for his quite intense and energetic presentation. I personally enjoyed it. I took my notes. I have one question for him personally. So our next speaker will be Mr. Andy Faisal Bakhti from Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Indonesia. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya wa din, wa salatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Our respected chair, Ismail Latif, Haji Nabioglu, and my colleagues, Muhammad Azharul Islam and Fatimah Ghani from Pakistan, and Aishatu Abu Bakar Kumo from Nigeria. While our colleague Adeni won't be able to make it as something to do with medical reason. Okay, my presentation topic is the role of belief in building social economic balance based on the concept of self and social contribution in Nursi's collection communication perspective. And I have 15 slides only, and although my paper is a bit long, 24 pages, so I'll go to the main points only. So the presentation will be 4 sections. Number 1 is my abstract, and then the second, concept of self. The third is social contribution, and the last part is discussion and conclusion. And for this introduction, sorry, I have to hide this. Okay, the relationship between the concept of self and social contribution in Islam is determined, among others, by the one's faith, prayer and zakah or almsgiving as a sign of piety. One of the elements of taqwa, piety in the Quran, is iman, faith, in caring for others, both material and non-material, while the material elements refer to material possessions, wealth and finances, and the non-material ones include the help related to emotions, mentality, and spirituality that is given to others. And the word other refers to relatives, orphans, poor people, travelers, students, and of course Muslim beggars, debtors, and slaves to be freed. We must ensure that the social assistance or contribution is of the same quality that we ourselves would appreciate. These social contributions have a dual purposes. Number one is to help others on the one hand, and to purify the donor's self and wealth, because others have right to their wealth on the others. And this paper discusses Said Nursi's position in his Risale-i-Nur on this issue. In this paper, which adopts qualitative analysis methods, which is indexical and textual analysis approaches, will be applied systematically. The concept of self and gifts are comprehensively examined in Nursi's works and categorized into new classification according to perspective of Islamic communication of information that I call tabligh, social change, tagir, technology development, tankir, and community formation, which is ummah. The concept of self and social contribution is found in the flashes, Light 19, Letter 22, The Science of Miraculousness, and in Nursi's biography, which clearly elaborates on the role of zakah in the social and economic development. And research shows that Nursi emphasizes the importance of believing in the unseen and giving alms, which is zakah, donation, wakaf, for the development of mankind, both economically and socially, in order to increase the spiritual goals of the life in this world and in the hereafter. Okay. Okay, in Islam, the principle of taqwa, piety, becomes very central in human life, because without piety, a human cannot return peacefully to his origin in the sky, heaven. However, this piety is very often interpreted as too sacred, sky high, and spiritual. The connotation is always or more in the aspect of mahda, pure worship. The fulfillment of some of the pillars of Islam, the principle of taqwa, the fulfillment of some of the pillars of I cannot see. In fact, the horizontal piety is also the same portion as the vertical aspect. And Bhakti has explained how both aspects are important to be fulfilled by a Muslim in particular and humans in general to reaccess the heavenly realm. There are 7 vertical aspects which include the pillars of faith, all hablum in Allah, believe in Allah, His angels, His apostles, and prophets, yeah, and vengeance, and His good and bad destiny, and the 5 daily prayers and tahajjud, night prayers, while other 7 horizontal elements include hablu minan nas, sharing with others, commitment with promises, being patient in navigating life, controlling angry emotions, forgiving others' mistakes, not repeating known mistakes, and doing ihsan, doing good deeds to the environment, and including the human beings. Yeah. Okay, for this paper, the author focuses on the horizontal aspect of piety, especially on the importance of sharing with others as a form of real social contribution in human development. This last aspect includes material assets, economic, property, wealth, and finance, and non-material aspect, that is social, which include emotions and spirituality and mentality. The next one is the directions of this humanitarian development is self-maturity, which has an effect on the realization of one's concern to contribute socially in improving the people's economy. Communication between humans, social change, community development, technology development, and human civilization is clear manifestation. If this is achieved well in this world, then the role of faith in the development of social economic balance based on the self-concept of people who sincerely contribute as contained in the Risale-i-Nur by Said Nursi can be revealed using these communication lenses. This paper attempts to answer the following major questions. What is the role of trust in building the socio-economic balance of the Ummah based on the self-concept and social contribution in Risale-i-Nur from a communication perspective? In other words, what is Said Nursi's view of self-concept in relation to religious belief in terms of communication, especially information, social change, development, and civilization of the people? With 4 communication approaches, information, social change, community development, and civil society development, Risale-i-Nur sees the role of trust as very central in creating socio-economic balance of the people. With belief in Allah and other supernatural beings, humans can show the essence of their self so that a high nature of generosity emerges to fellow humans and other creatures. This is a form of piety that combines its vertical and horizontal aspects. Number 1, information aspect. Said Nursi sees self-concept and social contribution as a unified whole. Both are seen as something that has a bottom-up and internal meaning. For Nursi, everyone has a different and varied understanding of the instructions, Hudan. Each has different tastes, inclinations, and pleasures in understanding the whole instruction received. Awareness of each person is also different. Someone, when looking at an object, he will see it beautiful, but the other is not. Likewise, the views between nations. A nation will really appreciate something, but other nations don't even pay attention. Even the opposite happens. The important thing is that every human being can reflect on its meaning for himself and his people. His reflections do not conflict with local customs and the goals of Islamic law. Self that is satisfied, thrifty, grateful, and praying as a form of piety is a source of caring attitude to others. Satisfaction strengthens self-esteem, improves work ethic, and gives birth to people's care. Humans are like palaces, which are complete with facilities to communicate with surrounding creatures and with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These all show the active reception model in communication. Number 2, aspects of social change. Said Nursi emphasized the importance of change that comes from within the community, not from outside or from above. Every member of the community is required to improve themselves, which in turn can have an effect on strengthening the community. Dependence on others is self-depreciation, deprecation. That is not recommended. Every member of society can be not excessive, not extravagant, and not greedy. The economic balance of the community can be realized through their internal strengthening, which can then give birth to members who are independent and aware and care about the surrounding community. Zakah and alms giving are the key to balance between rich and poor, so that class differences are no longer visible. The spending what you have, both material and non-material, is a prerequisite for the birth of a strong community. Zakat is a bridge. With zakat, the affection and generosity of the upper class towards the common people, as well as the respect and obedience of the common people towards the upper class, will arise. In short, changes in society that occur from within due to self-awareness to be independent are a manifestation of active reception in social change. Number 3, technology development. Although there is little discussion about this relation to zakah, for example, about the importance of technology, Said Nursi encourages people to always be creative and innovative in life. Reflecting on the miracles of the prophets, Said Nursi linking it with advanced technology that can be realized by humans for the service and welfare of the people. Internal products must be optimized and utilized as much as possible for the benefit of their respective citizens. Indeed, the North or West is successful in technology, namely the positive aspects of the West, but there are also negative elements such as the tendency to use believers for their glory. They encourage the faithful not to pay zakah, practice usury, and other acts of exploitation. Therefore, spiritual warriors unite in fortifying themselves from this temptation. This is an implementation of the active reception model in development communication. Okay, the last one, this is the end of my presentation, formation of civil society. Said Nursi supports a civilized community, the effective way of reconciliation between classes, which can bring them closer together. In the payment of zakat, one of the pillars of Islam, and the enforcement of fair and firm rules in the administration of society. Only people like this can stand up for themselves and compete with other nations. This society is, of course, still open to cooperating with anyone for the good and the welfare of the people. This is strong indication of the importance of active reception model in the formation of civil society and civil community. Okay, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy Faisal. It was such an informative presentation, and we enjoyed it a lot. Thanks a lot. Our next speaker will be Shukran jazilan. So our next speaker will be Dr. Aishatul Abu Bakr Kumo, but she's unfortunately having some connection problems. So we're going to change the order of the presentations. So I'm going to ask Ms. Fatima Ghani whether she's ready for the next session. So if
Sure.
yes, please, you can go ahead with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum everyone. The topic that I chose for this study was the assessment of the secularization thesis in a globalized world. And this was all done from lens of Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi's work, as well as sociology. So first, let's look at the primary purposes of the study. The paper aimed to essentially explore the secularization thesis in the context of Risala-e-Nur and the discipline of sociology. So it is very important to understand that the scope of Risala-e-Nur or Nursi's body of works transcends beyond just a conversation of faith. It is also about a socio-political context at large, and this is what exactly the paper was aiming to look at. Moreover, the paper also aimed to compare and contrast the social change occurring today in addition to the decline of the Ottoman Empire. The reason that the Ottoman Empire is a very significant point of social change is because it is almost a stimulus for starting off Risala-e-Nur. It was the social condition which gave birth to Risala-e-Nur and the body of works that existed. So recognizing the similarity of the social change that happened at the time of the Ottoman Empire's decline, comparing to what the nature of the social change is today, it helps us understand that the nature of the problems that Muslims faced back then are quite similar to the problems they're facing right now. And because of that comparison, we're able to implement and contextualize Nursi's studies much more effectively. And lastly, the paper aimed to redefine modern Islamic identity in the context of Risala-e-Nur. So understanding that secularization has damaged the sense of Islamic identity, the sense of Muslim identity on both a collective and individual level, requires for us to have a more proactive approach towards it. And that proactive approach is suggested in light of Risala-e-Nur, as well as possible problems being highlighted by the discipline of sociology. Looking at the method, this paper was primarily a literature review, with Risala-e-Nur being the most primary source, the other ones research papers and journal articles on Sayyid Nursi's body of works, and then lastly, sociological studies and books focusing on the works of Huntington, Berger, Weber, Ritzer, etc. Huntington, because the clash of civilization gives adequate political context to place Muslim civilization with respect to other civilizations, be it the Western one, be it the Chinese civilization, and essentially make effective comparisons. Berger became important because we were talking about desacralization in an era where secularization is happening. We see extremely contradictory trends of fundamentalism also coming about. And why would that may be the case is something that is explored when Berger is discussed. And when looking at Weber, we understand that rationalization that has come about due to secularization and due to positivism is not necessarily as flowery or as effective as one would hope for it to be. And lastly, Ritzer brings in the aspect of globalization and how that has led to a fragmentation of beliefs and therefore a decline within religion. Now, we will discuss some major themes that were explored within the paper. The first one was, of course, the decline of religion, basic definitions of what secularization looks like, what it means specifically in sociology, what it means specifically in Nursi's context, and then what it means for the Muslim community today. We also recognize some causes within that paper where there is globalization as a very, very core cause for such decline. There's fragmentation of belief systems because morality has become incredibly relative, which means people are not as sure about organized religions as they used to be. And that can be a problem for the Muslim identity on a social level. And then positivism, where rationality is promoted to such an excessive extent that it has led up to the decline of faith, a problem that was also identified within Risala-e-Nur. Secondly, there is also the impact of secularization, how it affects the individual and collective Muslim identity, and how that has even given way to a Western hegemony. And lastly, there's a concept of re-sacralization. What happens when this impact can be seen? How do Muslim communities tend to react to it? Do they react with a fundamentalist approach, or do they react with an adaptive approach? So all of that is understood within the realm of the decline of religion, with the realm of secularization, to establish context for the debate. Thereafter, social change is discussed because social change is very, very likely linked with the integration of people in society. Usually when social change occurs, we can see that people have their value systems disrupted. And because of that disruption, people may also try their very best to reassert religion with even more dominance than it was ever reasserted before. And we saw that during the decline of the Ottoman Empire, where the Muslim identity was threatened and there was a need for revival. And the same is happening within the 21st century, where we're living in the post 9/11 world, where we're living in a world full of globalization and immense fragmentation of identities. And despite that, what is needed right now is a renewalist approach that counters that kind of fragmentation and that counters that kind of withering Muslim identity. Then the relationship between Islam and modernity is extensively explored, because when we talk about secularization, it is not too difficult to compare it and to put it in the same box as modernity or as a modern phenomena. And in that moment, does one then consider the relationship between modernity and Islam a conflicting one or a collaborative one? As per the Risala-e-Nur, it is seen that the relationship between Islam and modernity is primarily a collaborative one, because science and generally even rationale provides the adequate tools to see the manifestation of religion, to even understand religion better. So in that sense, there is this collaboration which cannot be guised as a conflict. And therefore, if the Muslim community is likely to succeed or to adapt towards the changes, it has to accept modernity. Now, we also see that there are two kinds of possible reactions. They're highlighted by Berger, that when a community, a religious or traditional community, is confronted with social change or with modernization, they may either choose to reject that modernity, or they may either choose to adapt to that modernity. But when we look at Risala-e-Nur, the ideal approach is that of adaptation, because rejection is essentially as if you're trying to pretend the problem does not even exist. It is the self-isolation, which is almost a form of denial, and that turns to be much more detrimental for the Muslim identity than just the acceptance of the modern phenomena would be. So in that case, for Nursi, denial and just a mere rejection of secularization was never the answer. And Sayyid Nursi time and again made it very clear that the acknowledgement of the current situation of modernity is exactly where Muslims will become equipped enough to deal with these problems. There's also a study of how Quranic text and how religion can be approached when Muslim Ummah is faced with the challenge of modernity. You could have the approach of modernism, where you're going to strive for an ethical ideal through the use of interpretation. or you could just revert back to the original basic text or the fundamentals and therefore go towards a more fundamentalist approach. And lastly, with a mix of two, you could have a more traditional approach. Now, in all of these things, you can not really comment on which approach is really the right or the wrong one, but its utility can be seen very much, dependent upon the context of the situation. Now, we have a couple more themes here, and my favorite one was this jihad and ijtihad discussion that occurred. Now, within this, we firstly need to recognize the transition from the old Sayyid to the new Sayyid. And when that happened, we see this very intense struggle shifting from a political focus to a social focus. It was a very, very realistic shift because Sayyid Nursi recognized that political change will only mean something when the structures where political change is happening are not themselves entrenched in unfaithfulness or in excessive positivism or just overall rationale that is suffocating. But because political systems at that time, especially under the Kemalist rule, were also not particularly the most accepting of revival of faith, it made it incredibly difficult to have a genuine political struggle that could reap benefits. What was more important at that point then was to preserve individual identity and to engage with an ideological struggle that promoted self-reflection, because that was a much more approachable area of influence. And Sayyid Nursi recognized that aspect. After that, we also see that the shift happened within the Islamic scholarship from fiqh to social theology. So we're not just talking about the social legal aspects of Islam. Interpretation or ijtihad is no longer limited to reinterpreting the law and just analyzing it on very technical and legal grounds. Rather, Nursi wanted those tools to be implemented on a socio-political level. And the way to do that was essentially recognizing this tool of rationality and interpretivism at the disposal of an average Muslim and utilizing that in your own life, in your everyday decisions, to be able to make the best possible choices. So at that point in time, when Muslims were choosing to be much more rigid towards social change rather than going for an interpretative approach that would have been more tolerant of the change, we see how that would have backfired. And that was completely in contradiction to what Risala Nur was postulating at that point in time. Moreover, we recognize this conflict between colonialism and identity as well. And this is where the concept of globalization and westernization surfaces, where we also are urged by Risala Nur to challenge our definition of modernity and westernization. Now, of course, it is important to remember that modernity in and of itself is a very neutral word. It does not have any positive or negative connotations, just as Risala Nur mentions this analogy of two Europes. One Europe being that which is the same Europe which has given us the inventions and the scientific development, but on the other hand, the same Europe which has had produced so much unhappiness, be it in the form of capitalism, be it in the form of excessive poverty, be it in the form of a lot of emotional turmoil that people are facing every single day. So within that context, we're recognizing that modernity could mean very different things. And at this stage, we are challenged by Risala Nur to think and reconsider that what we call globalization and modernization today, is it a very holistic version of modernization, or is it just a very, very Western viewpoint of what an identity should be? And in that point, when that westernization occurs, it is no longer an inclusive globalist kind of discourse. It is a much more hegemonic one. And when things become hegemonic, they're not exactly too inclusive of other people's identities. And that is exactly why the globalization model ends up making religious communities much more isolated and marginalized than feeling included. Because one would say that a homogeneous culture would mean that there would be more inclusion. However, when that homogeneous culture is merely representative of one kind of worldview, it ends up being the exact opposite and incredibly discriminatory. Now, after that, the final theme, which is probably the crux of the discussion that arises here, is pluralism. So what happens after all of this conflict is identified, after all of these clashes are identified? What is then one to do? Well, the answer to that is religious tolerance on two levels: tolerance of other religions, of non-Muslim identities, but also tolerance of Muslim identities, because within that you have to recognize the multiplicity of truths and realities, and generally an overall experience of being Muslim can be incredibly fluid. In that sense, you understand that there cannot be this one concrete idea of being a Muslim, because that would be a little akin to the idea of nationalism that Nursi has never really promoted within Risala. Time and again, Sayyid Nursi has reasserted that nationalism is actually much more isolating, and therefore having terminologies or identities which focus on restriction, which focus on alienation, is not exactly the answer. So focusing on the ethical aspect of things, on the morality of things, on the acceptance of things, is perhaps the most collaborative way to coexist within the world. Now, this is one of my favorite quotes from Risala-i-Nur as I was studying it for this paper. And it's essentially saying that if you say the truth is one, how can the different ordinances of the 4 and 12 schools all be true? The answer: the same water governs in 5 different ways in 5 ill people of different disposition. Thus, for one, the water is a cure for his illness and medically necessary. For another, it is as harmful as poison for his sickness and medically prohibited. For another, it causes a small amount of harm and is reprehensible medically. For another, the water is beneficial and without harm. According to medicine, that is sunnah for him. And for yet another, it is neither harmful nor beneficial. He can drink it with good health, and for him, it is medically permissible. Thus, here the truth has multiplied. All 5 are true. Are you able to say the water is only a cure, only necessary, and it governs in no other way? Just recognizing that there is no stagnant definition of faith or of Islamic identity is perhaps the only realization that may serve to benefit the Muslim identity at the end of the day. And thus we come towards our conclusion of the discussion, where an ideal Muslim identity, both on a collective and individualistic level, promotes proactiveness and ownership of one's position in relation to the current times, rather than denying problems or blaming them on some other community. One takes initiative and control of the Islamic narrative, because that is perhaps the most empowering thing that one can afford to do. Secondly, there is this promotion of coexistence. As the last quotation cites, that Muslim identity could be multiple things, and all of those things would be equally valid, for truth can be multiplied. And then lastly, faith and renewalism is, and again, an aspect that is to be considered, where Muslims may definitely complain about structural issues being faced within the status quo, but rather than changing the structure first, it must be important to first question one's own identity and one's own individual areas of improvement before one tries to deal with structural level issues. And that is pretty much all I have from my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatima Gan. It was such a pleasurable presentation. I took my notes, and thank you very much for the great work. Our next speaker is Aishatul Abu Bakr Kumo, but unfortunately she's having some technical problems in connecting, unfortunately. So inshallah, maybe we can find her paper as part of the proceedings, as well as Adeni. So we have to close the session, the presentation part. Now, I'd like to just give 3 minutes for each of my presenters to answer 3 questions. Actually, I have my notes in front of me, so I will take the pleasure of asking questions for this session. We are already out of time because of the delay in the previous session, so I would kindly ask you to give your most concise shot in the response part. So I would like to start with Mr. Mohammed. So Mr. Mohammed, when I was listening to your presentation, I realized that you were emphasizing the way Bediuzzaman, Said Nursi brought together seemingly separate domains of science and Quran, and your emphasis on intertextuality of the revealed book and the created book as articulated by Nursi, and the way he put forth investigation rather than blind imitation shows us that, you know, that there is a narrative here which goes beyond some of the very recent discussions around science and religion and spirituality. But when I look at your title, what captured my attention was you used the word demystifying the dynamism of Nursi's approach to belief in the contemporary society. So I understand the implication is that Nursi brought a solution to the contemporary society's relationship with belief, let's say, but still there is something still mystified. So does it imply that the current state of the Ummah does not reflect the level Nursi reached with his Risale-i-Nur collection, and still we are struggling with this, struggling with finding the dynamism and finding the solution to the contemporary dichotomies that we face in academics as well as a society? Would you say so?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for raising a very crucial issue regarding my title. Thank you, Professor. And basically, I intended to portray that what Ustad Said Nursi presented in his magnificent magnum opus Risale-i-Nur. Still, we have the opportunity to explore the deeper underlying truths, though most of them, so far I can recall, to a greater extent, Ustad's writing have been translated into English. And in the context of my country, Bangladesh, it has been translated not too much, but to a certain extent, it has also been translated in Bangla, our mother tongue, our state language. And in Arabic, or probably most of them have been translated. But the thing which I really intended to clarify, that Ustad's thought is so thought-provoking, it contains so deeper messages that still we must have the aptitude to try for the deeper understanding of the messages underlying or contained in the Ustad's use of words, his employment of a story. Why, as for example, what I intended, what I presented today about the Zakkum tree, he had splendidly provided a very unique presentation, which other commentators of the Quran or other thing did not present earlier. His understanding of the names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is so splendid, is so magnificent, that still we have the opportunity to take it in the after understanding the vibes of the Ustad's message in the current context. We need to also go for the contextualizations, reinterpretation of Ustad's message in the contemporary vibes of the pluralist world or the globalized world, which we are now calling it today. So I intended to clarify those things from different aspects, as for example, engendering the culture of belief in the context of pluralist society to ensure inner peace and tranquility. Basically, I tried to show that I am a very little learner, very small learner of Ustad's teaching. So I am still trying to understand. I'm just trying to share my views. Since I'm not a great scholar, rather I'm trying to understand the Ustad's message in the current context. How could we reinterpret, retranslate the messages into reality? I just wanted to focus on that particular aspect. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Muhammad. So my next question is to Ms. Fatima Ghani. So it will be in the similar lines, actually. So when we look at the secularization discussions, we all see antagonisms typically, and there are different approaches to whether we are getting secularized or desecularized, radicalized. But when we look at Nursi's discourse, we are seeing that he's somehow transcending most of the dichotomies which define the structure of the discussions in the academics. Now, my question is, I'm just asking whether Nursi's thoughts are well represented in the academics, And would you agree with me if I say that the secularization thesis still needs to digest the perspective of Nursi, which somehow transcends most of the foundations of that discussion and takes it to a different dimension? Would you agree with me?
Right, very interesting question. I'll try to answer it with whatever limited information I do have. So for me in academia, I did feel that in the most mainstream sociology, you do have a lot of studies lacking, particularly from Islamic scholars. And that is not really justified because most scholars that when we talk about religion are primarily Westernized scholars. So it feels a little like excluding that we are not being able to include scholars such as Nursi, who have such an extensive body of work. And that being omitted is almost a criminal activity, I would say, because it is withholding so much knowledge that is very much going to contribute to an actual representation of what secularization thesis is. And that said, coming to your point about what secularization thesis is looking like, can it be revised? Is it really as solid of a statement that we could just look at the world currently and just completely go ahead and say that, okay, yes, everything is secularized now? Not really, I don't think so, because there is, again, the problem of how you define secularization to begin with. What constitutes as secularization? Because knowing that within mainstream sociology as well, secularization is defined usually using a Westernized worldview, again, not from a Muslim perspective. So if we see things from a Muslim perspective, it may even be that instead of secularization, the Islamic identities may be even being reinforced much more intensely. For instance, looking at the very recent Iranian revolution, or even currently the situation within Afghanistan, is if this is not a criticism of secularization thesis, then I would not know what to point out as. So my answers are not really my own answers, but more so the fact that any debate within sociology tends to remain unresolved and really lies within the population that we're speaking of and how they define the term itself. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. Wish we had more time to discuss further, but due to the time limitation, I have to switch to my next guest. Mr. Andy, my question, actually what came as a very interesting input to me was the formation of civil society as part of your narration of socioeconomic balance. So when we say civil society, do we imply that faith is an organizing principle that goes beyond and above state and government? If so, would you agree with me to say that even if the governments and states act unjustly and cause certain socio-economic disbalance or unbalance, whatever, would you say that faith should eliminate that excuse from us? We as Muslims, due to our faith and due to the organizing principle that our faith enables, we should still find ways to reinstate socioeconomic balance. Would you agree with me on that? And actually, my curiosity about your point is, why did you select civil society as part of your narration?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ismail. Yeah. This one was based on, actually, from the Quran, and I examined in Said Nursi about the meaning of piety, yeah, which is basically coming from the verses of Al-Baqarah from 1 to 5 and Al-Baqarah 177, which is clearly underlined that the most important thing is to respect others, yeah, and also to care about others, and also to be patient, yeah, because sometimes Muslims are not very patient, and also have to control your emotion, not to get easily angry, and of course to always commitment to your promises. Yeah, if you promise, you have to commit with what you are saying, and also not repeating the thing that you already known that these are bad. And the last one is always doing good deeds, yeah, to anyone, to the environment. So to me, from self to social contribution is basically from these verses. And Ustaz Bediuzzaman Said Nursi emphasized two things: is yu'minuna bil ghaib wa yuqimuna shalah wa mimma razaqnahum yunfiqun. So that's actually the main ideas behind this paper, that in order to be good to others, you have to be good also from yourself. You start from your own self, that you are good, and then you do prayers, and then after that you have to contribute to others, to the orphans, to the needy, to including people who cannot pay their debts, and also people who are collecting almsgiving, and people who are strangled with debt. So we have to be cautious about all this, and this is basically piety, as we call it in Islam. And regarding the civil society, actually, in my opinion, there are two here: civil society as a goal, and civil society organization as an organization, as a media. So civil society as a goal, so the states and of course market spheres and private sphere and public sphere should be able to discuss and to do discourse and checks and balances between four spheres. For example, if the government does something wrong, so the market sphere should be able to speak up, the public sphere should be able to speak up, particularly civil society organization, and of course also personal and private spheres should be able to say that you are in a wrong position. And the same thing, if the market is so controlling, yeah, the government should be able to say no, and also private and public sphere should be able to correct, these practices of market sphere. For example, they dominating, or they controlling the whole sustenance, for example, economic basis. So one should not control, one should dominate the whole natural resources. So to me, between civil society as a goal and civil society as a tool, as a means, should be treated equally. And in my opinion, actually, civil society should be corrected with civil community. Said Nursi is always talking about the importance of community, al-ummah. Yeah, this is also based on the Quranic verses. وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ وَيَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ كُنْتُمْ خَيْرَ أُمَّةٍ أُخْرِجَتْ لِلنَّاسِ تَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَتَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ وَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ. So 4 elements here, in order to establish the so-called civil community, not civil society. I think this is my answer. Thank you for your attention. We are only 3 speakers, but we can have a lot of time to present our ideas. Thank you, Dr. Ismail.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy. Such a nice response to hear from you. It's really inspiring to see this connection between faith and civil society in such a brilliant way. So before closing the session, I will do an announcement, which I should have done in the beginning, maybe. Sorry, it was like, it's my lack of, excuse me for that. So our Professor Ismail Latif Haji Nebioğlu actually would be the moderator of this session, but unfortunately he's hospitalized for COVID.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're Dr. Ahmad.
Yes, yeah, I'm the replacement, Ahmed Subaşı. Actually, I will be moderating another session tomorrow morning. So let's pray for Ismail Hoca. He's also my professor from university. So let's pray for his quick recovery, inshallah. So I thank you all for the great discussion. Wish we could have more time for further questions, a lot of inspiring points. We want to see you again, inshallah, in the coming symposiums. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you, Muhammad Azharul Islam and Fatima Ghani. Come
Thank
to
you, sir.
Indonesia.
Thank
Nice to
you,
see you,
Fatima, Miss Fatima Gani. Thank you, Faisal Professor. And of course, thanks to our Professor Ahmed.
Ahmed, I'm sorry, Prof. Ahmed. Yeah.
It's my problem.
Inshallah, we have a good connection, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum.
I would like to start with a little apology. The first speaker, Dr. Shahid bin Ali ibn Ali, has excused himself due to health issues, so he won't be able to speak. Normally, we are going to have 15 minutes for each speaker, but due to the first speaker not being present at this time, I have decided to extend extend the speeches to 20 minutes per person. So this will give you a little bit more time to present your papers, inshallah. I would like to start with our, I will just, follow the names that I have in front of me. So we will start, inshallah, with Dr. Maht Kutubuddin. If you can start, inshallah, Dr. Kutubuddin, and then you can go to the next.
I share screen share first. Visible is PowerPoint is visible.
Yes. If you can put the microphone a bit closer to your, yes, that would be great.
Inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين وسلم تسليما كثيرا ما بعد. Honorable Chairperson of Session 3, Dr. Tubanur Yuzkan, maybe, Coordinator at International Foundation for Muslim Theology, IFMT UK, Session 3 English, the role of belief in social life of 12th International Bediuzzaman Symposium, the role of belief in individual and social life, organized by Istanbul Foundation for Science and Culture. Distinguished participants, professors, doctors, Shahid bin Ali ibn Ali from Kenya, Muhammad Zulkarnain from Pakistan, Nabila Hurinzin from Indonesia, and Ramatu Buba from Nigeria. I am Dr. Muhammad Kutubuddin from Bangladesh, lecturer Islamic Studies, Bangladesh Open University. I am very glad to attend in this symposium and talking about great scholar Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi, rahmatullahi alayhi. Alhamdulillah again. My topics is significance of family and kinship in Muslim society, Risala-e-Nur approach. My topics have eight subtitles, including introduction and calculation. First introduction to introduction. First, I have started my articles, abstracts, keywords.
Dr. Kutubuddin, very sorry to interrupt. Now the microphone is too close. I've been warned. Can you just, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Introduction, family and kinship. Second subsection. Third subsection is my article. Concept of family and kinship in Islam. Fourth, Muslim society. Fifth, Risala-e-Nur. Sixth, significance of family and kinship in the Muslim society. Sixth, seventh, Risala-e-Nur approach about significance of family and kinship plus conclusion. So actually, I have a few knowledge about said Bediuzzaman, Bediuzzaman said Nursi, but I have tried to share something. First, my abstract is abstract. Family is the foundation and heart of every Muslim community. In Islam, marriage and the formation of a family are greatly promoted. In most cases, a traditional Muslim family refers to an extended family. Extended family means parents, children, grandparents, and other older relatives are frequently included. Islamic family means extended family. Then kinship. Kinship is a social connection centered on the bond between parents and offspring and is based on blood ties. Marriageable connections are also considered kinship. The importance of kinship and sustaining familial connection is evident in the Quran's and Hadith teachings. Allah doesn't like those who are severing the ties of kinship. In the Holy Quran, Allah Almighty says in Surah Nisa, verse number 1, and fear Allah, wattaqullaha alladhi tasa'aluna bihi wal arham. And fear Allah, through whom you demand you mutual rights, and don't cut the relations of the Om's kinship. Arham means kinship, relationship, relatives. This verse shows that maintaining the ties of kinship is obligatory. In this article has highlighted the definition of family, kinship, types, and significance of family and kinship in the Muslim communities in the context of the Quran Sunnah and the approach of great Islamic scholar Bediuzzaman Said Nursi Rahmatullahi Alayh. Descriptive and analytical methods have been followed in this article, making the family the center of religious practice following Islamic culture in the family, cooperating to preserve the family ties, upholding Islamic cultures in every familial and social program, establishing women's status and rights in the family have been discussed at the article. Earlier, I have mentioned the subtitle of my articles. This is keywords. Keywords of articles. 6. Family, kinship, marriage, Muslim community, Quran and Sunnah, Bediuzzaman, Said Nursi. These six words is keywords or keywords. Inshallah, I will discuss about this matter. Introduction. Religious and family have been closely linked since the earliest periods of human history. Muslim believes that family life is the foundation of human society that provides a safe, secure, healthy, and nurturing environment for both parents and growing children. The best place to maintain and develop human qualities like love, kindness, compassion, and affection is in family. This is the family. That's kinship. Kinship ties are formed by two types of bonds, those formed by marriage and those formed through descent, which is socially acknowledged linkage between ancestors and these descendants. The Holy Quran and Hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, have given great emphasis to family and kinship. In this regard, Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's approach is so significant. Nursi has drawn a nice picture of the family and kinship of Muslim society. we have tried to discuss in this article the concept of family and kinship according to the Quranic view and the approach of great thinker Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi rahmatullahi alayhi. Second, the definition of family and kinship. This is general definition. A family is a group of people who are linked by marriage, blood, or adopting, living in the same household, interacting with each other in their different social positions, which are often that of spouses, parents, children, and siblings. A family group should be distinguished from a household which may include boarders and roomers living in the same residence. It should also be distinguished from kindred, which also refers to bloodliness, because kindred can be separated into numerous houses. At its most basic, then, our family consisted of an adult and his or her offspring. Most commonly, it consists of two married adults, usually men and women. Even though the family is a universal institution, its structure and form differ from one civilization to the next. Now, kinship. Kinship, three kinds of kinship. Kinship is a system of social organization based on real, protective family ties, according to Encyclopedia Britannica. But in sociology, kinship involves more than family ties, according to the social group. Sorry, kinship is one of the most important organization components of society. The social institution ties individuals and groups together and established a relationship among them. A kinship, three types. These three types of kinship. Three types of kinship we found. Number one, consanguineal, affinal, and social. Consanguineal, according to the sociology group, this kinship is founded on blood or birth. Affinal, marriage is the foundation of this kinship. Third, social. There are also social kinships in which people who are not related by blood or marriage have a tie of kinship. According to this concept, two persons from separate culture might share a familial relationship based on religious affiliation or social, like we are also a kinship or family according to the religious bonding. The second concept of family and kinship in Islam. We know the first family came into existence with the creation of the first man and woman, Adam and Hawa alayhi salatu wassalam, peace be upon them. In this regard, Quran says, Al-Quran, Surah Nisa, number 1, we know well, Allah Almighty said, O Adam, dwell you, your wife, in paradise, and eat both of you freely with pleasure and delight of things therein as whenever you will, but come not near this tree of you, both will be the zalimun, wrong deeds. Al-Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse number 35. There is another verse, I mentioned a hadith about the family and kinship. The Messenger of Allah, it was narrated by Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, said, marriage is part of my sunnah, and whoever does not follow my sunnah has nothing to do with me. Sunane Ibn Majah, book 9, hadith 1990. Okay, next slide. The structure of a Muslim family. There is a many structure of Muslim family, like relations based on Consanguinity includes number A, B, C, D. D next 1, 2, 3, 4. A, parents, grandparents, grandmothers, and other direct descendants, which include sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, and so on. Second degree relationships such as brother, sister, and their descendants. The sisters of the father of or mother, not their daughter or other descendants. Those based on finally include mother-in-law, wife's daughters, son's wife, stepmothers. This is true extended family as well as the center of all connection. Actually, the family structure of Muslim family is large, and we mentioned earlier it is an extended family. Concept of kinship in Islam. Kinship terms refer to a system of social organization and are usually based on a genealogical origin, biological, cultural, or historical descent. Biological descent may include putative family ties in which someone is related to another by birth rather than by marriage. Cultural descent refers such kind of relationship created by marriage rather than birth. Finally, historical descent refers to more general relationship based on race or religion. Tawabit, Mahmud. Islam enjoys fair and friendly treatment all relatives within the limits of justice and considers these an act of great pursuit and goodness. Rahman Afzalur Rahman, the famous writer, 1980. Next slide. Family and society. Relationship between family and society. The Islamic social system includes the family. It creates an ideology society with a high degree of moral awareness, a strong devotion to the concept of khilafah, and a purposeful approach to all human conduct. Its discipline is not forced, but rather emerges from each individual devotion on the Islamic principle and ideals. A high level of social responsibility exists in this society. The entire system is designed to build and fortify the family, not the other way around. Sex outside of marriage is prohibited, which protects the family. Fornication, zina has been prohibited and declared a criminal offense. All routes leading to this evil have been closed, and anything that prefers the way or it has been checked and removed. This is why all forms of promiscuity are prohibited. All illegal work is prohibited in Islam, in family and society. Next, Muslim society. Muslim society means Islam perceives society as an association which is formed by the divine law with the purpose of harmonious and peaceful coexistence. The divine revelation as contained in the Al-Quran and the Sunnah for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam constitute the foundation of social order in Islamic society. Lastly, Islam, on the other hand, sees every individual as a social unit because he is the center of gravity and the launcher that may put Islam or any other system into full operation on a large scale. Abdulati, 1978. Okay. Next, Risala-e-Nur. Bediuzzaman Said Nursi, a great Islamic scholar, was born in 1877 to a Muslim family in earliest Turkey. Risala-e-Nur is a great work by Said Nursi. Risala-e-Nur is an attempt to make connection between the Quran and the natural world. Many individuals make blunders because they think it to be on the Quran's tafsir. It was an attempt to demonstrate the religious and science are not contradictory. During World War II, he began writing this book. He couldn't continue writing once the Russians apprehended him and imprisoned him. He eventually finished his work. And this is the description of his book. I skipped. And last, significance of family and kinship in the Muslim society. Family, 611. Family is the fertile ground for some individuals. 612, basic building of a larger society, guidance, support, and encouragement. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "O young people, whoever among you can marry should do so, and whoever is not able to marry is to fast, because fasting diminishes sexual desire." Sahih al-Bukhari. Last, 15, 16. Risala-e-Nur approach. Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi thinks that the individual members in society are mirror to society. A virtuous society that has values of a high standard is debated for this to the existence of various individuals. For this reason, the duty of guidance starts with guide himself and from his family. This confirmed by the verse where Allah says, "Verily, Allah will not change the condition of people as long as they do not change their state." Another verse, Quran says, "And no bearer of burdener shall bear another's a burden, and if one heavily laden calls another to bear his load, nothing of it will be lifted, even though he has near to." Risala-e-Nur as a whole consider all these rights, but with a different categorization and without naming them specially as the ways to make the world better for human happiness. Conclusion. Bediuzzaman Sayyid Nursi was a multi-talented scholar, a brilliant Quranic commentator, an educator, and a global leading pointer. Sayyid Nursi was a Muslim who dedicated his life to Islam and Muslims. His ideas and works are also extremely powerful, having a major impact on the health of civilization and the Muslim Ummah, and behind more successful in real bridge between Islam and the contemporary world. His book Risala-e-Nur is a great torch to enlighten the whole of mankind, especially for the Ummah. He highly explained faith and worship related to family, kinship, and social issues to train individuals as well as societies. He never supports aggression, extremism, radicalism, and terrorism for the Ummah, which unfortunately take place in the contemporary Muslim world. Nursi had been successful in saving the Imam of millions of people in Turkey and across the world. Ethics and values are the moral or spiritual guidance of the Islamic society. These are also the essence and basic of civilization. Nursi uphold the ideas of moral values with the integration of sincerity, taqwa, frugality, tawakkul, and in every sphere of life. He believes that to build of a rich family, kinship, and happy Islamic society, we should change our character, leaving extremes, through and ideas. Finally, this system will also be recognized as a role model for the other nations and religious communities. Religious communities, a good relationship between family, and kinship will establish peace, harmony in the Muslim society as well as contemporary unrest world. Thank you all. I have completed my presentation. Jazakumullah khairan. Ma'as-salama. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Thank you very much, Dr. This was Dr. Mahd Qutubuddin from the Open University, Ghazipur, Bangladesh, and he has talked about the significance of family and kinship in Muslim communities, Islamic perspective, and Bediuzzaman Said Nursi's observation. Thank you very much, Dr. Qutubuddin. Interesting presentation. In fact, I have a few questions that I might ask maybe at the end of this session. I will now continue with our next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Zulkarnain, who is from the International Islamic University, Islamabad, Pakistan. And his topic is the interpretation of diverse dimensions of faith by Bediuzzaman Said Nursi and its impact on reawakening Muslim societies. In his presentation, Dr. Muhammad Zulkarnain's study addresses four main dimensions of the topic. The first one is the interpretation of different dimensions of faith by Nursi. The second one, Nursi's methodology of Islamic reawakening. The third one is Nursi's endeavor and its role in reawakening Muslim societies. And the fourth one is the proposed framework for reawakening Muslim societies in present times. I will give this stage to you now, Dr. Zulkarnain. Welcome.
Thank you very much. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the merciful. First of all, I would like to pay special thanks to our honorable chairperson of this session, as well as respected presenters, organizers of this beautiful conference on Bediuzzaman Said Nursi, rahimahullah. The topic of my presentation is interpretation of diverse dimensions of faith by Said Nursi and its impact upon reawakening Islamic or Muslim societies. The topic is a bit long, but inshallah, I will try to make it understandable to all the audience, inshallah. And I have divided my presentation into these points, as you can see. First of all, I would address the interpretation of diverse dimensions of faith. I mean the meanings of faith to Bediuzzaman Nursi. Secondly, what was the Nursi's methodology which he adopted to reawaken the Muslim societies? And thirdly, what was the impact of his teachings, his scholarly work into the society? And after this, I would move towards conclusions and recommendations. And the very significant point of my presentation is what should be the modified framework for reawakening Muslim societies in our times. What should religious scholars do in the present era to reawaken the Muslims for the Renaissance and for the dignity which they have lost for 2 or 3 centuries? So this is the very significant point of my presentation. According to Nursi, the faith is a dynamic motion which is not a static concept, as some scholars have presented the concept of fate in an abstract way. But when we go to the scholarly work of Nursi, we see the fate which seems a dynamic motion. It's a source of, I have extracted some points from his writing, that what is meant by fate according to Nursi. So he says, fate is a source of light for mankind and universe. He says that it is illuminator and happiness for this world and hereafter. Faith is the foundation of life, or you can say Iman is the foundation of life, but it is the life of life. It is the illuminator of present and future. Faith is the holy medicine for our disease, every disease. It's a source and nourishment for morals and good qualities for all aspects of civilization and culture. It is the origin of good manners. It is the highest and most accurate of all sciences and foundation of sciences. And it makes man caliph of God on the earth, make him responsible and accountable for all his sayings and deeds. So by these points, we can imagine that what the faith is meant by Nursi. He has taken the faith as a source of motivation, as a source of catalyst, which change our patterns of thinking and pattern of our behavior. And our whole life is influenced by the faith. So Nursi has presented the multi-dimensional meanings and aspects of faith, as you can see in these points. After studying the literature of Nursi, what I expected and I concluded that the Nursi's methodology of social change and reawakening Muslim societies was based on these salient points. Number one, he was of the view that change should come from bottom to top, rather than the channel of politics. And his strategy for reformation was starting from the individual and ending toward the social reforms. So first of all, he emphasized to reform the individual. He diagnosed the diseases and the drawbacks in the ethics and morality of an individual and pointed out the methodology that how an individual can be reformed. And he strongly emphasized on this point, if an individual will be reformed, the society will automatically be reformed. So his strategy, his methodology moves from individual to social. His methodology does not refer to the channel of political change, but he is more interested in the reforming of an individual than the state and society. Then one of the most important features of his methodology that he argues to establish his point of view by logical reasoning. He is coming with the psychological arguments. He is coming with the inductive arguments rather than the deductive arguments. And likewise, he is bridging the Islam, science, and modernity. As we can see that some of the scholars, they are of the view that Islam and science and modernity, they are incompatible with each other. But Nursi is of the view that Islam and science, I'm talking about the scientific facts, not talking about the scientific theories, the facts which are proven on the rational and factual based. So Nursi bridged between the Islam and science. He does not reject the modernity. He does not reject the science, but he builds a strong nexus and strong connection between Islam, science, and modernity. So these are the points, major points of his methodology. And when he talks about the reforms, he says that there are 6 fatal diseases. And then he suggests the remedy, as we can say, the despair. And he suggests for that the hope, spirit of hope. When he talks about the death of honesty, okay, then he suggests that despair is a fatal disease. Similarly, love of enmity, that honesty is the foundation. Ignorance, for that, he suggests the love, the transmission of tyranny and the transmission of infectious disease to each other. Okay, and finally, he points out the 6th disease as reducing the mission to personal benefit, and he suggests the remedy for this shura or mutual concentration. Then he has suggested some pillars of social reforms, that how social reforms can be done. Okay. For this purpose, he has suggested 6 pillars of social peace and progress. The first one is brotherhood. The second is devotion, then care for rights and social solidarity, care for the rights of parents and elders, care of children's rights, and care of patients. Then Nursi's methodology and its impact upon society. When we talk about his major work, we can easily conclude that actually the Nursi appealed the human intellect and spirit. How? That he changed the paradigm of thinking and behavior. He directly appealed the thinking process, thought process, and the spirit of human beings to change the pattern of thinking and behavior. Then he molded the state of disbelief into correct and firm belief, from despair to hope, from lying to truthfulness, from love to enmity to love for brotherhood, and personal benefit to common interest. Likewise, he presented the holistic structure of life, which was endorsed by the religious, systematic, logical, and scientific arguments. And unlike other Islamic movements of different countries, this movement had proven its capacity of growing up faster, even in hostile environment, because of his unique methodology. As I told before, that some of the scholars are of the view that the change should come from top to bottom, from the channel of political aspect, political system. But Nursi is more interested into the reforms from bottom to top. Here is the conclusions and recommendations. I would like to sum up within a few minutes and in the forms of points. First of all, the Nursi has taken the faith as a dynamic motion, and he has established a strong connection between theory and practice, human thought and human action, belief and behavior, and encouraged man to work with positivities. And the most significant point of his work is he relates each and everything with the faith. He says that the central part and the essence of Islamic Sharia, that is faith, that is Iman. So in this way, he addressed different issues related to education, related to science, modernity, and social reform with respect to faith, and tried to prove and establish this point that correct and strong faith could solve all kinds of issues, whether they are related to the individual life or either they are related to the social life. And secondly, in order to bring social reforms, he suggested the methodology to bring reforms in the individual life first. And then from this individual life, the reforms will be according to the social life. And he, to establish his point, and he to support his argument, he took a lot of modern technology, modern scientific paradigm, including argumentation and logical arguments and scientific arguments and induction, which influenced the intellectual, social and political and spiritual grounds, which left a lot of positive consequences into the society. And finally, the application of Nursi's methodology, from top to bottom, from bottom to top change, seemed appropriate to address contemporary problems of Muslim Ummah, including the crisis of moral decay, abuse of intellectuality, education, and racial conflicts, as well as civilizational and cultural challenges. Now, this is my major contribution in this research paper, that what should be the framework, what should be the strategy, what should be the proposed framework to reawaken the Muslim societies and the Muslims in present time. What should be the role of scholars? So, first of all, we as a scholar of Islam or students of Islamic sciences, we should learn and observe this thing, that what is the present condition of Islam. Most of the people in Islamic countries, they are taking the Islam just a set of some rituals or worships. So the comprehensive concept of ibadah, that has been disappeared, that has been removed from the lives of Muslims. This is the very significant point. And when we are talking about, when we are preaching about the Islam, the very first concept which comes into the mind of the people, that is the concept of, okay, offering prayer, performing salah, or giving the charity, or performing the hajj. So the concept of ibadah has been limited to the worships only. So we have to change this concept, and we have to guide the people that our whole life can become the ibadah if we are following the teachings of Islam in our social, political, economic, and family systems. And secondly, in the last centuries, the situation of the globe has been entirely changed. Now, this is the time of computer. This is the time of media. This is the time of ICT. This is the time of new challenges, including secularization, westernization, and atheism. So these are the new challenges which should be realized by the contemporary Muslim scholars. When we will be aware of these challenges, then we must be able to handle, to respond, and to present a solution to our youth, that they are facing the psychological and social and global issues in their lives. And for this purpose, I have suggested 5 points. That first of all, we have to observe very wisely that what kind of challenges Islam faced in present time in Islamic societies, and what methodology was adopted by the previous scholars for Islamic revival. And secondly, what were the existing ailments, and how and what extent evils had been set in, where were their roots, and what position Islam occupied in present times, and how the negative picture that cling to Islam and Islamic thought be purified, and how to deal with this situation to get rid of this dilemma. And how the Islamic spirit, this is very significant point, how the Islamic spirit, how the spirit of Islam, spirit of teachings of Islam could be blown in the modern civilization and culture in order to break the power of un-Islamic elements and enable Islam to take hold as a whole of life as a whole. And what could be the suitable methodology to renovate Islam and Islamic thought in its original pure form in Islamic societies. So these are the issues before the Islamic scholars. And now I wish to conclude the whole presentation into few points. That first of all, I have discussed that Nursi is of the view that faith is a dynamic motion and everything is connected with the faith. If the faith of individual and the society is correct, it means the reformations will be occurred in the life of individual and societies. And secondly, Nursi has influenced, not only the Turkish society, but his influence has reached out of the boundaries of the Turkish society in the form of his scholarly work. And the third point is the most significant point, that Nursi has done his work. He has done his job. Now it is the job of Muslim scholars, the modern Muslim scholars, that they should realize the existing ailments in the Islamic societies in the form of secularization, in the form of westernization, in the form of moral issues, in the form of ideological issues, in the form of spiritual decline, in the form of civilizational and cultural challenges. And they have to make a good modern strategy by using the modern tools to encounter all these issues and blow the spirit of Islam in the all aspects of human life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulkarnain. That was a very good presentation. And in fact, I think the frameworks that you've come up with could be used for another international symposium topic.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And I think it would be quite beneficial, actually, if that was done. So thank you very much for this. I will continue with the next presenter, inshallah,
Yes,
which is going to be Dr. Nabila Huringun from the University of Darussalam, Gontor, Indonesia. And she's going to talk about the concept of akhlaq according to Said Nursi and its relevance to the phenomenon of modern life. And this study explains that Said Nursi's akhlaq principles that focus on Tawheed and Aqidah are the basis for the formation of akhlaq karima, inshallah. So the floor is yours, sister.
It's clear my voice, madam? Do you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Dear Honorable our Chairwoman Dr. Tubanur. So thank you for chairing this session. Dear Honorable all of Coordinator and Committee of Salaf International Bediuzzaman Symposium and all of Professor, Doctor and Scholar in Nursi Studies. Thank you for sharing the great knowledge about Nursi Studies. Actually, I only have a few knowledge about Nursi, so it was a word for me. So in this opportunity, in this change, I would like to present about Iman as the foundation of akhlaq in the phenomenon of modern life. The analysis of Said Nursi's thought on akhlaq studies. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nabila Huringin. I come from University of Darussalam, Gontor, Indonesia. Actually, in Indonesia, it was late enough. It is 10:30 o'clock p.m. But I was very happy to be around you. I'll begin with my introduction. I want to describing about the phenomenon in the modern life. There are a lot of cases in secular government, liberalism, Islamophobia, and the crime spread everywhere. Actually, this is a form of moral crisis that occur in people live today. It means it is moral degradation. We know that such as Islamophobia, there are the case in New Zealand, there are the case in Muslim Rohingya, or the case in 9/11 maybe. Actually, this is the moral crisis and happen nowadays. So how about Islam? How about Muslims say in Akhlaqul Karimah? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kala Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, inna mamu istu li utami mama karimal akhlaq, rawahu Bukhari. The history proves that Muslims under the guidance of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam experienced a golden age that reached 1,300 years. This golden age is closely related to the noble character of the Prophet Muhammad as the leader of his people. But the moral degradation now, it's happened. One of factor of the moral degradation is the lack of leaders of the role model. When our Prophet Muhammad, our role model, so it had a great civilization because a lot of moral and liutami mamakarimul akhlak, of course. So if we see to the phenomenon of the modern life, we have we don't have we less of the role model or the lack of leaders. So when we talk about iman or faith, the first actually the akhlak and iman or faith is related to each other. Of course, we know, all of us know that akhlak and iman is related to each other. So the phenomenon of the leaders and role model is far from religious values. Actually, they are a stronghold about the akhlak and iman. So when you have less of iman, so of course you have a less of akhlak, because the akhlak and iman is related to each other. So when we talking about Nursi, because all of us know he was the important figure in the 12th century. So he also the intelligent and scientific authority as a Sufi and philosopher. So his work also contribute to the civilization of science, especially in building the values of Akhlaqul Karimah. Risalah Nur is a masterpiece that has made a positive contribution to the Islamic world in building moral values, has a qualified scientific authority to be discussed from all sides of a scientific perspective, both Islamic studies and modern science. So why I discuss about Nursi and why Akhlaq, because his masterpiece, Risalah Nur, this is had a positive contribution, had a great contribution to the Islamic world, and it was building from the moral values. So we're talking about the worldview of modern human life. I begin from the secularism. The secularists view they only care about early life and ignore the hereafter, ontologically concerned with material things and ignore the spiritual. The Western secularist and positivistic part better make human mere physical and chemical creature who ignore spiritual values. Secular people assume that everything that happens in a world is just a physical, chemical reaction without the presence of a first cause. It means that. In the view of Said Nursi, the ideal human being draw closer to Allah and imitates the attitude and personality of the Prophet. Human who have got moral to the God, human, and the universe. It means that Nursi view that the ideal human is who have a good moral, even to the God, to the human, and to the universe. It is very contradictory with the worldview of modern life at secular, because if secularism is ignorant all of spiritual things, all of metaphysical things. The religion have no role in everywhere. So, except the secularism, in the worldview of modern human life, there are humanism, rationalism, empiricism, and dualism. The Western scientific view of life is finally marginalized religion. Discourse that puts God in the center is limited to theologians, while philosophers are most interested in science. The result of the religious desacralization movement is the marginalization of religion from its central function in public life, and various discourse cannot be avoided. Ontologically, the modern West is also colored by dualism, a perspective on spiriting a reality. Modern West also adheres to the philosophical view of empiricism, a logical consequence of rationalism and scientism. So we're talking about the akhlaq to God. There are three akhlaq to God, human and nature. This is what Said Nursi says. So I begin from the akhlaq to God. The Nursi view God as the perfect and great essence, incomparable to anything and incomprehensible to reason. The perfection and majesty of God are manifested in the universe, so that it become a book that the human race can understand. Allah's perfection in all its aspects is too great for the weak human mind to understand. But Allah's perfection is manifested on the sheet of the universe through His attributes, names, and acts, which are very transparent to be accommodated by the power of human reason. So, Nursi said this is the higher concept of faith, that we are as human, we manifest this moral in obedience and piety to Allah. So it means when we talk about God, God is perfect, God has a great essence, so it is incomparable to anything and incomprehensible to reason, but the perfection of God is manifested to the universe. So we can understand with our ratio. So because it manifests on the sheet of the universe, it is very transparent to be accommodated by the power of human reason. So if akhlaq to human, we're talking about human, there are two elements, the first soul and body, ruh or jism. That soul had a supreme soul or anatikot, the thinking. The thinking soul is essentially a spirit that manifests the understanding of the name of Allah. So when we're talking about the soul and body have their level of creation. Soul or ruh as the highest creation, while the material or ajisam as the lowest creation body. So Nursi said that akhlaq to human is a manifestation of understanding the natural human creation, and giving our ruhani and jasadi, it is their right, the right of ruhani, the right of jasadi. This is the one form of embodiment of akhlaq to human. It means the akhlaq to ourselves, the akhlaq of human to us, it was giving our right, the right of ruhani and jasadi. So akhlaq to nature, that material scientists claim that physics does not need anything else to explain itself. Physics can be a foundation for itself. So theology has no role in science. But Said Nursi said that the universe with all its elements, from the largest to the smallest, from inanimate objects to living things, are created with a dose according to their respective portion. That the existence of regularity and interconnectedness, mutual support and help, meeting each other's needs, and harmonious cooperation for a universal goal demonstrate that all creators are governed by the sole regulator and sustainer, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So he writes in his book that pay close attention to the environment around you, like what you find from the universe. Look, there is a hidden force controlling all of this. The meaning is that all beings do not work by their power, but rather there is a hidden power that causes them to work. It means that akhlaq to nature is we don't do a dichotomy between the nature and God, because when the material scientists say that nature does not need anything to organize itself, but in Islam, they are the sole regulator and the sustainer. It was Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So I make this short. I make this conclusion that the principle of akhlaq according to Said Nursi, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first I began in strengthen faith, so instilling sincerity, piety, and charity, believing in the day of judgment, knowing the sign of the end times or doomsday, understanding the nature of human creation, holding firm to the Quran, understanding the universe, understanding Asmaul Husna, and imitating the Prophet Muhammad SAW. This is what I conclude based on my brief reading, that the principle of akhlaq in Said Nursi, there are 8 points. So that my conclusion is, the first, akhlaq is the essential element in human life. The akhlaq was a tool that will guide humans to become good human beings according to Allah's command and prohibition. So Said Nursi's idea is based on a framework of thinking about strengthening Muslim faith or iman to uphold all kinds of aspects of life. That faith will lead people to a more noble and perfect life goal. A tree with strong root is a parable of noble character. Moral are the fruit of result of an educational process based on the value of faith. And Said Nursi principle of Akhlaq was relevant to the phenomenon of modern life as the solution of moral degradation in the society. This is as what my background of study in the first. So thank you. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hurungin, for this presentation. It is very relevant indeed. I was looking for the next speaker, Dr. Ramatu Puba, but I can't see him within the participants, and unfortunately, I don't know where he is. So I am assuming that he will not be joining us for this session. That's why I would like to just continue at this stage with the questions, Q&A session really. In fact, I do have a question myself to Dr. Kutubuddin. Firstly, again, Dr. Kutubuddin, thank you very much for the presentation. In the presentation, I think you just, due to lack of time, you didn't have much time to link your presentation directly or more elaboratively on Nursi's work. And I was wondering whether you could say a few more words about Nursi's observation on the significance of family kinship, also given the fact that he himself never married. In other words, you know, in terms of sustaining happy families, you mentioned that Nursi suggests to change the character of a person, to change your own character. And I really wonder how that should be possible, you know, for a person. It's quite a difficult thing to do, to change your character in order to sustain happy families. I would really like to hear more about all of these. Thank you very much.
Thank you also.
I think you're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Oh, Mani, actually, what is the question? I don't understand.
Sorry?
What is the observation or question about this article? I don't understand clearly.
You didn't understand the question?
Question clearly. So
shall I repeat myself? I'm happy to repeat myself. Yes, I was saying that in the presentation, I had the feeling that due to the lack of time that we have here on this podium, that you haven't had the time to link your presentation to Nursi's actual work, in the sense that maybe you can say a few more words about Nursi's observation on the significance of family kinship that you were talking about, also given the fact that he himself never married, you know. And also you have mentioned that according to Nursi, you said that Nursi suggests to change your character if necessary in order to sustain happy families. And I was wondering how that would be possible, to change your character according to Nursi, what kind of suggestions he brings in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Actually, family and kinship is a very important part of Islam. Mainly, marriage is a foundation of a family and kinship. I got few observation of Nursi about these topics. Very little, very few I have got about these topics. But this is actually Nursi not married, but his ideology or his thinking, and according to the Quran and Sunnah, he stated that without family or without kinship, the peace or peace of society or family is not possible actually. So he published, or he prevailed the importance and significance of family. It is the he's not married. This is another question, but Islam empasses the marriage, family, and kinship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have another question to Dr. Zulkarnain. Thank you very much again for the very insightful presentation. I was wondering, even today we can see even within the Nur communities who are actively engaged with the Risale-i Nur, and people, we can see people still falling into depression and anxiety, although these people are very engaged and they continue reading the Risale-i Nur in Nur circles. And I would like to ask the question, why do you think this is in relation, why do you think this is in relation to your presentation and the revival of those concepts that you were mentioning? I'm just trying to bring the whole thing a little bit into the more the existential and the tangible sort of level, rather than having it in theory. What would be the solutions that you would offer in the light of the Risale-i Nur, for people who are actively engaged? What are these people missing, in your opinion? What are they missing that they're still falling into depression and anxiety and all those illnesses that we have in nowadays, especially? Thank you. You're muted. If you can unmute yourself, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would suggest for all psychological and spiritual and social and behavioral diseases, only the one remedy, and that is the pharmacy, that is the holy medicine of Holy Quran. Only one remedy. So the Muslims are basically disconnected in their lives with the understanding of Holy Quran. Each and every thing and a solution of every problem, either it is connected with our behavior, or it is a spiritual problem, or it is a psychological disorder. The solution of every disease is present in the Holy Quran. And when we try to study the approach of Nursi, he has also emphasized on this point that we should find out the solution of each problem, of each disease from the pharmacy of Holy Quran. And particularly, as you talked about the anxiety, luckily I have written a research paper on generalized anxiety disorder, and I have found the roots of anxiety from the Holy Quran. Okay, and what are the patterns that can be helpful in removing the intensity of the anxiety into our youth? Then I was amazed, and I want to show the title as well of this my research paper now. In a minute, please. Yeah, here you can see my screen, and this research paper is published from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Quranic exegesis from psychological perspective and application of Quranic therapy in generalized anxiety disorder. So I discussed the concept, this disease, this psychological anxiety, in the light of Holy Quran. And when I started my research, I was wondering that Holy Quran did not only suggest the medicine and the solution of this problem, but when I compared the Quranic solution with the psychological solution, okay, I was amazed that the psychology has suggested only one remedy, okay, but the Holy Quran has suggested the two solutions for this anxiety disease. So this is the problem with the Muslim scholars. I would like to encourage the scholars as well that they should I mean, make a bridge and connection of each problem with the Holy Quran by finding the solution of each problem from the in the light of Holy Quran. So this is the main focus of Norshi's whole literature as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much. I would appreciate actually if you could maybe, if you don't mind, sharing this paper with the WhatsApp group that we have, the small group.
Yeah, why not? Why? It is published paper. I'm taking the credit of this paper. No issue at all.
Okay, inshallah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to ask our hosts whether we have received any other questions from the public, maybe through YouTube or any other channel. Let's see if anybody is going to tell us. Okay, doesn't seem to be like that. Do you have questions to each other that you would like to pose? Because we still have, a few minutes that we can spare.
It's our pleasure to finish in time, and usually when the speaker speaks, the scholar takes a lot of time.
Okay, I would like to thank every one of you for joining, especially in this very late time for those who are joining from Indonesia, especially, and and it has been a very insightful podium. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you very much.
I would
Have
also
a
pay my
restful evening,
special
inshallah.
thanks to you and the presenters and organizers of these beautiful conferences, that they have provided us the opportunity to present our views. And especially the most interesting thing for me is that I got familiar with the literature of Said Nursi and his approach to bring the reforms in the individual as well as social lives. It is very interesting for me as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.